Good morning everyone and welcome to the 2024 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. The first race is about to start on the course at the 1,000 metres, which is the single scull para race. In lane 2 from Glebe, we have Micah Kelly, coached by Mark Tetchen. And in lane 2 from Shell Harbour City, we have Kevin Wall. Both of these rowers are PR3 para rowers, where they are able to use 3 main muscle groups, the legs, the trunk and the arms. And currently coming, they've just started from the 1,000 metres coming into the grandstand's vision shortly. Almost up to the 500 metres, we have Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour looking in a comfortable lead for the para single scull, just crossing through in a time of about 2 minutes 11 through the 500 metres. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Tom. It's good to be with you this morning up in the box. Drizzly conditions for rowing out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the 2024 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. As you've mentioned, we're halfway through the first race in this morning's program, race 1, the para single scull. We've just seen Kevin Wall pass through the 500 metres in timed about 2 minutes 12. And similarly, we'll see Micah Kelly of the Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Mark Tetchen, pass through the 500 metre mark as well. Coming into the final 250 metres of this race is Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City Rowing Club. And Kevin is maintaining a very long stroke and maintaining a fair amount of boat run as well. So leader from the start to the finish of this race, Kevin Wall is going to take out the para single scull race 1 of the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta and open the account for us all today. Congratulations to Kevin Wall and to Shell Harbour Rowing Club.
Coming to the last 200 metres here is Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. Looking very strong into the last 30 metres of the race here. Will take out second place in the para single scull, coached by Mark Tetchen. And crossing the line in a time of approximately 5 minutes and 34 seconds. That was the para single scull. In first was Kevin Wall from Shoal Harbour, and in second place was Mika Kelly from Glebe.
So Tom, race 2 on the program is the women's CD grade Cox 4, and one of the great things about this regatta is it just brings together a whole heap of different categories, masters, school-age scullers, grade as well. So here we are in the women's CD grade Cox 4, race 2 on the program. So I'll just run through the names. You can see if you're joining us on the live stream today or in the boat park up on the big screen. Our athletes are preparing themselves down at the 1,000 metre start line. So in lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar is Roxana Brown, Keithana Kumar, Georgia Bramble and Heidi McKenzie. Their Cox is Claudia Wills. In lane 4, representing Nepean, is Sophia Whitelaw, Jade Sharp, Emily Boys and Vitty Young. Their Cox is Elise Currell, and their coach is Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, representing Glebe, Anne Skilton, Kate Warham, Emma Hutchison and Cecile Fair, coxed by Ian Bier and coached by Kenneth Major. And finally, representing the University of New South Wales in lane 6, it's Elizabeth Raffin, Anna Ristich, Olivia Zago and Lisa Matthews. Their Cox is Emma Vaycox, and their coaches are Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. They're underway, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. And this is actually a combination race of the C and D grade. So the boat from University of New South Wales in lane 6 is C grade, and the 3 boats on the far side, Newcastle Grammar, Nepean and Glebe, are D grade. These grades are based on average rower score within the boat, and C and D grades racing 1,000 metres, and the A and B grades are 2,000 metres in the grade racing standard.
Yeah, that's right. And we were saying just before that we've got about an hour's worth, I should say, of racing over the 1,000 metre distance, and we'll move to the longer Olympic distance of 2,000 metres later on today for the majority of today's racing.
As mentioned, the Sydney University crew is a grade C, so a higher grade, and they just crossed through the 500 metre mark in a time of 1 minute 55, followed by what looks like the Nepean Rowing Club just 8.5 seconds back, Glebe Rowing Club, and then going back to Newcastle Grammar over there in lane 3.
So no doubt about the race leaders at this stage. It is the University of New South Wales who have stamped their authority on this race quite early, and they've opened up a couple of boat lengths advantage ahead of their competitors. You can just see on the vision that we're seeing on the live stream or on the big screen at the moment, it's from the coach's launch, the boat race officials launch, I should say. Getting some great close-up action of that Glebe Rowing Club crew currently in 3rd position.
Just coming into the red boys, it is the University of New South Wales combination of Raffin, Ristic, Zargo, Matthews and Vay Cox, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler, looking in a very comfortable lead with about 4 boat lengths over the Nepean Rowing Club crew, which is a D-grade crew over there in lane 4. But we can see coming to the last 20 metres here is the University of New South Wales, crew taking out first place in the women's CD grade Coxed 4. And then the Nepean crew in lane 4, still putting in some big strokes as they come into the last 20 metres as well. Never giving up in this race, taking out second place. Looking like third place will go to the Glebe crew in lane 5. And then in lane 3, over there on the far side, which will be fourth place, is the Newcastle Grammar crew, rounding out the men's CD grade Coxed, or the women's CD grade Coxed 4. Just confirming those places there. Was in first place was University of New South Wales in a time of 3 minutes 54. Second place was Nepean Rowing Club with a margin of 14, just under 15 seconds. Third place, Glebe Rowing Club. Fourth place, Newcastle Grammar. We're now moving to the men's CD grade Coxless Quad. We have 3 crews in this race. These are all C grade crews. As we mentioned, it's a combination event, and they've split the C grade crews into this, followed by a full contingent of 9 D grade quads coming up after this is race 4. But race 3, in lane 4, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club, Remy Wilson, Luca Wilson, William Spurge, Peter Semenovic, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jula Kalatamar. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Cormac Cairns, William Bird, Barnabas Toth and Kobe Young. And in lane 6 from Mossman, we have Michael Slater, Andrew Croker, Richard Purry and Michael Wenzel. And we can see them just coming up to the 1,000 metre start line here. These are 3 C-grade Coxless quads. this race 3 of the men's C grade coxless quad. As they went through the 500 metres, it was Newcastle Grammar in first place. 6 seconds behind back to Leichhardt, and then 4.5 seconds back to Mossman. We can see now, just coming into the last 250 metres, it is that Newcastle Grammar crew that's held on to that lead that they had at the 500 metres, pushing out into the last 250 metres in a very strong position over there. Crew over on the right side from Leichhardt in Newcastle Grammar. Combination here is Cormac Cairns, William Bird, Barnabas Toth and Kobe Young. Looking very comfortable in the lead here. Starting just to pick up the rating as they get into the last bits of the red boys here. Great to see Leichhardt over in lane 4, still not giving up either, starting to pick up the rating as they're also coming into the red boys. But it will be first place to Newcastle Grammar, crossing the line in a time of 3 minutes 29. Second place will go to Leichhardt in lane 4. And third place, the combination from Mossman. Just getting into the last 20 metres here, looking very comfortable in third place, crossing the line and rounding out the C grade, Division 1, which is C grade of the men's CD grade coxless quad.
Thank you, Tom. And moving right along, race 4 is assembling itself down on the start line. It's Division 2 of the men's C grade coxless quad. So this race is populated by a couple more crews. So I'll just run through them before we get underway. In lane 1, representing Newcastle Grammar is William Golding, Thomas Metef, Jack Martin and Thomas Clarkson. In lane 2, representing the St Augustine's College in Sydney, Jack Guthrie, Jack Penberthy, Morty Yu and Caelan McClellan, coached by Joe Lynch, Josh Wilson and Nick Pender. In lane 3, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Kieran Shakar, Joe Daly, Nick O'Brien and Jeffrey Beer. In lane 4, representing St Augustine's is Daniel Corrigan, Oscar Porteous, Jasper Moy and Archie Lyle, coached by Joe Lynch, Josh Wilson, Nick Pender. In lane 5, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Douglas Stewart, Richard Jones, Stephen Schneegel and Andrew Patterson, coached by Kath Hextell. In lane 6, it's another St Augustine's crew, comprised of George West, Jack Bridges, Henry O'Hare and Jesse Bray. In lane 7, representing the Glebe Rowing Club is Callum Steele, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan and Ben Nagappa. In lane 8, our final St Augustine's crew is Max McDermott, Lucas Zhang, Caillou Williams and Toby Tancred. And finally, in lane 9, representing the University of New South Wales is Robbie Ireland, Levi Rosensvet, Fraser Wilson and Nityam Bansal. They are coached by Cameron Butler, and we are just about to get underway. We should have a start any moment.
This Division 2 of the men's CD grade coxless quad is underway. We can see some footage there of what looks like possibly the North. Could be the Glebe crew there. Over in lane 1 though, going through, this is a full contingent here using all 9 lanes. Newcastle Grammar in lane 1, lane 2 St Augustine's, lane 3 North Shore, lane 4 St Augustine's, lane 5 Drummoyne, lane 6 St Augustine's, lane 7 Glebe, lane 8 St Augustine's, and closest to the grandstand in lane 9 is University of New South Wales. And if I was having to make a call just as they're about to come up to the 500 metres, it probably does look like the University of New South Wales crew in lane 9 and the Glebe crew in lane 7 looking like they're pulling out into a bit of a lead as they're about to hit the 500 metres here.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And you can see on the live stream, it's that crew from Glebe in lane 7 that does have a pretty handy advantage ahead of the University of New South Wales, who both have a pretty big lead ahead of the remaining boats on the course at the moment. In third place, Newcastle Grammar, fourth, St Augustine's, fifth, Drummoyne, sixth, North Shore. So that's how they went through the 500 metres. But still plenty to play for all crews. It's the fight's at the top end of this race between Glebe and the University of New South Wales.
Like the University of New South Wales crew, just having a little bit of a steering issue there, just as they're about to come into the 250 metre mark. It is still that Glebe crew in lane 9 that's held onto their lead from the 500 metre mark. University of New South Wales crew still trying to chase down that first place. But it looks like the Glebe crew looking too upright and confident as they come into the last 300 metres here of Division 2 of the men's CD grade coxless quad.
Yeah, as you said, Tom, looks like that UNSW crew just struggling with the boys on the near side of the course and straightening up now, but Glebe have capitalised and have really opened up a pretty significant lead now on the University of New South Wales. And they led at the 1,000 and looks as though they are now going to take out this race, the second division of the men's CD coxless quad. Yeah, and looking very comfortable into the final 20 metres or so with 5 strokes to row. That's the crew of Callum Steele, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan and Ben Nagappa. So congratulations to Glebe Rowing Club. It's a win for them. Second place looks as though it's going the way of the University of New South Wales in lane 9. And that's a really good effort for them, having floated with some boys for most of the way. Third place is going to Newcastle Grammar over there in lane 1 on the far side of the course. Fourth place will go to Drummoyne. Fifth place is going to be really tight. Leave that one to the judges between St Augustine's and North Shore. So we'll have 7th place poised to go to St Augustine's in lane 4. That's Corrigan, Porteous, Moy and Lyle. And the final crew just to cross the line, it will be St Augustine's crew in lane 8. And they're just approaching the grandstand, so just give them a round of applause as they come towards the end of this race. That's the crew from St Augustine's. Looks as though they've had a breakage there.
Also carrying a cox, I'll add, by the look of it. So in a coxless race, they've got that extra 5th person in the bow just steering them down there.
Very observant, Tom.
That's it here. The boys starting to pick it up and cross the last 20 metres of Division 2. Well done to the combination of McDermott, Zhang, Williams and Tancred from St Augustine's.
So just before we get on to the next race, which is the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 1, just to remind all athletes and coaches that we do have presentations today at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, but only for the winner of each race. So the winner of each race, please do feel free to come down to the presentation pontoon just in front of the grandstands to collect your mugs.
And yes, that's right. We're now moving to Women's Masters Single Scull. This is Division 1 of 4. In front of us here in lane 5, these are the A, B and C grade Masters. In lane 1 from Mossman, we have Jem Lambert. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, we have Kirsten Berry, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, we have Wendy Miller. In lane 4 from Glebe, we have Belliandi Rowe. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, we have Nikki Lopresti, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6 from Glebe, Heidi Lindell. In lane 7 from North Shore, Olivia Tung, coached by Guy Morgan. And in lane 8 from Glebe, we have Jocelyn Harris. The 3 rowers closest to the grandstand in lane 6, 7 and 8 are off go as C grade. The B grade crews in lane 2, 3, 4, 5 and 4, 5 are off 3 seconds, and over in lane 1 from Mossman has a 5-second handicap as they went off the start. And going through the 500 metre mark, it was North Shore Olivia Tung crossing through the 500 metres in first place, just under 3 seconds back to Heidi Lindell from Glebe. Also from Glebe was Jocelyn Harris in third place.
Yeah, that's right, Tom, and I always find it interesting to see how these Masters rowers cope with the various advantages that are given to people throughout the grade. So yeah, as you mentioned, Jem Lambert from Mossman over there in lane 1 gave 5 seconds to her competitors, and 3 seconds for Berry through Tong, and then off go was Lindale, Tong and Harris, I should say, closest to the grandstand. But yeah, looking as though we're going to get somewhat of a chevron shape coming through the 1750 mark, or the 750 mark of this race, I should say, which is what we're after, what the race organisers are looking for. But Olivia Tong of North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7 looking strong, but she's going head-to-head now with Heidi Lindell of Glebe Rowing Club. These are both C-grade rowers, but coming through pretty strongly is Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt in lane 5. So I would suggest that those are our race leaders at this stage. But it's looking like it'll be really tight in the closing stage of this race, Tom.
That's right. It does look like Heidi Lindell has started to pull out into a bit of a lead over the North Shore Olivia Tong in the last 400 metres of this race. And that is Heidi Lindell from Glebe, just coming into the last three strokes, will cross over in first in lane 6. Second looking like Olivia Tong from North Shore. And third will be Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti.
Jacqueline Harris having to settle for 4th place from Glebe. 5th place going the way of Kirsten Berry, followed by Jem Lambert from Mossman. She was the A-grade sculler. And then Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club claims 7th. And finally, crossing the line is Wendy Miller from Leichhardt Rowing Club, rounding out the first division of the Women's Masters Single Scull.
That's right. We can see Division 2 coming on to the start line now. Division 2 is a combination of Masters C through to F. There are a staggered start as well. In lane 1 from Shoalhaven, we have Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Perry, with a 17-second handicap at the start. In lane 2 from St George, Amanda Benrath, coached by Bruce Williams, 12-second handicap. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh, also off 12 seconds. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bogert, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5 from North Shore, also off 12 seconds, is Zita Brewan, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6 from North Shore, we have Ruth Gibbons, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 7 from St George, and from North Shore in lane 6, Ruth Gibbons is off 7-second handicap. In lane 7 from St George, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams, is off go. And in lane 8, North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by Guy Morgan, is also off go. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand from Leichhardt, M. Barak, coached by Steve Sherry, is also off go. And this race is underway. So we do have Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull coming up to the 500 metre mark. And as I mentioned, this is a mixed grade race, a mixed masters grade race. Over on the far side in lane 1 was 17-second handicap to Katrina Davis. Lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 were 12 seconds. Lane 6 was 7 seconds. Lane 7, 8 and 9 were off go. So these crews starting to either make up the handicap or hold on to their handicap as they progress through the race. But in first place, it was Joanne Ward crossing through the 500 metres first, M. Barak in second, Louise McCoach in third and Trudy McDonald in fourth, as these women are now coming into the final half of Division 2 of the women's single scull.
Well, this is shaping up to be a fascinating race, Tom. Just look at those margins through the 500 metres. 3 seconds, 1 second, 0.3, 1 second, 0.7, 0.09.
All very close.
So we can throw a blanket over these scullers at the moment. And just looking out from the tower here, it looks as though there's nothing in it between many of these scullers. And so we're in for a thrilling conclusion to this race, I would suggest. And many of these women, Tom, are in contention for the New South Wales Masters team of selections, I should say. So I'm sure the selectors will be keeping a close eye on this race and indeed many of the other races to come today.
Yeah, that's right. That would be the interstate quad.
Yes, the interstate.
At 8.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So into the final 250 metres now. It's hard to say who is in the lead, but Joanne Ward, who led through the 500 metres, who was in lane 7, she might have her bow ball in front at the moment still. She's representing the St George Rowing Club in the colours of red and white, but looks as though it might just be the perspective. But we've got Daniela Borgett from Leichhardt Rowing Club and also Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, and they're both very seasoned competitors, and looks as though they might have taken some chunks out of these competitors on the near side of the course, and looking as though we are going to have a very fast finish from those two scullers, including Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and Amanda Barrett from St George over there in lane 2. And I think it is going to be the Shoalhaven sculler, Katrina Davis, who does claim it in the final couple of strokes. She's in lane 1. So she's going to take the win. Second place goes to lane 3, Trudy McDonald. Third place to Barrett from St George. Fourth place to Borgett from Leichhardt. Fifth place is going to go to Joanne Ward. Sixth place to Louise McCoach from North Shore. Seventh place is going to be really close between lane 9 and lane 6. It's Emberack from Leichhardt who snatches it by the narrowest of margins. So she claims 7th. Ruth Gibson in lane 6 claims 8th. And finally, Zita Briones from North Shore claims 9th spot. Well, that was a really, really good race. Tom?
Very impressive, considering Katrina Davis also had to sit on the start line for 17 seconds there to then come through for the win. Amazing work with the handicapping. That's a very solid bit of history and maths that goes behind it, and that's proven that it's very very good for the Masters racing and makes it so that we have some short margins there of 1 second, 0.4, 1.5, 1.3, and then 3.6 across all these age divisions. So it enables all the different aged Masters rowers to have a competitive race based on the handicaps.
So moving right along, race 7 is preparing to get underway down at the 1,000 metre starting blocks. The imaginary starting blocks, I should say. It's Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So in lane 2 representing Drummoyne is Janine Donovan, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3 representing Drummoyne also is Wendy Roncolato, also coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 4 representing the North Shore Rowing Club is Annalise Appleton. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextell. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Esther Tucker. And finally from North Shore, in lane 7 is Sarah Collane.
That's right, and this is again another mixed Masters, mixed divisions. The closest rower from North Shore, Sarah Collane, is off go. 7-second handicap to Drummoyne North Shore in lanes 4, 5 and 6, and then 12 seconds into handicap to lanes 2 and 3 on the far side. D grade being on the far side, then E, and then closest to the grandstand is F off go. You can see this race, which is Division 3, coming through the through the 500 metre mark, apologies. And it was Kathleen Hextell in first, 6.5 seconds back to Annalise Appleton. Third was Janine Donovan, just 2.7 seconds back. Sarah Culhane in fourth, and Wendy Roncolato in 5th place, just 5.5 seconds back. So this race, a little bit more spread out as they went through the halfway mark, but you never know what's going to happen in these last 500 metres. It does look like Kathleen... it is Kathleen Hextall in lane 5. Apologies, there has been a scratching by Esther Tucker from Drummoyne. And so it does look like Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club in the lead still, coming into the last 250 metres of Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Kathleen Hextall, a very experienced Masters sculler. And, yeah, putting on another good performance today. And certainly her competitors will have known that their work was cut out for them to get an advantage ahead of Kath Hextall, and she's done the work early in this race and coming into the final 250 metres unchallenged for the lead. I think in 2nd place, it could be Janine Donovan, her colleague from Drummoyne Rowing Club. But certainly Kathleen Hextall in the ascendancy with 150 metres to row or so.
Crossing the line in 1st place, that'll be Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne. 2nd place, looking like it'll be the Drummoyne rower Janine Donovan in lane 2. That 1st place time was 4 minutes 34. 2nd place was a margin of pretty much 10 seconds flat. And looking like in 3rd place from North Shore will be Annalise Appleton. 4th place will go to Wendy Roncolato from Drummoyne. And 5th place went to the North Shore rower, Sarah Culhane. We now move to the 4th and final division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. The age categories are F to H here. In lane 2 from Glebe, we have Micah Kelly, coached by Mark Tetchin. We did see Micah come down in the first race of the day in the Para Single Scull. In lane 3 from North Shore, Mary Walsh. Micah Walsh and Mary Walsh. Micah Kelly, and Mary Walsh are off 22 seconds. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, also off 22 seconds. In lane 5 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell, off 22 seconds. In lane 6 from Black Mountain Rowing Club from the ACT, we have Pam Nash. And in lane 7 from North Shore, we have Jeanette Pendleton, off go. So Pam Nash is off 13 seconds. As we can see here on the start line, we'll see lane 7 go off first, followed by lane 6, and then lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 will all go off together.
So race 8 well underway. Divisions 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. At this stage, it looks as though it's Pendleton from the North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7 who's making the best of things. Of course, she was the beneficiary of the handicapping systems, which meant that the other scullers in this race had to give her a 22 and 13 second handicap respectively, but eating away at that advantage enjoyed by Janet Pendleton early in this race is Pamela Nash of the ACT and the Black Mountain Rowing Club. And she has eaten away the lead that was commanded early by Pendleton, and looking poised now to claim the lead.
That's right. That's not Pam Nash from Black Mountain has pretty much eaten up that 13-second handicap within the first 500 metres of this race. So very impressive first 500 metres there, just to look to get into the lead. And I think it probably has happened now in the following metres post the 500. But going through now in 4th place will be lane 5, Catherine Maxwell. In 5th place, Mary Walsh, and 6th place will be Micah Kelly.
And it is fantastic conditions for sculling out there at the moment. The rain is drizzling down, so a dreary old day, but certainly making for some quick times. Nice, cool weather. We were saying before, probably better than the alternative, which yesterday 40 degrees out here. So athletes making the best of things today.
You can see a great shot there of all 6 rowers here. It has been Pam Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club that has pulled into the lead over Jeanette from North Shore. Over to the right there, just in the top half of the screen, we can see from Drummoyne Rowena Stewart, who's looking like might have moved into potentially 2nd place over the last 250 metres as they went from the 500 metres. She was sitting in 3rd place. But as we mentioned, there are some relatively substantial handicaps on this race here with Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore in lane 7 went off go. Pam Nash in lane 6 sat on the start for 13 seconds, but looking like making up that 13 seconds easily and now pulling out to multiple boat lengths in the lead as she's coming into the red buoys here. Looking extremely comfortable in Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Commanding lead there, and the first place of Division 4 will go out to Pam Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Looking like Jeanette is holding on to this 2nd place maybe, and the competition from lane 4 from Rowena Stewart hasn't actually, Jeanette has held off Rowena from lane 4 and crossing in 2nd place from North Shore. 3rd place looking like it will be from Drummoyne Rowena Stewart. And then just the minor placings to finish off the Women's Masters Single Scull here. In lane 3, Mary Walsh from North Shore, sitting comfortably in 4th here. Coming to the last 10 metres of the race. Catherine Maxwell from Glebe in lane 5, looking like a comfortable 5th place. And then Micah Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club over there in lane 2, rounding out 6th place. As I mentioned, we did see compete earlier on in the para single scull, so amazing to have knocked off 2 races already before 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Tom, and moving on now to race 9, which is just about to get underway down at the start, 1,000 metre start. And we're shifting gears now to men's masters pair rowing. And this is a full complement of crews in this race. As you can see, if you're joining us today on the live stream, or if you're in the grandstand, you can see on the big screen, our crews are just preparing themselves at the start. And our starter will get those bow balls relatively in a straight line as best as they can before we get underway. So just to run through the roll. In lane 1, on the far side of the course, representing the University of New South Wales is Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 2, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club is James Dupree and Tim Byrne. In lane 3, from North Shore Rowing Club is George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4, from Leichhardt is Rob Koskar and Charles Buzzacott. In lane 5 from Mossman is Lachlan Evans and Ian Allsop. In lane 6 from Mossman is Timothy Worth and Andrew Horrigan. In lane 7 from Leichhardt is Edward Palmisano and Rob Gilmore. In lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club is Robert McNeil and Mark Bindner. And finally, in lane 9, also from Sydney Rowing Club, David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow. The men's masters, the first division of the men's masters pair is well underway, and I think in the lead and commanding an advantage at the moment is the two crews from Sydney Rowing Club. That's Robert McNeil and Mark Bindner, and then also David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow. And you can just see them on the live stream or on the big screen, I should say, coming through the 500 metres, and there's nothing between those two Sydney Rowing Club crews, and they'll be fighting the bragging rights, I'm sure, as well as a number of other rights, but certainly Sydney Rowing Club in the advantage. Then a flurry of crews, Mossman, North Shore, Mossman, UNSW, Leichhardt, 3rd through 8th position at this stage, but Sydney Rowing Club making the best of things in this first division of the men's masters pair.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. And over on the far side, they are the younger crews from UNSW and Leichhardt 3, the combination of James Dupree, Tim Byrne, Chris Byrne and Michael Pickford. So maybe a bit of youth on their side as they hit the last probably about 350 metres of this race. It is still the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Rob McNeil and Mark Binder who is holding on to the lead. And it's just a question of can they hold on to the lead for the last 250 metres.
I think you could be right, Tom. In circumstances where David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow have gone off go, and we are Chris Burns and Michael Pickford over the far side, and indeed James Dupree and Tim Byrne gave 19 and 18 seconds respectively to those Sydney Rowing Club crews. But it looks like McNeil and Bindner just pushing their bow balls in front of their club mates Greenslade and Quitzow on this near side of the course. So we're in for a pearler of a finish by the looks of things. It's all to play for here on the near side of the course in the first division of the men's masters pair. Bindner and McNeil just lifting their rate of striking as they come into the final 100 metres where the boys turn red, and it's going to be a really tight finish between that crew and David Greenslade and Carl Quitzow, who I think might just be running out of steam as they come into the final 10 or 15 strokes or so, and McNeil and Bindner making the best of things, looking poised now to claim this victory in the first division of the men's masters pair. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club, and a very hard-fought race between both those crews.
That's right. It's looking like the third place is also a tough competition between Mossman and Leichhardt. Don't really want to call that yet. It looks like Mossman might have just snuck into third place there over Leichhardt. And then, as mentioned, that UNSW crew on the far side that gave up a hefty handicap of 19 seconds coming through in 5th. 6th place North Shore, 7th place Leichhardt, 8th place Mossman, and in 9th place was Leichhardt over the line. But an amazing race between those two Sydney crews. 6-second handicap worked down into first place. That's Robert McNeil and Mark Bidner in first. Into the second division now of the men's masters pair. We've had a scratching over there in lane 3 from North Shore. In lane 4 from St George, we have Mark Partridge and Stephen Harrison, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5 from Glebe, we have Mark McCowan and Mark Tetchin. In lane 6, we have North Shore, we have David Kay and Len Walter. And in lane 7, we have a composite of North Shore and Drummoyne, Graham Warne and John James. These crews have also some quite substantial handicaps. The North Shore crew closest to the grandstand is off go. In lane 6, North Shore, David Kay and Len Walters are have a 16-second handicap. 56 seconds to Mark McCowan and Mark Tetchen from Glebe, and 64-second handicap to Mark Partridge and Stephen Harrison in lane 4. So some quite substantial handicaps. And we can see that on the course now, that the crew closest to the grandstand is in the lead, but they've had to give essentially what is just over a minute handicap to their fellow competitors in lane 4. So waiting for that finish line, I have no doubt, for the crews from St George, hoping to work off a minute handicap in this race. Not a surprise that the North Shore Composite crew did go through in first place. They were off go. Graham Warne, 81 years old, and John James, 87 years old. Very impressive to still be out there, being able to compete in the men's masters pair. Pair is obviously a very challenging boat, and being able to still be going at that age is an impressive feat regardless of result of this race. But we can see on the far side, the St George combination of Mark Partridge and Stephen Harrison has made up a little bit of their handicap over the Glebe crew in lane 5. Two substantial handicaps of 64 seconds and 56 seconds. The North Shore crew in lane 6, David Kay and Len Walters, was only 16-second handicap, and they look like they are working it down, but it is tough work over on the far side to St George and Glebe, who are almost at a minute handicap over the crew closest to the grandstand, Graham Warne and John James from North Shore and Drummoyne. Well into the final 200 metres. It is still the North Shore crew of Graham Warne and John James holding on to their substantial lead that they held through the 500 metre mark. These two gentlemen were off go in this Division 2 of the men's masters pair. An amazing feat on the far side from Mark Partridge and Stephen Harrison, coached by Bruce Williams from St George. They have worked down what will be a substantial amount of their 64-second handicap, but I'm not quite sure if the course is long enough for any more of the handicap to be chewed into. It's looking very comfortable out in front now. The North Shore Composite, Graham Warne and John James, about to cross the line in first place. That's Graham Warne and John James from Drummoyne and North Shore in first place. That St George crew steaming home, looking like they're going to squeeze into second place here in the last few strokes of this race. Second place to St George on the far side. Amazing working over that handicap. Third place will be David Kay and Len Walters from North Shore. And fourth place will go to Mark McCowan and Mark Tetchen from Glebe. Very impressive to work through 64-second handicap there. As the rounding out the Division 2 of the men's pair, first place North Shore Composite, second place St George, third place North Shore and fourth place Glebe. We are now moving to the 2,000 metre events. We've got a few school fours to come down the track. Lining up now is the school fourth fours. But before we go through the roll for these events, just a reminder that bound numbers are to be collected from boat shed number 1 in the far side of the boat park, not in the finish tower. Obviously also return to the boat to boat shed number 1 after your race, just to keep the bound numbers flowing for the races later today.
So race 11 underway, as we mentioned just before. So I'll just call out the names of the competitors in this crew, and this race, I should say. So this race is contested by 4 crews. In lane 3, representing the King's School is Edward Woodhouse-Bidak, Isaac Fonua, Archie McMurtry, and Lachlan Moore. They're coxed by Edo Dawson and coached by Tom Wickham. In lane 4, representing the Shaw School is Jack Holt, Kaylin Welsh, Daniel Wright, and Will Bailey. Their cox is Leon Lai, and they are coached by Andy Hoffman. In lane 5, representing St Ignatius College Riverview, Samuel O'Brien, Xavier Donahue, Lucas Gonzarek, Josh Delaney. Their cox is Lachlan Horden-Smith, and they are coached by Hamish McDonald and George Davis. Finally, representing St Joseph's College in lane 6, Sean Kalingau, Henry Howard, Harvey O'Kane, and Thomas Loadsman, coxed by John Fleming and coached by Matthew Courtney.
Going through the 500 metres, it was the King's School in first, just under 3 seconds behind, back to St Joseph's, and third place was Shaw.
So we're just having a bit of a discussion up here. It looks as though we might have had a scratching from the crew from St Ignatius College in lane 5. Or not that crew not starting in any event by the looks of things, but certainly the crews from King's, Shaw, and St Joseph's competing in this race. And I would suggest early on that it's the King's School making the best of things. Happy to be corrected on that, but certainly at this stage they're looking the form crew.
That's right, they'd already pulled a few seconds over the St Joseph's crew in lane 6, closest to the grandstand, just in the first 500 metres. So off to a great start, and it's just now a matter of can they settle in and stride out over the last remaining kilometre almost of this race.
Yeah, well, that's right, it's a long race, and for many of these school-aged rowers, they've only been competing over 2,000 metres for a season or so, particularly in these age groups where in the 4th floor, of course, you might have year 10 rowers or year 9 rowers even rowing up a grade, so to speak. But certainly this King's School boat is looking very comfortable and in command of this race, settling into it through the 1,000 metres, and this is a great racing experience for them. Flat conditions here at the Regatta Centre. Of course, these guys will be focused on the head of the river in the coming weeks. So a fantastic opportunity for all the school crews out here today to get some runs on the board ahead of those pinnacle races of their seasons.
Going through the 1,500 metres, it was the King's School in first and Shaw in second and St Joseph's in third. So there's been a bit of a change there in that middle or the third 500 metres of this race. So it's going to be great final 500 metres for the St Shaw and St Joseph's crew for second place. But that King's crew over in lane 3, Woodhouse, Bedeck, Fanau, Mercantile and more, Cox by Edo Dawson, really looking into a solid lead into the last 400 metres of the school fourth fours.
Yeah, certainly no doubt about the race leaders. Tom King still in the lead and battling it out for that second place. Is the Shaw School and St Joseph's. Shaw School at this stage just looking a little bit more together. But both crews are going to keep their foot on the gas the whole way down. Plenty of pride on the line today, probably between those two crews.
Yeah, it's great to see the King's School over there on the far side. Not being complacent in that comfortable first place with about three or four boat lengths. Still keeping the rating high, coming into the last almost about 100 metres, hitting the red boys. Should be happy with that race. They've led from the start all the way through the finish, just extending their lead.
Absolutely, and just raising their rate of striking there, Tom, into the final 50 metres of this race. The boys have turned red, so they know that they are almost finished, and a very long and powerful stroke from those young men in the sky blue colours of the King's School, and they're going to take out this School 4th race at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So congratulations to the King's School. Second place, it's going to go to the Shaw School, who have just managed to pull away from the Joey's crew over here in lane 6. Congratulations to Shaw. And third place goes the way of St Joseph's College.
We have race 12 already underway, which is the school third fours. In lane 3 from St Ignatius, we have Darcy Hallam, Hugo Wrightson, Maximilian Burke, Luca Laspinia and James Stackers the Cox, coached by Hamish McDonald and George Davis. In lane 4 from St Joseph's, Declan Alexandrou, Nicolai Nevet, Harry Moorshead, Darcy Rudd and Nathaniel Chow as the Cox, coached by Matthew Courtney. In lane 5 from Kings, Tom Gavel, Jack Gall, Sterling Herritt, Henry Fagan and Hugh Miller is the Cox, coached by Tom Wickham. In lane 6 from Newington, Benjamin Ryan, Alexander Armitage, Angus Cirilau, Ethan Grove, coxed by Oliver Eason. And in lane 7 from Shaw, closer to the grandstand is Sam Kersey, Aidan McFarland, Angus Marshall, Henry Sherrington and Thomas Gray as the Cox, coached by Andy Hoffman. And as these crews went through the 1,000 metres, it was the Shaw crew with just over 2 seconds lead over St Ignatius and then just under 7 seconds back to St Joseph. So it might be a bit of a tough race between Shaw and St Ignatius in the last 1,000 metres here.
Thanks, Tom. So it's difficult to see the crews in these drizzly, foggy kind of conditions that we find ourselves subject to today from the grandstand and certainly up here from the tower. But the crews will crystallise as they come into the final 500 metres of this race. Certainly, as you say, the Shaw School making the best of things. So we're just having a bit of a discussion up here. I think it might be the St Ignatius crew in the lead. That's the crew in lane 3 on the far side of the course, furthest away from the grandstand. Certainly difficult to tell at this stage. Perhaps we'll just wait and see what happens as they come down towards the grandstand.
That's right, we are about to see the 1,500 metre mark here, and it's definitely going to be between lane 3, St Ignatius on the far side, and Shaw in lane 7, closest to the grandstand.
And here they come. It is indeed Shaw School in lane 7, so we'll stop speculating so much and just rely on the facts. Shaw School in lane 7 in the lead, and a handy advantage, probably about a boat length ahead of St Ignatius in lane 3. And both those crews a very, very significant advantage ahead of St Joseph's and Kings, respectively.
they've managed to pull a little bit further ahead in that third 500 metres. The Shaw and St Ignatius crews in the lead now with a 9.8 second advantage from second to third place. It's just a matter of how well the coxswains can see now either side of the course. The Shaw crew did have about a boat length's lead over the St Ignatius crew in lane 3 on the far side. You never know what can happen in these final 500 metres though with these schoolboy coxed fours. It is looking like the Shaw crew closest to the grandstand is starting to pick up their rating. They might have realised they're getting some bit of a challenge over from the far side from St Ignatius crew.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Certainly a response coming through from St Ignatius, who have lifted their rate of striking. So yeah, I guess the ball is in the Shaw School's court, so to speak.
That's right. They are looking quite comfortable though. They've held their lead. Just maybe a couple of points lower on the rating as they're now hitting the red boys. A bit of the crowd getting excited behind these crews here. Always good to hear the fellow schoolmates and parents get behind their crews. It is that Shaw crew starting to now pull the big ones as they're hitting the red boys into the last 50 metres of what is the third school 4 race here. Comfortably in the lead. Looking like St Ignatius crew over in lane 3 on the far side. Maybe running out a little bit of the biscuits as they hit the last 10 metres here. We'll go to first place, Shaw. Combination of Kersey, McFarland, Marshall, Sherrington and coxed by Thomas Gray. Well done, Thomas Gray, as the cox there to pull them into the first place, coached by Andy Hoffman. Second place was the St Ignatius crew. Third place will be lane 4, St Joseph's. Fourth place, crossing the line in lane 5, Kings. And fifth place will be Newington. That is rounding out the school third 4. Winning school there was Shaw, second St Ignatius, third St Joseph's, fourth Kings and fifth Newington.
Well, that's a really good race rehearsal for these young guys in the school third 4s, and the Shaw School are very, very happy indeed about that victory. So moving along to race 13, sticking with the school races here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. It's the school second 4 race, and this is pretty much a full complement of crews from each of the, usual suspects in the GPS schools. So in lane 2, representing the King's School is Hugo Firth, Chase Scott, Oscar Todd, Luca Bazzina, coxed by Hayden Duke and coached by Nicholas Jones. In lane 3, from St Ignatius College, Willem van Riswick, George Tancred, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson is in the stroke seat, and James Ray, their cox. St Ignatius are coxed by coached by Hugh Courts. In lane 4, representing Newington, is Oliver Moore, Alex Cosmas, Dylan Johnston, and Anthony Brockman, coxed by Cade Slater. In lane 5, from St Joseph's, is Oscar Haas, Oliver Haas, Byron Matheson, James Wan, Fletcher Cairns, and Zachary Taya is their cox, coached by Tom Morgan and Dion Batega. In lane 6, representing the Scots College, Jackson Durbin, Dylan Ivanovsky, Jock Sides, Thomas O'Hara. Their cox is Edison Boyton. Their coach is Toby Benjamin. In lane 7, representing Sydney Boys High School, Oscar Chen, David Wu, Bill Chu and Ethan Heibler. Their cox is Pratipan Narden. Finally, representing the Shaw School in lane 8, it's Addison Stanberg, Connor Glancy, Lachlan Paris, Ethan Nam. Their cox is Callum Zhu. Their coach is Nicholas Purnell.
Coming through the 1,000 metres, the St Ignatius crew was in the lead, but only 1.5 seconds over St Joseph's. So quite close as they went through the 1,000 metres. 2.5 seconds back to the King's School in third. In fourth place was Shaw. Bit of a gap there, 5 seconds. Bit of another gap of just under 6 seconds back to Scott's in fifth place. Sixth place was Newington and seventh was Sydney Boys High. As they're now coming almost up to the 1,500 metres, can the St Ignatius crew pull a little bit more of a lead over the St Joseph's crew in that third and pivotal 500 metres of these now 2K races that we're seeing in front of us? St Ignatius crew just pulling into the lead now with some clear water over there on the far side. Kings have moved up over St Joseph's. St Joseph's now just dropped back a fraction into third place as they hit the final 500 metres of the second 4 race, schoolboy 4 race here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. In fourth place, it was Shaw through the 1,500 metres. We're now going to see fifth place, which looks like it could be the Scots in lane 6, that's correct. Newington in 6th through the 1,500 metres, but we can see now coming into the final, almost 250 metres, it is that the crew in lane 3 from St Ignatius holding on to their lead, but it's going to be interesting between Kings and St Joseph's, lanes 2 and 5, lane 2 over on the far side and lane 5 in the middle of the course here for that second place.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. I think that's where the real race is within this race. St Ignatius certainly looking in control, and I think they're just raising their rate of striking coming into the final 150 metres of this race, give or take. And certainly, yeah, the challenge is coming down from the King's School just to snatch that second place position off of St Joseph's in lane 5.
Yeah, that's right. They should be very happy with that. They weren't in second place, and they've managed to use the middle 1,000 metres of the race to pull from what was a 3rd and 4th place up into second place, and now into a very strong second place, almost giving a bit of a press to the St Ignatius crew. That's going to cross comfortably, though, with still clear water in first place in the school's second 4. St Ignatius taking the win. Second will go to Kings in lane 2. And third, well done to St Joseph's in lane 5. Closer to the grandstand here we have the Shaw crew. Again, great to see them still pulling the big ones, not giving up. Coming into the last 20 metres here, Shaw crossing the line in 4th place. Looking like 5th place will go to to lane 6, Scots College there. The Cox sitting up, looking proud as they're about to cross the line here. Scots crossing in 5th place. 6th place will be lane 4 from Newington, and 7th place will be Sydney Boys High, just coming in front of the grandstand here now. Well done to all the boys there in the second 4.
So a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Sydney Boys High School crew just coming across the line in the school second 4 race. Congratulations to Sydney Boys High, and we are going to move straight away back down the course for race 14, which is the school first 4 race. Again, a relatively full complement of crews. We'll just run through these names quickly. It's difficult to see them down there with the rain and the fog. In lane 1 from St Ignatius, Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Thomas Johnston and Charlie Harrison, coxed by Ryan McNulty and coached by Hugh Courts. In lane 2 representing the King's School, Thomas Duffy, Harry Bodman, Grayson Odbert, Tanner Purdon, their cox is Troy Graham, their coach is Nicholas Jones. In lane 3 from the Scots College, Toby Mailer, Kwan Stamboli, Alexander Reid and Connor Hoddle, their cox is Thomas Trott, their coach is George Finlayson. In lane 4 from Newington is Noah Kinnelside, Owen Toogood, Harvey Carnegie and Callan Rixham, coxed by Elvis Johnston. In lane 5 from Sydney Grammar School, Piers Galvin, Rory Wall, James Kaleno and Cohen Parker-Burton. Paul Browdarkis is their cox. In lane 6 representing St Augustine's College, Max Tancred, William Pender, Jason Cow and Hamish Wise. Ryder Taylor is their cox and they are coached by Biani and Judith Ungermark. In lane 7, representing the Shaw School, Caleb Jones, Joshua Sauls, Sam Wiles, Henry Faddy, and their cox is Jethro Chapman, their coach is Nick Purnell. In lane 8 from St Joseph's, Matthew Reeves, Walker Courtney, Charles Watt, Jasper Smeaton, Darcy Willis is their cox and they're coached by Tom Morgan and Dion Bottega. And finally, representing the Sydney Boys High School is Brandon Lee, Neo Rustandi, John Yuen, Hayden Chen, and their cox is Micah Druvlev. Tom.
Yeah, as they went through the 1,500 metres, it was the St Ignatius crew in the lead with a 5 minutes 11 for the first 1,500, but just 0.8 of a second back to St Ignatius. So quite close for first and second here. That's lane 6 and lane 1. So lane 1 on the far side is the St Ignatius crew, and lane 6 in the middle of the track from St Augustine's. In third, it was King's, 4th Shaw, 5th St Joseph's, Sixth place was Scots, and seventh was Sydney Boys High. But it is looking like the St Ignatius crew in the middle still holding on to that first place, but definitely getting some strong competition from St Ignatius over there in lane 1 on the far side, sneaking up as they're about to hit the Red Boys in a few strokes, coming into the final here of the school's first fours.
That's right, the St Augustine's crew in those distinctive green and yellow colours. They're being pushed all the way by the St Ignatius crew over there in lane 1 on the far side of the course, and Ignatius is just raising their rate of striking. The ball is back in the court of the St Augustine's crew to respond. Coming into the final 10 strokes or so of this race. It's too tight to call. It's going to be really, really close indeed. St Augustine's are responding, lifting their rate of striking. I think, Tom, that they've just done enough to repel that late assault by the St Ignatius crew. It's a win for St Augustine, second place to St Ignatius. Third place goes the way of the Kings, and it's very tight between them and the Shaw School, who have to settle for fourth place. Fifth place is again going to be tight between St Joseph's and Scots. It looks as though it's going to be claimed on the near side in lane 8 by Joey's in lane 8. Sixth place is going to have to go to the Scots College. And finally, Sydney Boys High School on the near side of the course in lane 9. A fantastic flurry of strokes coming across the line for the Sydney Boys High School. Brendan Lee, Nia Rastandi, John Yuen and Hayden Chen. Plenty of support coming to them from the grandstand, and a fantastic effort from those boys. Congratulations to Sydney High. And it's the crew from Sydney Grammar just going to round out this school first four race.
That's right, what a great finish there. First place, St Augustine's. Second place was St Ignatius, just a margin of 1.1 seconds. Third place, Kings. Fourth place, Shaw. Fifth, St Joseph. Sixth, Scots. Seventh, Sydney Boys High. And eighth place, rounding out the schoolboys fours, was Sydney Grammar.
So we're going to take a bit of a break from the school categories of racing and return in race 15 to club rowing. It's the men's open lightweight and under 23 coxless pair. And so we have 5 crews competing in this race. Looks as though only 4 have made it to the start line. Of course, over 2,000 metres. Many of these athletes looking for qualification into state and national crews. And all of these rowers in this race coming from Sydney's high performance rowing clubs. So just running through the names as the athletes are bearing down upon us at the grandstand end of the course. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Isaac Thurnham, Charlie Hine, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, from UTS Haberfield, Patrick Burke and Mitch Kaponis, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, also from UTS, James O'Meara and Joe Lynch. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Toby Tegg and Declan Glendinning. And finally, in lane 7, also from UTS Haberfield, Zink Bosco and Nicholas Mather, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon.
Through the 1500, it was the UTS combination of O'Meara and Lynch that were in the lead, 3.8 seconds back to the Sydney crew of Tegg and Glendinning. We can see them now coming in front of the grandstand, almost into the last 200 metres of the race. It is that UTS combination of O'Meara and Joe Lynch with a comfortable lead here. The second place will be a tight competition between Sydney and the UTS crew in lane 4 by the look of it. Possibly still that Sydney crew in second place as we hit the Red Boys for first place, which is James O'Meara and Joe Lynch in the lead with some clear water over the Sydney crew. But the Sydney combination is not giving up here into the Red Boys. Still starting to pick up their rating here. Looking very comfortable. As you mentioned, some of these boys might be looking for a Penrith Cup selection, or maybe just the open fours, but it is the UTS crew of James O'Meara and Joe Lynch in first place in lane 5. Second from Sydney Rowing Club, Toby Tegg and Declan Glendinning. Third place will be also UTS over there in lane 4, Patrick Burke and Mitchell Kaponis. And fourth, rounding out the men's open lightweight and under 23 coxless pair from UTS, Zink Bosco and Nicholas Mather. All of these crews actually in under 23.
Yeah, that's right. So that last crew from the UTS boat club was Zink Bosco and Nicholas Mather. So they were the lightweight crew in that event. And yeah, the remainder of those guys in the open category within the under 23 age group. So congratulations to James O'Meara and Joe Lynch from UTS Haberfield, claim the win in that race. So moving on to race 16, which is the women's equivalent of that race, the women's open lightweight under 23 pair. So we've got 7 crews competing in this race. 6 crews competing in this race. So in lane 2, representing the University of New South Wales, Olivia Zago and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 3, from Sydney University Boat Club, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin Mulqueeny, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 6, from Sydney University Boat Club, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. In lane 7, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, is Lila Anderton and April Draney, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. And finally, in lane 8, representing the Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe Bond and Tiffany Botha, coached also by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett.
Yeah, as they went through the 1,000 metres, the halfway mark for this women's open lightweight under 23 pair combination race, it was lane 3, Sydney University, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray in first. They almost had some clear water over their fellow club members, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, 2.35 seconds behind. UTS were in third place, Lila Anderton and April Darney. So these girls, over in lane 1, just as a point of interest, is the open category, University of New South Wales. The crews in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are under 23 here.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. And similarly, these girls will be probably have one eye on selection into representative crews for both New South Wales and for Australia as well. Still a fair bit of water to row for these girls in race 16. But as you mentioned, it looks as though it's a Sydney University cruise in lanes 3 and 6 respectively, making the best of things. A UTS Haberfield in lane 7, currently in third, followed by Sydney Rowing Club, the University of New South Wales in lanes 2 and 4 after that.
Just through that third 500 metres, it is Sydney University, combination, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray have extended their lead to now having clear water over Sydney. Their fellow clubmates from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. 4.7 seconds was the margin. Just under 2 seconds back to Leela Anderton and April Darney from UTS, and then quite a bit of water back to the Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington, 16-second margin there. Just under 7 seconds back to University of New South Wales, Olivia Zago and Isabella Niven. And in 6th place from University of New South Wales, 16-second margin into 6th place of Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin McQuilney. We might have had a scratching in lane 8 from Sydney University of Zoe Bond and Tiffany Botha. Just as we've had some of the timing updated here, we can see Over there in lane 3, Sydney University, Colbrand and Gray in a really strong lead here. Very comfortable as they're about to hit the red boys the last 100 metres of this race. Slight bit of drizzle coming down. Just keeping the water flat as they hit the last now 50 metres. Very comfortable in the lead. This UTS combination, though, is really pushing the other Sydney University crew in lane 6. So it's a great race here for second. But in first place, very comfortable in lane 3 will be Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young in first place. UTS crew, Lilia Adderton and April Darney, starting to lift the rating and get within contact of the University of New South Sydney crew, but still holding on to third place, unfortunately, not being able to make up that lead that was made earlier on in the race with the 2 Sydney University crews. In fourth place, it will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington. Fourth place, just about to cross the line. Fifth place will be University of New South Wales in lane 2, Olivia Zago and Isabella Niven. And sixth place in lane 4 from University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin McQuilney, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. That was a winning time of 7:45 there for the women's pair. We're now going to move to the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have Hamish Ridd, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon. Apologies. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, we have Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jula Kalantar. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Edward Baker. In lane 5 from the Armidale School, we have Jack McCook, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, we have William Bird. In lane 8, closer to the grandstand, we have Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Hayes. These boys are all under 19 as well.
Thank you, Tom. And through the 1,000 metres, it was Harrison Braithwaite who was making the best of things. Harrison Braithwaite of the Canberra Rowing Club in lane 8. A couple of Canberra scullers making the best of things in this race, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. I think they all train together, also row for Marist College, so have come up here representing the club, which is great. They do the double and the quad, so yes. Starting to go down the track in the singles is always a good bit of competition between some crewmates. And a good bit of internal crew bragging rights, I feel.
Well, what's not to love, you know?
Exactly.
We were suggesting before that many of these, some of these Territorian scullers coming up to compete are also in the New South Wales Schoolboy Head the River tomorrow, so perhaps making a weekend of it. And the scull is just approaching the 1,500 metre mark in this race, and no doubt about our race leader. It remains Harrison Braithwaite of the Canberra Rowing Club in lane 8, and that distinctive galaxy type print on the Canberra Rowing Club Zooties, as it's been formally described to me. Garvin Hayes in second place at this stage, some 6 seconds behind his clubmate Braithwaite, and Dylan Lee of Leichhardt Rowing Club, the first New South Welshman through the 1,500 metres. Hamish Ridd in fourth, also of the Canberra Rowing Club. Fifth place at the moment is Edward Baker from Newcastle Grammar. Jack McCook in sixth position from the Armidale School.
That's right, I was just confirming. It was Harrison Braithwaite actually won the under-17 single scull here a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales State Championship. So now rowing up in the under-19s and holding on to his lead into now almost the last 250 metres, looking very comfortable in the lead. His fellow crewmate Garvin Hayes in lane 6, not letting him get away with this victory easily, still starting to lift the rating. Some of these Hayes' characteristic here is the ability to finish high, so we'll see what Garvin can pull out as we come into the last 250 metres here of the under-19 men's single scull.
Yeah, certainly impressive effort by Harrison Braithwaite, the youngster, of course, in this race, and his name is certainly one that you'll have to keep an eye out for as he progresses through the age categories and of course into the underage representative categories too. Harrison Braithwaite of the Canberra Rowing Club looking the goods and in the ascendancy as he comes past the grandstand and towards the finish line. It looks as though, Tom, we're going to have a tight finish in our hands for second place. A huge push coming from Dylan Lee of the Leichhardt Rowing Club to try and snatch the second place off of Garvin Hayes from the Canberra Rowing Club. It's going to be Braithwaite first, but second place is going to be really, really tight. Canberra Rowing Club Hayes responding. Dylan Lee really pushing. I think the Canberra Sculler is just going to get there ahead of Dylan Lee, despite that late valiant effort from the local boy, Dylan Lee. But really, really fantastic ding-dong battle just to finish off that race. Fourth place goes the way of Hamish Ridd of the Canberra Rowing Club over there in lane 1. Fifth place coming in lane 4, Newcastle Grammar's Edward Baker. And he'll be followed by the Armadale School's Jack McCook in lane 5 in those distinctive yellow bucket hats that we're so accustomed to seeing them wear.
That's right, very impressive. The unofficial split there was just 0.6 of a second between Garvin and Dylan there for second and third place. So very impressive, really bringing it down to the wire in the under-19 men's single scull. Closing out the division here, we'll have in lane 7, just about to cross the line, is William Bird from Newcastle Grammar in 7th place, and in 8th place, also from Newcastle Grammar, is Logan Harmon over in lane 2.
So we're just about to move on to race 18, which is the para single scull and also the men's under 19 and 21 single scull. But just before we do, I just want to make a couple of reminders from our hosts, the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Please be aware and that if you're cycling today out of the Regatta Centre to support your athletes as a coach or as a parent or spectator, please do wear a helmet. It is a condition of entry. Motorised scooters and bikes are not permitted for use at the venue at any time, and dogs must remain on leash at all times. They're not permitted in the water under any circumstances. Please don't throw any rocks into the Regatta Lake either. So just please be aware of those rules as you make your way around the Regatta Park today. But for the moment, race 18 is underway. It's contested by a couple of different categories. So in lane 1 from Shell Harbour City in the para division is Kevin Wall, and we've seen Kevin here twice this morning, I think, Tom.
Yep, was in the first race of the day, so yes. Came back, had a bit of breakfast, and now back out for the 2,000 metre race.
No rest, of course. Lane 2, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, is Kaylin Routley in the under-19 category. In lane 3, also in the under-19 category, is Kobe Young from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 4 from the Canberra Rowing Club, Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, William Golding. In lane 6, also from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung. Lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Riley Dale. And finally, also from Newcastle Grammar in lane 8, Ronan Brown.
We just saw some of the splits of race 18 going through the 1,500 metres. The UTS rower Routley in first place. 9.9 seconds back to Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar. 5 and a bit seconds back to Riley Dale from the Canberra Rowing Club. Was in third place. In fourth place, also from Canberra Rowing Club, is Riley Elliott. In fifth place from Newcastle Grammar, we have Mitchell Chung. Some bit more of a separation here in the second, in the under-19, under-21 single scull compared to the previous race. But still not a... Single sculls can pull down some of these margins a lot faster than the bigger boats, so you wouldn't be comfortable. It may be marginally comfortable with the 9 seconds, but you'd still want to be holding on to that the last few hundred metres here. Lane 2, UTS over there on the far side.
That's right, Kaylin Routley from UTS Haverford Rowing Club. Very impressive young man and a gentleman to talk to as well. So a number of Newcastle Grammar scullers in this race. Of course, Routley also from Newcastle coming down to Sydney and doing his rowing under the tutelage of Judith and Matthias Ungermark at UTS Haberfield, and doing very well indeed and looking very comfortable. And his name is one you want to keep an eye on, and he's going places. This young man, Kaylin Routley, looking very swish indeed out in the lead. Second place looks as though it's being commanded at the moment by Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown over here on the near side. Lane 8.
That's right, and closely followed by the Riley combination from Canberra Rowing Club. That was Riley Dale was in third place. In fourth place is looking like Riley Elliott there in lane 4. But that's about first place is Kaylin Routley taking that out with a very comfortable lead. Did not let off the gas in those last few hundred metres to pull into a more substantial lead. In lane 8, closest to the grandstand from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown, pulling a few boat lengths over Riley Dale from Canberra Rowing Club. Crossing the line in second place. Third place, Riley Dale, coached by Tom Hayes. Fourth place, we'll go to Riley Elliott, also coached by Tom Hayes, pulling in the big ones as he just about to cross the line. Fourth place to Riley Dale. Fifth place, lane 6, from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung. Sixth place, we'll go to lane 3, Kobe Young from Newcastle Grammar.
Just with a couple of scullers to finish in race 18, we'll move on to race 19, which is underway. Division 3 of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. In lane 1, representing the Sydney University Boat Club, James Scott Brown, coached by Peter Warne and Donald McLaughlin. In lane 2, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Edward Kelly, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alex Wenyon. In lane 3, from Sydney University, Hayden Mounter, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 4, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jack Power, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Alexander Page, coached by Peter Warne and Don McLaughlin. In lane 6, also from UTS Haberfield, Lawson Banks, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 7, from Sydney University, William Wolfe. And finally, in lane 8, from UTS Haberfield is Oscar Baregi.
That was just rounding out the Division 2 of the men's under 19. Congratulations to William Golding from Newcastle Grammar.
So meanwhile, race 19 underway. It's the UTS and Sydney University, a populated race. And fantastic to see these young scullers go head to head. So Jack Power was in the lead through the 1500 metres of UTS, and Oscar Baregi in second place. At that stage, Hayden Mounter was in third, Edward Kelly in fourth.
That's right, just 3 seconds separating the two UTS scullers there, and then just under 10 seconds, 9.9 seconds to Sydney University, Hayden Mounter. So probably some good training rivalry here between the two UTS crews, Power and Baregi, as they now almost get into the last 250 metres. But Jack Power sitting in lane 4 in the middle of the course, looking like he's in a commanding lead.
Yeah, Jack Power, an impressive young man, an Australian representative in the junior double. So a very experienced sculler, but also is Oscar Baregi, who's gone from strength to strength this season. Very, very powerful ergometer rower. Completed his rowing. In fact, both of these scullers from UTS in 1 and 2, attendees of the St Ignatius College in Riverview. So, but certainly Jack Power making the best of things, and he's raising his rate of striking, not getting too comfortable at all. His rating has gone through the roof. He's probably in the high 30s there as he comes into the final 100 metres of this race or so. Baregi maintaining a rate of striking that's slightly lower. And Jack Power certainly making the most of things and putting on a real clinic in sculling for us today. So congratulations to Jack Power of UTS Haberfield. claims the win in the third division of the men's under-19-21 single scull. Oscar Baregi of UTS Haberfield also in lane 8. Some 7 seconds behind Power.
That's right, and then crossing in third place from Sydney University will be Hayden Mounter, coached by Dylan McLaughlin. Gap there, margin, of 13.6 seconds. And then in lane 2 from UTS, Edward Kelly in fourth. Fifth will go to the UTS rower. In lane 6, Lawson Banks, definitely not giving up there, has crossed the line in 5th place. And in 6th place, in lane 7 from Sydney University, William Wolof.
Unofficially, that race was won by Jack Power in a time of 7:15.56, a just cracking time. So some fast conditions on the course today. So congratulations to Jack Power, and 7:22 unofficially to Oscar Baregi as well. So very fast sculling here in the under-19, under-21 men's single sculls.
That's right, Michael. Now we're going to move to the women's under-19, under-21 single scull. We have 2 divisions here. Race 20 about to get underway. We can see them at the start line there. In lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Maya Ibista, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalanta. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 4 from Glebe, Poppy Hartley, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie. In lane 6 from the Armidale School, Isabella Crawford, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 7 from UTS, Freya Bateman has been a scratching. In lane 8 from St George, Tessa Jones, coached by Mark Featherstone. And in lane 9, Gabby Cypher, coached by Charlie Patterson. Some common names here that we've seen from last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, the New South Wales champs.
Yeah, that's right. It's that time of year, isn't it, Tom, where we just have regatta after regatta, and we love it.
Yeah, that's right. Gabby Cypher doing well, obviously, at the New South Wales champs. And then looking like the Mackenzie combinations from Newcastle Grammar as well, some common names from 2 weeks ago.
So you can see the scullers in race 20 are just getting underway down the starting blocks. The rainy conditions look to have cleared for the moment, so we're having a clearer view down to the start of the course. But certainly just getting underway and approaching the 500-metre mark in this race, in race 20. And these scullers looking to settle into their race rhythms relatively quickly after having reached that initial milestone in the race. And their coaches will be, of course, cheering them on from the side, barking orders.
As expected through the 500 metres and coming up to almost 1,000 metres, it is Gabby Cypher in the lead from Sydney Rowing Club. Gabby did win the under-19 women's championship here a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales champs, so some strong pedigree coming into the final end of the season here. And for the big races, we'll expect to see her probably in contention in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, as they're coming into vision in about 3 or 4 minutes. through the 1,000 metres, it was Gabby Cypher in first. 2.6 seconds back to Annabelle McKenzie. In third place, Georgina Stevenson. 3.3 seconds was the margin. In fourth place, Jemima McKenzie. 3.6 seconds margin there. Isabella Crawford in fifth and Poppy Hartley in sixth as they went through the 1,000 metres. You'll have some great racing here between Gabby Cypher and Annabelle McKenzie. Annabelle is over in lane 3 and Gabby Cypher in lane 9, closer to the grandstand. So some tough competition spread across the course. In third place, it was Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 1. So coming into the final 750 metres, it will be contention will be between lane 1 Sydney, lane 3 Newcastle and lane 9 Sydney Rowing Club. But Gabby Cypher will be tough to row down in the final half of this race. Through the 1,500 metres, Gabby Cypher still holding on to the lead, but the margin being narrowed from Georgina Stevenson in with just 1.2 seconds behind Georgina, moving into second place over Annabelle McKenzie. Georgina over in lane 1, so Sydney Rowing Club in first and second, splitting the course in half with lane 1 and lane 9. And Jemima McKenzie, 8.6 seconds was her margin back to fourth place. We can see them now coming into almost the last 250 metres. Closer to the grandstand is Gabby Cypher and Georgina Stevenson over on the further side of the course in lane 1. Will be tough for them to be aware of each other being so close as we're about to hit the final stages of this race. I can see on the far side Georgina Stevenson starting to pick up her rating as she's gone through that 250 metres to go mark, really starting to step it up. Hopefully Gabby Cypher, closest to us in lane 9, can respond. She might have a bit of a peek over shortly just to see where the competition is at.
It's always hard to tell on the extremities of the course. But yeah, certainly these two scullers from Sydney Rowing Club in the lead. Georgina Stevenson, as you said, Tom, just lifting her rate of striking. Just a question of whether Gabby Cypher has got enough in the tank to respond. Coming past the grandstand now into the final red boys. It is the scullers from Sydney Rowing Club. Gabby Cypher, Georgina Stevenson, both in the under-19 age category, and we're not going to know right until the end who's got it. I would suggest it is Cypher with a very narrow advantage ahead of Stevenson in the final couple of strokes, and yes, that's correct. It is Cypher who claims the win in Division 1 of the Women's Under-19 21 Scull. Georgina Stevenson having to settle for second place. Third place looking as though it's going to go the way of Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle McKenzie in lane 3. Crossing the line just right about now. Fourth place going the way of Jemima McKenzie, also from Newcastle Grammar. Fifth place looking poised to go to the Armidale School's Isabella Crawford in that distinctive red boat. And the race is a little bit spread out here. In sixth place looking to go the way of Glebe Rowing Club's Poppy Hartley, lane 4. Still to come are the scullers from Leichhardt in lane 2, Maya Eisbister, and also St George Rowing Club's Tessa Jones over here in lane 8.
We do also have on the track the second division of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull. They have passed through the 1,000 metres, but over in lane 1 it is Sydney University, Charlotte Harton, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 3 from University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgie Caitlin, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 5 from Sydney, Madison Jones, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Ciara Ortolini, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berrichi, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 8 is Jade Bliss from UTS, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. And in lane 9 from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, and coached by Charlie Patterson. So some heavy competition here from Sydney Rowing Club, but it was Jade Bliss from UTS in the lead at the 1,500 metre mark with a quite substantial 10-second margin back to Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 9. So lane 8 and 9 as they come into the final. 250 metres here, which is Division 2 of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Jade Bliss of UTS Haberfield did her rowing at school at the St Catherine School in Bronte. And yeah, very promising young sculler. Yeah, commands probably a boat length or two ahead of Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. But also in the middle of the course, Madison joins in lane 5. Not too far off the pace either, so it'll be interesting to see how that all shapes up when the scullers come right in front of us here at the tower.
That's right, and over on the far side, Charlotte Harton and Paige Critchlow also having a bit of a good hit out. It looks like Charlotte Harton has stepped up her rating over the Sydney Rowing Club. Paige Critchlow just to solidify what looks like maybe third, fourth place, but it's always good to see some tough competition in the final. Red Boys, it is Jade Bliss from UTS in still that comfortable lead that she did have at the 1,500 metre mark. Now just coming into the final 50 metres.
It's a very clean sculling from Jade Bliss indeed in the final 20 metres or so, and she will claim Division 2 of the women's under-19 21 single scull, so congratulations to Jade. Second place looking as though it's going to go the way of lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Madison Joins, who in the last 100 metres just extended a little bit of a lead over her clubmate Neve Tierney, who has to settle for third place. Fourth place looking as though it's going to go the way of Charlotte Harton from Sydney University Boat Club. Fifth goes the way of Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club. Sixth place to Georgia Catlin of Sydney Rowing Club. Seventh place to Sydney University's Ciara Ortolani, and then followed by Sarah Bertry of Sydney Rowing Club. And just to finalise this race, in lane 3, representing the University of New South Wales, is Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler.
That's right, we're now moving to school year 10 eights. This is the fourth eights are on the track right now. In lane 3 from Shaw, Max La Orange, Jonty Lusk, William Dunn, Taj Robertson, Charles Ryan, Alec Eldershaw, Jack Reynolds, Thomas Frith, and coxed by Sam Avanti. In lane 4 from St Ignatius, Finn Edgerton Warburton, William DeVos, Oliver Burgess, Oliver Essenhauer, Henry Klock, Alexei Shulbetsky, Alexander Teo, Luke Delaney, coxed by Charles Lennon, coached by Timothy Sakel. In lane 5 from Scots, we have Jesse Sapius, Max Algi, Cooper Chabau, Nick Tanos, Torsen Schmidt, Tennyson Bors, Marcus Lamb, Benuka Edawira, Angus Blight is the cox and coached by E.L. Ellis. And in lane 6, St. Joseph's, Cade Van Hisseldy, Oliver Brooks, Max Toro, Jack Stewart, Maximir Sivaranjar, Fletcher Glenfell, Arjun Logan, Henry O'Mallory, and Jack Ledden is the Cox, coached by Matt Mulders. And as these crews went through the 500 metre mark, St Ignatius had pulled into the lead with a 3.2 second lead, and they're now just going through the 1,000 metres. We can see that lead has extended to some clear water over shore. Combination in lane 3, 6.6 seconds, so they've doubled their lead in that second 500 metres. And now back to third place, St Joseph's in lane 6, just a fraction of clear water over the Scots in fourth. So some tight competition here for first and second and third and fourth as we get into the second half of the school year 10 fourth eights.
That's right, Tom, and the St Ignatius crew, as you mentioned, in the lead. It's a very strong program of late over there on the waters of the Lane Cove River, and they are leading this race through the 1,000 metres ahead of the Shore School.
St Ignatius still holding that lead and extending it out through the 1,500 metre mark. Just having some issues with the timing here, that's okay. St Ignatius in a commanding lead over the Shore crew in lane 3 on the far side, and then back to St Joseph's in what was third place, and fourth to Scots as they went through the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, St Ignatius looking very commanding in the lead and not under much pressure at all from their opponents at this stage. A very long and relaxed rhythm being exhibited in that St Ignatius boat. And a really good chance, as Tom and I have mentioned, for these crews to train towards the head of the river races and the relative pinnacles of these school seasons, coming around the corner just in a few short weeks' time out here at the Regatta Centre for many of these schools.
That's right, lane 4, the St Ignatius crew here into just extending their lead in the last 250 metres, looking very comfortable. Obviously, some of these schools showing their depth. The crews in front of us are their fourth crews. So, in theory, there's 3 crews ahead of them.
Yeah,
so
very large rowing programs, particularly, that's the case over at St Ignatius College, who, as I've said, have enjoyed a very successful past few seasons, winning ahead of the river last year, of course, in the first 8. But at the moment, the Year 10 fourth 8 has done the job. Well done to St Ignatius College. Second place, it is going to go to Shore in lane 3. St Joseph's in lane 6, looking poised to claim third place. And they're just raising their rate as they come towards the final 10 metres or so of this race. So congratulations to St Joseph's. And finally, in fourth place, it's going to be Scots in lane 5 in those distinctive yellow zoot suits.
that's right, that's closing out the fourth 8s for this Year 10 school 8s. To race 23, third eights. In lane 1 from Scots, Ethan Caraballas, Eric Johnson, Aston Benclavas, Rocco Rossi, Robert Beck, David Bai, Philip Young, Max Prout, Charlie Cameron is the Cox and coached by Remy McKay. In lane 2 from Sydney Grammar, Ollie Bailey, James Rinder, Tarith Kamaji, Nicholas Kappelman, Severio Ferrara, Billy Egginton, Joshua Kim, Jeremy Stewart, and Rico Zhao is the Cox, coached by Finn Brownlow, Zerison and Charlie Hine. In lane 3 from Kings, Henry Hazlitt, Charles McLean, Jock McGrath, Harry Sewell, Patrick Irwin, Will Ralph, Kingsley Little, Taj Bradford, and Gus Collins is the Cox, coached by Felix Lee. In lane 4 from St Ignatius, Kieran Dennis, Matthew Berman, Dakar Waldron, Joshua Dystar, Henry McKay, Boston Kirkby, Alexander Briscoe, Jack Heer, Henry Rose is the Cox and coached by Marcus Baragotti. In lane 5 from Sydney Boys High, Arnav Argawal, Jasper Zeng, Lucas Wang, Nesta Chan, Ryan Allen, Sabao Barab, Klein Koi, Lucas Zhang, and coxed by Lyndon Chow. In lane 6 from St Joseph's, Daniel Stewart, Fletcher Stephen, Angus Falk, Edward Reinhardt, Lachlan Campy, Julius Lum, George Graham, Jed Holgate, and coxed by Hayden Darby and coached by Joseph Bradshaw. In lane 7 from Newington, Oscar Browning, Aidan Fong, Gallant Sam, Rory Begg, Connor Hunter, James Morris, Aston Rose, Mitchell Smith, and Ethan Gregory is the Cox. In lane 8 from Shaw, Joel Hammerford, William Wykeham Finesse, Lachlan McIntosh, Tom Green, Braden McDonald, Toby Crowther, Liam Kennedy, Christopher Yun, and Jetty Sam is the Cox and coached by Nigel Collins.
Thank you, Tom. And through the 1,000 metres, it was the St Ignatius crew making the best of things ahead of Shaw School by some 1.45 seconds. And it's a pretty tight race, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Joey's, Kings and Scots, respectively. Sydney Grammar just a little bit off the pace, currently in 6th place. But again, the St Ignatius school crews are showing their depth, are really a commanding lead from the St Ignatius crew at this stage of the race, but all to play for the remainder of this race. Still some 750 metres to row for these youngsters in the school year 10 third 8. So coming into the last 500 metres of this race, and it is St Ignatius still with a narrow lead ahead of Shaw and St Joseph's. Kings currently in 4th, and Scots just coming through the 1,500 metres now as well. So this will be a very fascinating race just to watch as we come into the last 500 to 250 metres. Question is, have St Ignatius got enough left in the tank to fend off any late surges or advances by the Shaw School over here on the near side of the course, and also St Joseph's College in those Cerise Zudis in lane 6. Scots and Kings, of course, having their own little battle over there on the far side for fourth place. But yeah, things heating up now towards the front end of this race. St. Ignatius still in the lead. Shaw have put a little jump on Joey's, who are just under a little bit of pressure now in order to fight for that second silver medal position. It is St. Ignatius College who are in the lead, and they are going to claim it by the looks of things. Shaw coming back really strongly, and I think they're going to just push Joey's out to third place, and they're finishing really fast. A really strong performance by the Shaw School to finish this race off. It's a win for St. Ignatius, second place to Shaw, and third place to St. Joseph's, and a cracking finish in that race. And those boys really happy in the St. Ignatius crew. High fives all round. Fourth place looking as though it's going to go to the King School in lane 3. Fantastic effort. Fifth place to Scots, some 3 seconds behind Kings. And a couple of crews yet to finish. We've got Sydney Grammar over there in lane 2. And then another battle happening back between Sydney Boys High School and Newington in lanes 5 and 7. So that'll be an interesting one to watch as we come into the final stages of their race. Sydney Grammar in lane 2 claims 6th. So Sydney High just got their bow balls in front of this Newington boat, so they just maintain their composure. They're looking poised to claim 7th place ahead of Newington in lane 7. Congratulations to Sydney Boys High. 8th to Newington. So moving right along to race 24, the school year 10 second 8. In lane 1, representing the Scots College, Finn Ellis, Finn Simpson, Bo Skelton, Oscar Tremlett, Hamish Wiseman, Edward Green, Max Bukes, Jack Tabor. Their cox is Nick Phillips, and their coach is James Delmenico. In lane 2, representing St. Joseph's College, River Phelps, Connor Hopkins, Angus Bowen, Kaya Nevitt, Jack McCarthy, Finn Clare, Henry Campbell, Henry Edwards. Their cox is Jack Garn, and their coach is Nick Bolonagoff. In lane 3, from the King's School, Nicholas Walsh, Aidan O'Shea, Joel Davis, Jack Hall, Charlie Camilleri, Dave King, Prem Sivaganabalan, Harry Irving, James Calabro is their cox, and Archie Stacey is their coach. In lane 4, representing St. Ignatius College, Riverview, Hugo Brown, Thomas Tancred, Ben Walker, William Brown, Benjamin Eisenhower, Theo Turner, Edward Ruddick, and William Bryant. Their cox is Zeke Chan. Their coach is Simon Canderas. In lane 5, representing Sydney Grammar, Gabriel Song, Joe Lanigan, Harry Snow, Sebastian Blore, Yi-Sung Cho, Miles Watt, Jeremy Court, Raphael McNeil Chapman. Justin Chan is their cox. They are coached by Finn Brownlow Zerson and Charlie Hine. In lane 7, representing Sydney Boys High, it's George Mermelis, Ryan Allen, Lucas Zhang, Isaac Marsic, Roy Zhang, Benjamin Chan, Nestor Chan. Their stroke seat is Delbert Zhu, cox is Ben Wu. And lane 7 is the Shaw School. Shaw School are represented by Henry Roxburgh, Alex Rogan, Sam Bowman, Lawson Armstrong, Rupert Forrester, Austin Hamilton, Hugh Riley, Billy Blaise. Their cox is Eddie Brooks, and their coach is Jack Message. In lane 8, from Newington College, and the final crew in this race, it's William Chanter, Angus Edwards, Andrew Comonos, William Gray, Finn Hanna, Benjamin MacDessie, Jed Robertson, and Liam Mitchell Zancanaro, and their cox, Noah Clayton. So we are underway and about halfway through this race, and it is the Shaw School in the lead, ahead of St. Ignatius, St. Joseph's, Newington King Scots, Sydney Grammar, and Sydney High in that order. And it's a tight race up towards the top end of this field, 1.86 seconds and then 1.87 seconds the margins to second and third. So it's all to row for in the final, the remaining 1,000 metres, I should say, of this race. So Shaw School in lane 7 in the lead through the 1,000 metres. Ignatius in lane 4, Joey's in 2, Newington in 8, Kings in 3, Scott's in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 5, and Sydney Boys High in lane 6. And you can just see on the live stream if you're joining us online today or in the grandstand on the big screen, it is the Shaw School in lane 7 looking very commanding and in the lead in this race. And I think they might have extended their advantage ahead of St Ignatius, and they have done by a substantial way. Ignatius in second, St Joseph's in third, and a similarly close margin between those two crews. Newington in fourth at the moment, Kings in fifth, Scott's in sixth at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. Shaw did pull out about a 2-second lead in that third 500 metres over St Ignatius in second, and St Joseph's still sitting just 1.8 behind, which is the same margin as they went through the 1,000 metres. So hanging on to that third place and really looking to move into second. But it is the Shaw School in lane 7 in that lead that they've had for the majority of the race. Now just almost into the final 250 metres, looking in a solid position. They can see all their crews around them and be able to just stretch out as they now are in the final closing 250 metres.
Yeah, so it's a really good middle 1,000 that's been performed by that school, that Shaw School crew. And yeah, they'll be really happy with that, and their coaches will be as well. And very gutsy performance just to hold their own as the going gets tough in the middle of a 2K race. But it's not over yet, folks. We've got St Ignatius and Joey's bearing down upon the Shaw School, and yeah, Ignatius are raising their rate of striking just to take the challenge back to the Shaw School. I would suggest it might be a little bit late. I think the Shaw School have done enough, and I think they will carry on and claim this school Year 10 second 8 race by pretty much a boat length, Tom, and that's a really, really impressive flourish at the end there from the Shaw School to claim race 24. Second place, it is going to be St Ignatius. Third place going to St Joseph's in lane 2. Fourth place to Newington, lane 8. Fifth place to Kings in lane 3. Sixth place is going to go to Scott's in lane 1. And still to come, it's Sydney Grammar in lane 5 and Sydney Boys High in lane 6.
That's right, just closing out the second Year 10 8. Coming across the line in lane 5 from Sydney Grammar will claim 7th place, and 8th place Sydney Boys High in lane 6. Now going to the Year 10 first 8s. In lane 1 from Sydney Grammar, we have Benjamin Alton, Diamond Leonard, Harry Lee, James Bates, Daniel Hall, William Stambles, Archer McBurney, Anton Pernamal, and Jonas Kippelman as the cocks, coached by Stephen Tong and John Russell. In lane 2 from St Joseph's, Samuel Spork, Ari Grek, Henry Troy, Joseph Lane, Bryn Whitaker, Matthew Pass, Thomas Curran, Tate Fredrickson, Lachlan Moulders is the cocks and coached by Henry Ryan. In lane 3 from Sydney Boys High, Benjamin Dang, Sharab Parab, Michael Lipper, Leo Vathakavi, Max McLeod, Gabrielle Sanzang, Ethan Wilkinson, Roman Samsonov, and Lance Denangang as the cocks. In lane 4 from Scott's, we have Charles White, Henry Merrin, Oliver Milling, Jasper Talzel, Hugh Merriman, Dean Lowe, Max Berkelau, Maxwell Crawford, and William Porter is the cocks and coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 5 from Shaw, Henry Wheeler, George Scamell, Henry Faulkner, Ben McHutchinson, Luke Robertson, Hamish Gilligan, Harrison Frappe, Oliver Paris, and Oscar Miller is the cocks and coached by David Jennings. In lane 6 from Newington, Theo Downing, Lewin Whitaker, Evan Grillikis, Will Gillespie Penny, Charles Allowed, Oscar Walsh, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Patterson, Hugo Baker is the cocks and coached by Marty Nicholas. In lane 7 is Kings, Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Batchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millard, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Paladis, and Louis Hodgson, Hodgkinson is the cox and coached by Davis Gearley and Ed Yorson. And in lane 8, St Ignatius, Archer Hartman, Alexander Kerr, Noah Coble, Harry Walker, Banjo Metcalfe, Julian Carr, Thomas Clintock, Andrew Bigg, Nicholas Colbert is the cox and coached by Jackson Garrels and James Benson.
Thank you, Tom. And race 25, as we've just called out, is well underway and halfway through. St Ignatius in the lead through the 1,000, but that's just changed. The crew's just come through the 1,500 metres, and it is a fascinating race, folks, developing in front of us. The King's School in the lead now, followed by Shaw, St Ignatius and St Joseph's. And there's nothing in it between those top 4 crews at all. We are in for a thrilling conclusion to this school year 10 first 8 race, and this is going to be fantastic preparation for these boys leading into the head of the rivers in a few short weeks. Sydney Grammar in 5th, Newington in 6th, and Scott's in 7th. So a really, really tight race all round, and lots of mini battles playing out between each of these crews. Some fantastic vision coming through on the live stream that you can see, or on the big screen from the coach's launch. That's the Newington crew in lane 6 that you can see on the vision, and it's a fantastic race. We're coming down to the final 250 metres, and it'll be very interesting to see if the King's School has opened up any sort of advantage ahead of their opponents. The King's School in the light blue. I think that's the Shaw School in the middle, just pressing back on them. I think King's School might be opening up a very small advantage, but don't rule out St Joseph's on the far side in lane 2, who are really, really pushing back quite strongly, and I might suggest they're pushing up on the Shaw School as well. It's going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. The King's School in lane 6, Shaw just a little bit back, but Joey's are really pushing hard. They're pushing hard against a King's School over here in lane 7. King's School responding, and King's School raised their rate of striking. King's looking very strong, and they're going to claim the year 10 first 8 race by a very narrow margin ahead of St Joseph's in 2. Shaw settled for 3rd. 4th place goes to St Ignatius. And 5th place, it's really tight. It's going to be Grammar, Scots, and then Newington in that order. Well, we can all breathe now.
Yeah, that was an amazing finish there, with just a margin of 1.7 for 2nd place, 1.6 for 3rd place. Some tight racing there, and they definitely, Kings did push that lead a little bit in the last 500 metres there to extend it out to having just a length over the top of St Joseph's. That was Sydney Boys High just rounding out 8th place in the Year 10 First 8s. We are now sticking with 8s, but we're going to Men's Masters 8s. So back to the 1,000 metre mark here. In Men's Masters, we have some quite astounding age gaps here between some of these crews, which will lead to some very big handicaps. In lane 2 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Benjamin Farah, Rob Gilmore, Marcus Wilson, James Dupree, Tom Allen, Edward Palamisano, Rob Kazga, Charles Bascott, and Ruth Kelly is the cox, coached by Richard Hallett. This crew has a challenging handicap of 68 seconds in lane 2. Lane 3 from North Shore, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Kieran Shelkar, Joe Daly, Mark Worrell, Jeffrey Berry, George Luriton, Tom Payton, and coxed by Sasha Graham, coached by Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, and Kim Rudder. This crew from North Shore has a 64-second handicap. In lane 4 from Mossman, Michael Singer, Michael Wenzel, Scott Bleakey, Andrew Croker, Richard Parry, Andrew Harrigan, Lachlan Evans, Ian Alslop, and Michael Rasmussen as the cox. Also 64-second handicap. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club is Ken Rickard Bell, Stuart Cowap, Patrick O'Connor, Carl Quizau, Ross Prickard, Mark Binder, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil, and coxed by Bradley Wooten. This crew has a 60-second handicap. In lane 6 from North Shore, Jeff Wannon, Peter Hornton, Maximilian Ott, Chris Walsh, Richard Lawson, Alastair Smith, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, and coxed by Jennifer Pollock, coached by Kim Rudder. They have a 49-second handicap. And off go is a North Shore composite with North Shore, St George, Drummoyne, Endeavour, Canberra and Newington. The crew is all over the age of 80, with the youngest rower being the stroke Len Walters of 80 years old, but Les Higgins in bow, Michael College, Alan Atkins, John James, Graham Warne, Ian Toll, David Kay, and Len Walters, as I mentioned, in the stroke seat, and Jacqueline Marks as the cox. And this crew is off go. We can see them now just coming up to the start line. The crew in lane 7, just peeking onto the screen there, will go off first. 49 seconds handicap to lane 6, 60 seconds to lane 5, 64 seconds to the North Shore and Mossman crews in lanes 3 and 4, and then on the far side from Leichhardt, 68-second handicap. So a big spread here. We'll see them as they come through the halfway mark with a bit of expecting the crew closest to the grandstand, North Shore, to be in the lead, and then that last 500 metres we'll start to see how the crews are faring over the 1,000 metres. That's there. We can see that North Shore composite crew on the camera there. Great footage here from the umpire's boat. As I mentioned, very impressive that they're out there. All 8 men over the age of 80. Len Walters, the spring chicken, of 80 years old in the crew, and Les Higgins of 88 in the bow. So almost age-ordered the crew. Always very impressive to see such a group of athletes still out there being able to go down the track. The race is underway, and we have seen the North Shore crew head off. Just going off now then is North Shore 3 crew with a 49-second handicap. Shortly we're going to see the Mossman and Sydney crews go off with, Sydney crew go off with a 60-second handicap. North Shore and Mossman will go off with 64 seconds, and finishing off the start there with a 68-second handicap from Leichhardt Rowing Club over in lane 2. We can see the North Shore composite with North Shore, St George, Drummoyne, Endeavour, Canberra and Newington as expected in the lead, but they have handed up a 49-second at minimum handicap over their competitors from North Shore. So we'll see what happens as they start to come into the final half of the Men's Masters 8.
And it is fascinating, as you say, Tom. Benjamin Farrow in the Leichhardt Rowing Club boat, who is just only getting underway, some 56 years junior to Les Higgins in the North Shore composite boat over here in lane 7. So let's see how this plays out.
That's correct. We can see on screen there the North Shore composite of Les Higgins, Michael College, Alan Atkins, John James, Graham Warne, Ian Toll, David Kay and Len Walters, coxed by Jacqueline Marks, coming past the 500 metre mark here in the Men's Masters 8. Still holding on to a substantial chunk of those handicaps, but we will see hopefully an exciting final 500 metres. There no doubt will be some tough competition from the Leichhardt with North Shore and Mossman in lanes 2, 3 and 4. The younger crews of C and D Masters age, Sydney and North Shore 3 Sydney being E Masters Age and North Shore being G. There could be some actual interesting combinations here in North Shore and Mossman with the D grade average crews heading into the Australian Masters Championship. The Interstate Masters require D grade age average for crews competing in the Interstate Masters race. You can see here, coming into now the last 250 metres, it is the North Shore composite crew holding on to their lead, but it's going to be some hot competition from the Sydney Rowing Club combination in lane 5, starting to really move into the last 300 metres of this race, and also on the far side, the Leichhardt crew. The younger crew out there starting to now find their rhythm and work through the handicap. It's just a matter of, can the North Shore crew closest to the grandstand hang on to those handicaps that were very generously allocated to them at the start.
Oh, have a look at that Leichhardt crew coming through on the far side. They really are, they've got a high rate of striking. They're looking very strong indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if they came through and pushed the North Shore crew off the top rung here. Sydney Rowing Club also looking very strong, and they are taking the fight to Leichhardt as well, and might be just resisting that push from them to go into the lead. Sydney Rowing Club, I think it is, who have a very narrow margin ahead of Leichhardt, who are just trying to get their bow ball back into the game. But I think Sydney Rowing Club have done enough to resist that push from Leichhardt. A very impressive comeback from such a large handicap, but not to be. It's a win for Sydney Rowing Club, lane 5. Second place to Leichhardt. Third place is going to be really close between North Shore and Mossman. North Shore in lane 6 are going to grab it by the narrowest of margins. Fourth place to Mossman, I should say. The North Shore composite boat in lane 7 settles for 5th.
That's right. Great to hear the round of applause for the North Shore composite crew coming over in 5th. And now just rounding out the men's Masters 8 in lane 3 will be North Shore D average crew. I think I did see on the camera a little bit of equipment issues early on, so that probably explains this bigger gap than expected in the final closing stages of the men's Masters 8.
So moving along to race 27, the first division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Soraya Mackay-Colin and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 3, representing Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, Shoalhaven and St George Rowing Clubs is Amanda Berendt, Katrina Davis, Trudy McDonald and Daniela Borgert. In lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club is Helen Grunwald, Julianne Brighton, Karen Turcato and Jennifer Edge. In lane 5, from North Shore Rowing Club is Zita Briones, Ruth Gibson, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6, from Drummoyne Rowing Club is Wendy Roncolato, Marcella Cox, Jodie Panagopoulos and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 7, from North Shore Rowing Club is Julie Boehm, Annalise Appleton, Jo Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker. And there was a scratching just from a final crew in lane 8 representing North Shore. But we are underway in race 27 some 20 seconds ago, and let's just see how this plays out. That Leichhardt composite boat, Tom, I think in lane 3 was the representative boat for New South Wales in the Masters category, if I'm not mistaken, in 2023. So of course they'll be looking to build on successes and combinations established in previous seasons and perhaps qualify that boat again. But of course, plenty to play for at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Master selectors around the place today as well. Yeah, that's right. And some of the crews closer closer to the grandstand in lane 7 going off go. A few handicaps of 4 seconds to the Leichhardt, Sydney, North Shore and Drummoyne, and then 11 seconds back to Glebe. We can see some great footage here of the Masters Women's Quad going through the 500 metre mark. It was that Leichhardt composite, Michael, that you were mentioning,
that potentially has some solid pedigree and looking to be reselected as the New South Wales Masters crew. North Shore was just 4.9 seconds behind in second place, also followed by North Shore in third place, Drummoyne, Sydney and Glebe. Getting some great footage here. Unfortunately, the drizzle has got a little bit on the camera, but we can still see lane 6 and 7 there. Nice and close up from the umpire's launch as they're coming into the final half of the Masters quad. That crew in lane 3, though, from Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, Shoalhaven and St George, definitely into their lead. They have easily worked through their 4-second handicap and now putting clear water on the rest of the pack coming into the final 250 metre mark. The composite crew, as mentioned, just extending their lead and not letting it go. This could be some selection criteria here, or just wanting to prove a point with these women's quads coming into the end of the season when the Masters regattas start to pick it up.
Yeah. Certainly that crew in lane 3 looking very strong. I should correct something I said earlier. Last year in the Interstate Women's Masters quad at the National Masters Championships, Daniela Borgert and Trudy McDonald from this crew represented New South Wales, and they teamed up on that occasion with Wilson and Clay of the Mossman Rowing Club. So this is not the identical combination that I said earlier, but teaming up today with Amanda Berent and Katrina Davis. So they are looking good and indeed in form. Crossing the line in first place, Leichhardt Composite boats in lane 3.
We have Glebe really coming home strong here over the lane 5, North Shore. It's looking like North Shore will just hold on by half a canvas, crossing in second place, North Shore in lane 5. Third place goes to Glebe in lane 2. And also now a good race for 4th and 5th. Looks like it will be Drummoyne that will hold 5th place, 6th place going to North Shore, and 7th place of Sydney Rowing Club crossing the line. That was Division 1 of the Masters quad. First place, the Leichhardt Composite with Lake Macquarie, Shoalhaven and St George.
Thank you, Tom. So we're looking at race 28, the second division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing Mossman, is Kathy Wood, Jem Lambert, Tiffany Hutchison and Margaret Small. In lane 3, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, is Sky Smith, Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan and Rowena Stewart. In lane 4, it's a St George and Black Mountain Rowing Club composite. Pamela Nash, Jenny Wilson, Christine McCready and Joanne Ward. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Diane Williams, M. Barak, Diana Fekete and Susan Huggett. In lane 6, from North Shore Rowing Club, is Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles. They're coached by John Gouvenet. And finally, representing North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7 is Susan Wannon, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabro and Susan Walter. And they're coached by Kim Rudder. So that race is underway, race 28. The crew on the near side, North Shore, was off go. Lane 6, North Shore gave them 11 seconds. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5 was off 19. So the George Composite in lane 4 was also off 19 and 25 seconds, both handicapped for Drummoyne in lane 3 and Mossman in lane 2. So we have this side of the course at the moment is looking as though they're far and away in the lead, but of course, theoretically, we'll see the crews on the far side of the course catch up to North Shore over here in lane 7 as the race progresses.
Yeah, that's right. The handicaps really come into play in the second 500 metres of the Masters race and into the final 250 metres. So we could expect to see the Mossman and Drummoyne crew over on the far side work through their 25-second handicap of the rest of the pack. Closest to the grandstand in lane 7, North Shore off go, and then 25 seconds across on the far side as they're about to come into the halfway mark of the Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. through the 500 metres, it was the North Shore crew in the lead. St George Black Mountain Composite crew in lane 4 was 10 seconds behind. They did have to give up a handicap of 19 seconds. So I've worked through just under half of their handicap, but looking very strong as they're coming into the final 400 metres of the race. Potentially going to give this North Shore crew in lane 7 a good run for their money as they start to work through their handicaps. I would say they're probably almost in first place as we are getting to the final 300 metres of the race. The North Shore crew really need to try to hang on to their handicap that was given to them at the start. It is looking like, though, the combination of Nash, Wilson, McCready and Ward, coached by Bruce Williams, is going to start to stretch out into first place. It's a matter of can that Leichhardt crew as well in lane 5 also follow through with the St George Composite into second place and fight through those two North Shore crews to their left side. But it is the St George and Black Mountain Composite crew really pulling out into the lead now, working through their 19-second handicap and now starting to maybe even get some clear water over the North Shore crew closest to the grandstand.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The St George Composite crew just flexing their muscles there. Pamela Nash, we saw her earlier on this morning in the single scull. Jenny Wilson, a former state representative as well, as Chris McCready as well from St George. So plenty of pedigree in that boat, and unsurprising to see them in the lead. And yeah, they pressed out and taking this one from North Shore, who had, of course, the advantage of the handicap system. So it's a win for St George Composite in lane 4.
And looking very close here for second, third and fourth. It looks like the North Shore crew of lane 7 will hang on to the handicap. North Shore in lane 6 will second, and Leichhardt will go fourth. That was very close. It's been called a photo finish, so we might have to wait for the official times. But to call it unofficially, it might be lane 7, North Shore held onto their handicap. North Shore in lane 6. Crossed in third, and then fourth was Leichhardt. Drummoyne's crossed in fifth, and Mossman in sixth. So while we wait for the photo...
Oh, gee, that was really close. But I do think by the narrowest of margins, it was that North Shore crew in lane 7 who just held on, just on the surge, and crossed the line ahead of North Shore in lane 6, and also Leichhardt.
That's right. Now going back to the 2,000 metre start, we're into the schoolboy coxed quads.
That's right. We've got 4 crews, Tom, in this race. Yes, and they're all there by the looks of things on the live stream. So in lane 3, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Edward Baker, Mitchell Chung, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. Their cox is Claudia Wills. In lane 4, from Marist College in the ACT, is Sam Martin, Hamish Reid, Riley Elliott, Riley Dale. Their cox is Patrick Webber. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar is Cormac Cairns, William Bird, Logan Harmon and Vincent Meetiff. Their cox is Zane Guzmarini. And finally in lane 6, also from Marist College, is Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Benny and Harrison Braithwaite. Theodore Campton is their cox. So have a look out for those Territorian crews. We have some impressive performances from those guys in the single sculls earlier this morning, particularly and notably Harrison Braithwaite, who put down a very, very impressive time for such a young man. So he's in that Marist crew in lane 6, teaming up with Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter and Austin Benny.
That is correct. Just while we wait for this race to get underway, it looks like the weather could be picking up a little bit. It's a bit of breeze coming across the lake now. But just a reminder as we're getting through the races to return your bow numbers and collect the bow numbers from boat shed number 1. Not over here in the finish tower. The finish tower is for substitutions and late scratchings. So just a reminder to coaches and competitors to head to boat shed number 1 for your bow numbers. And that race has just got underway, which is the schoolboy coxed quad. Lane 3, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 4, Marist College 2, Lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, and Lane 6, Marist College 1.
So some great vision you can see down there from the starting tower down the other end of the Regatta Centre as race 29 gets underway. They're about 50 seconds through the race, and most crews maintaining a fairly trim course. And as Tom, you and I alluded to, it's a strong start from that crew in lane 6, representing Marist College ACT. In the Coxed quad race, it's Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Benny, and Harrison Braithwaite. So this is the senior, I suppose, sculling race for the schoolboy category, today's regatta. So, yeah, you'll see many of the guys who competed in a single scull earlier on this morning jump into these boats and try their hand at the Coxed quad, which of course is an event that you don't often see outside the realms of school-aged racing. But of course it's a fantastic event to train up the coxswains for both the 8s race and of course club and university rowing after school. So through the 500 metres, it is Marist College in the lead, Marist College 1. That's the lane 6 crew. Second place is Newcastle Grammar. Just trying to see which Newcastle Grammar it was, but certainly looks as though it's a tale of 2 races. Marist College 1 in lane 6 and Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. And that's the crew of Edward Baker, Mitchell Chung, Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown, and their cox Claudia Wills. They're in second place.
Just looking from the results from a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales Champs Schoolboy Coxed Quad, we did have Marist College, the combination of Hayes, Carter, Benny and Braithwaite, coxed by Campton, came second in the schoolboys Coxed Quad at New South Wales Champs. And the Newcastle Grammar crew, L. Burton, Baker, Chung and Brown, coxed by C. Willis, placed 8th. So there is a bit of maybe potential redemption here from the Newcastle Grammar crew from a couple of weeks ago when these boys met up here on the course.
Yes. Certainly the future of rowing in the ACT, sculling, men's sculling, I should say, in the ACT, looking in safe hands with these 4 young guys, Hayes, Carter, Benny and Braithwaite, looking very strong indeed. They're approaching the 1,000 metres. You can see on the live stream the 750 sign in the back. We're about 3 minutes into the race and they've got probably another 3.5 to travel.
Yes, that's right. It's always good to see the crews, though, when they do get into a lead, to not just get complacent, to always put down a good time. So these boys are going to really push it, I think, for the second half here of the race and get a good time, going through the 1,000 metres at 3 minutes 19. That was the Marist College 1 crew, expecting the Newcastle Grammar in lane 3 in second place, correct? And then waiting again for what is mentioned just earlier was kind of like 2 races here. That's the Marist College 2 with a hefty 7.5 second margin back in 3rd place, and then Newcastle Grammar second crew, we will assume, crossing in 4th place through the 1,000 metres. We can see some great drone footage there of this schoolboy Coxed Quad coming down the course here. You can see the Marist College number 1 crew, Hayes, Carter, Benny, Braithwaite, in a commanding lead on the left-hand side. Over then onto the far side, Newcastle Grammar, Baker, Chung, Burton, Brown, coxed by Wills in second place. Then in 3rd place, Marist College 2, 4th place, Newcastle Grammar 2 crew.
Yeah, isn't that fantastic vision? We're really lucky, and thank you to John Meekings and others who are helping us out here at the Regatta Centre for many of these Rowing New South Wales regattas, and of course today here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. It's just fantastic to be able to immerse everyone in the action here today, whether you're joining us online on the live stream or you're here at the Regatta Park today. But yes, it is certainly in no doubt that Marist College, the ACT, in the lead at this stage. 500 metres or less to row now.
That's right. As mentioned, some of these boys turning around from the under-19 single scull, doing very successfully, most of them placing to then combine together with their school, the Marist College, and putting down what is a great second race for them today. As mentioned, they placed second at the New South Wales Championships a couple of weeks ago, and now just looking to come and get to that next level of first place here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Looking very comfortable in the lead there. Good to see Harrison not giving up from the stroke seat, keeping the boys behind him moving with a pretty high rating as they're sitting now with what looks like probably about a 3 or 4 boat length lead, crossing the finish line in a couple of seconds. 10 metres to go will be first place to Marist College, Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Benny, Harrison Braithwaite, coxed by Theodore Campton. In second place on the far side in lane 3 will be Newcastle Grammar, Edward Baker, Mitchell Chung, Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown, coxed by Claudia Wills. In third place, we'll go to Marist College 2, Sam Martin, Hamish Ridd, Riley Elliott, Riley Dale, coxed by Patrick Weber. And in fourth place, Newcastle Grammar, Cormac Cairns, William Bird, Logan Harmon, Vincent Matif, and Zane Massamini as the cocks.
So just as that race concludes, we're going to turn our attention back down the start of the course where, as you'll see if you're joining us on the live stream or in the grandstand, race 30 is underway and we are getting to the pointy end of the schoolboy races today. It's the schoolboy third 8 and a fairly full complement as you might expect in these races from a number of the usual suspects. So in lane 2, representing Newington College, Oscar Browning, Aidan Fong, Gallant Sam, Connor Hunter, James Morris, Aston Rose, Mitchell Smith, Nicholas Trethui. Their cox is Ethan Gregoire. In lane 3, representing St Ignatius College, this is St Ignatius College 2, Will Petterson, Jonas Mason, Alexander Yeo, Daniel Shannon, Tana McCleary, Samuel Polich, William Maffey, Dominic Flynn, Riley Wallace is their cox and they're coached by David Hogan. In lane 4, representing the Shaw School is Will Taff, James Gray, Lachlan Balding, Thomas Mitchell, Nick Stacker, Oliver Beatar, Rob Kerr, Angus Mottram. Their cox is Harry Lay. And in lane 5, representing St Joseph's College is Zach Louis, Peter Prentice, Hugh Woodbury, Charlie Wall, Tanasi Chris, Lachlan Foster, Lachlan James, Harry Storia, Cody Barnes is their cox, and they are coached by Ken McRae. In lane 6, representing St Ignatius as well, William Irwin, Malachi Butcherine, Harry Kelly, Angus Nichol, Oscar Pidcock, Oscar Holmes, William Hodge, Liam Wilkinson, Michael Gordon, their coxsman, and their coach is Sarah Diu. In lane 7, representing the King's School is Harry Lawson, Fergus Lawson, Sina Degani, Firab Zubadi, Kingsley Ching, William Stewart, Toby Chung, Jack Villa, and Charles Rowe. Their cox is Oliver Forrester. And finally, also from the St Ignatius College, in lane 8, Robert Boyd, Patrick Keeney, Thomas Shell, Patrick Ryan, Harrison Bunis, Patrick Welsh, Mitchell Petterson, Oscar Dominguez. Their cox is Charlie Dalglish, and their coach is Hunter Hyde. So through the 1,000 metres, it's St Ignatius 1 and St Ignatius 3 in the lead. So that's lane 6 and 8 in this schoolboy third 8 final. And St Joseph's some distance back, some 15 seconds margin. In third place, Kings in fourth, St Ignatius 2. So that's there in lane 3. In fifth position. So a rather spread out affair, this one, Tom. Still 1,000 metres to row. Yeah,
that's right. It's I think there's probably a few maybe third and fourth 8s out there as well. So just a bit of spread probably to be expected from some of these crews. There is no fourth 8 event here.
Again, a testament to the depth of the programs.
That's right. So I think I've just counted St Ignatius will have 5 8s going down in the next 3 events, which will be their first 8 in the first 8 race, second 8 in the second 8 race, and then 3 8s out here right now. So very impressive from St Ignatius and the other schools who have been able to boat multiple crews.
Just getting some vision on the live stream of that St Ignatius crew in lane 8, I think it is, so that's the near side of the course, but it's their colleagues up in lane 6 making the best of things. That's the crew of Irwin, Butcherine, Kelly, Nickel, Pidcock, Holmes, Hodge, Wilkinson and Gordon. Yeah, and they are looking like a well-oiled machine indeed. They are in time, they are looking strong and powerful and composed as they come through the 1500 metre point of the regatta course. And their friends in lane 8 have closed the margin, I think, somewhat in that intervening 500 metres. And Shaw School currently in 3rd place, some 4.5 seconds behind them. And again, some fantastic vision that we're seeing on the drone here of those 2 St Ignatius crews in the middle and to the left of your screen. You can see the Shaw School to the right of the picture. And so that's how they are looking coming into the final 250 metres of this race. St Ignatius in lane 6 and St Ignatius in lane 8. Again, fantastic race rehearsal for each of these crews leading into the pointy end of their seasons. Yeah, and looking very in command and certainly in the ascendancy are both of these St Ignatius crews. Shaw pushing back a little bit against the crew from Iggy's in lane 8, but certainly under no pressure. It's the crew in lane 6 in the colours of St Ignatius.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. They're going to cross the line probably with a bit of clear water over their fellow schoolmates in lane 8. St Ignatius 1 crossing the line in the school 3rd 8 in 1st place. Probably about 1.5 lengths over their schoolmates in lane 8. St Ignatius 3 crossing line 2nd. Shaw doing a very valiant effort there, not giving up at all in lane 4, crossing the line in 3rd. And then, as mentioned, there was a bit of a spread in this race here with not the full complement of 8 potentials here. So we're going to have St Joey's crossing in 4th place in lane 5. 5th place looking like it will go to the King's School in lane 7. And then 6th place on the far side in lane 3 to St Ignatius 2. And 7th place might go to Newington. But crossing the line, just there we saw King's in 5th place. In lane 3, St Ignatius 2 is about to cross the line. Again, very impressive from the school to have the 3 8s here in the 3rd 8 event, and then just Newington coming up into the last 150 metres now.
So we are just going to move our attention back down the course because the school 2nd 8 race is underway and it's bearing down upon us. So I will very quickly run through the crews. In lane 1, St Ignatius, it's Bannerman, Walker, Waldron, Hyde, Hare, Blenke, O'Hara, Connor and Thorpe. A scratching from Sydney Grammar in lane 2. In lane 3 is St Joseph's, O'Callaghan, Taylor, Timms, Hannon, Dreyer, Gersoy, Callanan and Cable. Their cox is Flynn Brun, coached by Lachlan Miles. In lane 4, representing Kings, it's Thomas, Wayland, Jones, Tyndall, Todd, Hurst, Petrus, Fleet and Watson. In lane 5 is Sydney Boys High School, Keone Wu, Alex Park, Andy Huang, Borisang, Alex Shao, Jordan Kamonen, Aidan Wong, Kridiah Singh, coxed by Jamison Lai. In lane 6, it's the Scots College, Hughes, Lampson, Smart, Wells, McGregor, Evans, Juricic and Island, coxed by Finlay Cardno. In lane 7, it's the Shaw Schools, Frape, Mendel, Bergen, Kellett, Gillian, Marshall, Halstead, Kenny and Longstaff, coached by Ollie Smith. And finally, in lane 8 is the Newington College, represented by Fuller, McConnell, Longcroft, Bergen, Veach, Koskela, Cooper, Adams and Dewhurst. So we are underway, Tom.
Yeah.
How is this race playing out?
Through the 1500 metres, it was St Ignatius in lane 1 in first, Kings in lane 4 in second, Newington in third, Shaw in fourth. Fifth place was St Joey's. Sixth place was Sydney Boys High. Again, we're seeing some great footage from above here. That's the next race coming underway potentially. But we can see here in front of us over there in lane 1, that is St Ignatius, still holding on to their lead, but getting some tough competition here from the King's School in lane 4. These crews were only separated by a few seconds at the 1500 metre mark, but it is looking like St Ignatius will hold on to that lead as they're about to hit the red buoys, followed by Shaw in lane 4. But in for third place, it's going to be a great race, closest to the grandstand, between also Shaw and Newington, closest to us here. Lane 4, apologies, is the Kings coming in second place. In lane 1, St Ignatius crossing the line with almost clear water, but a boat length over Kings in lane 4, coming in second place. But right here in front of us, lane 8, Newington will cross in third, pulling away from Shaw by just over half a boat lengths in fourth place. Fifth place will go to St Joseph's in lane 3.
And then, sixth place back to the Sydney High over there in lane 5.
Coming down now, we do have the school first eights, and for this event we actually have a special memorial trophy that has been presented by Sydney Rowing Club, and this is the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy. A year ago, our member Tom Livingston died in a tragic accident in the ACT. A highly respected athlete, Tom rode in the winning crew in the champion men's under-21 8 of New South Wales in 2022 before moving to Canberra to study at ANU. Tom rode at Shaw School, and in his last year at school in 2021, he was the senior prefect, captain of boats and the school's sculling champion. In that same year, Tom was selected in the Australian under-19 men's 8 team, which due to COVID-19 did not tour overseas but instead competed in the World Cup simulation regatta in Adelaide. To remember Tom, Sydney Rowing Club has inaugurated a perpetual trophy, the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy, to be competed for each year and awarded to the winning crew in the schoolboy first eights at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. This event is coming down right now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tom, just for letting us know about that, and very important. Thank you to Sydney Rowing Club, indeed. So, look, as you mentioned, the school first eight is on its way. Shaw, Sydney Boys High, Kings in 3, Newington in lane 5, St Joseph's in 6, St Ignatius in 7, and the Scots in lane 8. We are looking at... we might just have to look at this the old-fashioned way in terms of who's in the lead at the moment. I think it could be Kings.
Could be Kings in lane 3. We can see the Scots in lane 8 also having some potential competition for some placings. St Joseph's and Newington also going to be in competition, but I think it could be the Kings that might be holding on to the lead. We're going to see the 1500 metre mark here where we'll get some better vision of this race, which is, as I mentioned, going to be awarding the first time the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy.
So I think we'll have some drone footage in just a moment as well, Tom, but don't write off St Ignatius in lane 7, who have, of course, enjoyed a very, very successful regatta so far. But at this stage, as you can see on the big screen, King's School in the lead, St Joseph's in second place at the moment, third Shaw, fourth place Newington, Scots in fifth position at this stage. So plenty to play for up the top end of this race, but King's making the best of things in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Just was confirmed through the 1500 metres. They just had 2.5 seconds over St Joseph's, and then 2.7 seconds back to Shaw, and then 1.25 back to Newington. So still quite close racing. No one's really getting into the lead, but it's great to see also all the schoolmates coming down to the edge here to start to cheer on their crews as they're about to hit the last 250 metres.
Well, it's just a mouth-watering lead-in to the school head of the river in a couple of short weeks' time. And look at that footage on the live stream. You can just see all the boats are splayed out across the regatta course. And they are coming into the final 250 metres of this race. It is the King's School in the lead, but they are being urged upon by their schoolmates, the Joey's boys, who are in second place. Shaw School over there in lane 1, of course, still in the fight. Newington in lane 5, just a little bit back, and they're doing battle with the Scots College in lane 8. The King's School are being urged on as well, and their coxswain has just lifted their rate of striking, and a very long and powerful stroke from the King's boys in the sky blue colours. And I would suggest that they're not going to be challenged for the win in this race. King's School looking poised to claim the school first 8 race and the inaugural Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy. It's going to be a win for Kings. Second place goes the way of St Joseph's College, lane 6. Third place to the Shaw School in lane 1. Fourth place is really tight between Newington and Scots. Newington just claim it on the line by the narrowest of margins. So a really exciting finish to that race there, Tom. We've got Sydney High to finish as well in lane 2, but a really mature race from the King's School.
Just closing out the schoolboy first 8, here is Sydney Boys High crossing. On the course now, though, very quickly behind the schoolboy first 8, we have the schoolgirl 8, and we have 2-horse race from Sydney Girls Grammar School. Up here from Victoria, in lane 4, we have Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Bankies, Megan Barrow, Lily Wallace, Lulu Burney, Samantha O'Keefe, Matilda Heyman, Emily Antoni, and coxed by Audrey Serrance. And in lane 5, we have Lucy Munro, Emma Kafke, Sophie Clifford, Sarah Meredith Smith, Bella Pitt, Tara Richardson, Sophie Davies, Zoe Paul, and coxed by Lily Mohseni. As these girls went through the 1,000 metres, it was the lane 4 crew ahead of lane 5, 6.8 seconds ahead. So we're going to assume that it could be the lane 4 is the Sydney Girls Grammar 1 crew, and the lane 5 is the Sydney Girls Grammar School 2 crew. So still great to see that these girls up here from Victoria racing in the schoolgirl 8, coming into now the final half of their race.
So as you mentioned, Tom, the schoolgirl 8 race is in its final 500 metres or so, or about to come into the final 500. It's 2 Melbourne Girls Grammar School crews doing battle. So on the screen there, you've seen Melbourne Girls in lane 4. Command the lead. So hazarding a guess, that's the, I suppose, the top ranked crew ahead of Melbourne Girls in lane 5.
Yeah, that's right. And they look like they've just maybe doubled their split there in that third 500 metres. Always good to be able to excel over your competitors in that third 500 metres. And the first crew, or the top placed Melbourne Girls School, pulling out on their fellow schoolmates there into first place and opening up what looks like about 3 or 4 boat lengths coming into the final 300 metres of the schoolgirl 8.
So
and
coming...
just crossing first is the Melbourne girls in lane 4, the combination of Clifford, Banks, Barrow, Wallace, Burney, O'Keefe, Heyman, Antoni, and coxed by Surratt. Taking out the schoolgirls 8, and in second place, Melbourne girls.
So just turning our attention now to the presentation of cups for the schoolboy first 8, race won by the King School, represented by Mac Mason, William Farrer, Campbell Wickham, Charles Baker, Samuel Hines, Alfred McLean, Tom Whalen, William Rogers, and their cox, Otto Gerber. They are coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. And to present the inaugural Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy, Sydney Rowing Club thanks Kate and Mark Livingston, Tom's parents, who are here to do that. So congratulations to the King School, the inaugural winners of the Tom Livingston Memorial Trophy for the schoolboy first 8.
To race 34, we have the men's open lightweight and under 23 single scull. In lane 2 from University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou. In lane 3 from Community, we have Christopher James, coached by Annie Craig, Liam James, and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 4 from UTS, we have Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wayan. In lane 5 from Sydney, we have Stephen Cox, coached by Franz Imfield. In lane 6 from Penrith, we have Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callahan. And in lane 7, also from Penrith, we have Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. The 2 rowers from Penrith closer to the grandstand are in the under 23 category, and lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 are in the open. And as these competitors went through the 1,000 metres, it does look like it could be the UTS rower in the lead, as we can see now coming up to the 1,500 metre mark of the men's under 23 single scull. Apologies, that is Stephen Cox in the lead from Sydney Rowing Club, and UTS Sam Green looking like in second place. Stephen Cox going through in first place with quite an outstanding lead of a few boat lengths over the UTS rower Sam Green in second place. In third place, through the 1,500 metres, coming through is Liam Taylor from Penrith, under 23 rower. Looking like it will then go to his fellow crew club member, also from Penrith, Bradley Moran in fourth place. As I mentioned, those two are under 23. But coming into now the final 400 metres, it is Stephen Cox in an outstanding lead here of Division 1 of the men's open and under 23 single scull. Into the final 200 metres, it is Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club in a solid lead. He's hung on to that through the 1,000 metres and 1,500 metres, and now on to what would be expecting the completion of the Division 1 of the men's under 23 and open single scull. Stephen Cox in a solid lead over Sam Green from UTS. Then going back to Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran from also from Penrith Rowing Club. Community Rowing Club, Christopher James in lane 3. And it looks like we might have a scratching actually from University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazaro in lane 2.
Stephen Cox of Sydney Rowing Club, a Zimbabwean prospective sculler at the Paris Olympics, indeed, has just claimed a win in race 34. Sam Green of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in second place, and a third place going the way of lane 7, that is Liam Taylor. Apologies. So Bradley Moran crossing the line there, representing the Penrith Rowing Club in lane 6, and yet to finish is Community Rowing Club's Christopher James in lane 3.
About to come down the course, we do have Division 2 of this event, Division 2 of 2, in the open and men's lightweight single scull. This race is a complete lightweight race. In lane 1 from Black Mountain, George Bowditch, coached by Renee Domishens. In lane 2, Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wayan. In lane 3 from Sydney University, White Bat, coached by Thomas Lurick. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton. In lane 5 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Oliver Manning, coached by Renee Domishens. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Vincent Matif. In lane 8 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Joya Kalanata. And in lane 9 from Black Mountain, we have Matthew Rickards, coached by Renee Domishens as well. So great to see a full contingent of lightweight single scullers. Things
you love to see, a full race of lightweight scullers. No, it's fantastic. There aren't that many races of just populated only by lightweights these days. So yeah, this will be a fascinating race. And of course, this race includes scullers from the ACT and New South Wales, so prospective representatives for the ACT and the New South Wales in the men's open lightweight 4 at the Interstate Regatta, you would think. And through the 1,000 metres, it was a Wyatt Bat of the Sydney University Boat Club, commanding a lead of a very narrow margin, 2 seconds ahead of Angus Megalodon Dunstan of the UTS Rowing Club. Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard in 3rd place. Nepean Jason Waddell in 4th. Bowditch of Black Mountain remains in 4th place. So White Bat remains in the lead through the 1,500 metres, and he's a very experienced lightweight sculler. He's been around the circuit a fair while now, and another prospective New South Wales Penrith Cup representative. Also in contention, of course, is Jason Waddell, who similarly a local from out here at the Nepean Rowing Club, has provided great service to rowing over a many number of years, and it's fantastic to see him still out here and doing battle with the best of them. He's in 2nd place. Matthew Rickard of Black Mountain Rowing Club, a confirmed
Penrith Cup representative coming back
of the ACT.
Yes, correct. Just announced yesterday.
Yeah, Black Mountain's George Bowditch remains in 4th. Angus Dunstan of UTS in 5th. Dylan Lee, Leichhardt 6th, Metef, Newcastle Grammar 7th, and Black Mountain's Oliver Manning currently in 8th. But the race is heating up at the top end of town in this race. White Bat looking very clean and clinical. He's being pressed all the way by Jason Waddell, who is never to be written off. And Waddell will be pushing him all the way, and he's just raising his rate of striking. I wonder whether it's too late. He's pushing Bat right to the line. They're going to go stroke for stroke. Waddell and Bat. It's really close on the surge. I think by the narrowest of margins, it was a Sydney University Boat Club sculler, but I will leave that one to the judges. Rickard safely in 3rd place. George Bowditch of Black Mountain in 4th place. Dylan Lee of the Leichhardt Rowing Club claiming 5th. And Angus Dunstan of UTS Boat Club in 6th place.
We might just wait for our replay to come up on the screen of that 1st and 2nd place. Very tough. Wyatt holding on to the having the lead the whole way until potentially the last few metres here. We can just see lane 5, Nepean Jason Waddell on the bottom of the screen, and on the top of the screen it is White Bat. I don't know if we could call it. I think it might have been White Bat to hold out 1st place, but we'll wait now for the official photo system downstairs and not our eye.
A very, very narrow margin. So a very exciting finish in that race 35, the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull.
We now move to the women's open lightweight under 23 single scull event. This is Division 1 of 2. Sydney University, University of New South Wales, Sydney University, Sydney University, Sydney University, all putting out some strong competitors here. In lane 1 from Sydney University, Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Ciara Ortolani, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 4 from University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Charlotte Harton, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. Combination switch there for the coaching for the final Sydney University rower. All of these girls also under 23 age. Just quickly jumping back to the previous weight race, the lightweight men's, it was Wyatt Batt who won in first place with a margin of 0.07 over Jason Waddell. So an amazing finish there.
Yeah, and kudos to Jason Waddell. What a fantastic flourish towards the end there, but just holding on is the Sydney University sculler Wyatt Batt, who always does well in these single scull races.
The girls, though, as I mentioned, coming down now in Division 1 of the women's under 23 single scull, we had Sophia Whiteman in leading through the 1,500 metres, 2.3 seconds back to Zoe Bond, 19 seconds back to Charlotte Harton, so quite a substantial margin here, but it is looking like it could be the Sydney University rowers in lane 5 and 6 who are out in the lead. We can see them now coming almost in front of the grandstand here. Big question is, can Zoe Bond pull up over Sophia Whiteman in the final 500 metres here? These girls are looking like they're not going to give up and let either have an easy victory over each other in the last 500 metres.
It's a fascinating race. It's developing in front of our eyes, a Henley-style two-horse race between those two top scullers, Ciara Ortolani of the Sydney University Boat Club and the University of New South Wales sculler Annabelle Singh.
Just had some interesting timing come up on the screen potentially. So it is still the lanes 5 and 6. Sophia Whiteman closer to the grandstand, and then Zoe Bond just to her right in lane 5. Possibly just half a boat length behind as they're about to hit the red buoys. It's looking like Sophia Whiteman will hold on to the lead, but she's going to definitely not get away with it easily from Zoe Bond on her tail as they're about to reach now 50 metres to go. Sophia Whiteman maybe even pulling out to almost a length over Zoe Bond into the final 30 metres now, last 10 strokes of this race. Amazing effort by these girls as they're about to cross the line. In first, in Division 1 will be Sophia Whiteman. Second will go to Zoe Bond. And then just a bit of a distance back to the other University and University of New South Wales rowers in Division 1 of the women's under 23 single scull. Amazing race there. Just the margin of 3 seconds between those two that just crossed the line. And now we're just seeing the Sydney University Charlotte Harton about to cross the line in third place. Fourth place looking like it will go to lane 3, Ciara Ortolani from Sydney University. And fifth place looking like University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh in fifth place. Might be some scratchings that we didn't get fed here from lane 2. Tiffany Botha has not crossed the line.
Yeah, I think we didn't have a start from Tiffany Botha of the Sydney University Boat Club in that race. So moving ahead now to race 37, which is underway. It's the women's open lightweight under 23 single scull, contested by 5 scullers. So in lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs. She's coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 4, also from Sydney Uni, is Holly Wardlaw, coached by Peter Warne. In lane 5, from the University of New South Wales, is Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 6, in the lightweight category, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Barratry, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And finally, 7 from the University of New South Wales, Alexa Bond, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 7, from the University of New South Wales, Sarah Barratry, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar, also in the lightweight category, is Jemima Mackenzie, who I think we saw earlier on in one of the schoolgirl events. So that race is through or just nearing the 1,500 metres, or the leaders of that race rather are nearing the 1,500 metres, and I would suggest that it's India Hobbs of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3 who is in the lead, and she's a very experienced athlete indeed, and has been around the track a couple of times down there at Sydney Uni Boat Club. And she leads Holly Wardlaw, her colleague at Sydney Uni Boat Club, by some 7.2 seconds.
Almost coming into the closing stages here of Division 2 on the far side, India Hobbs in first place. She has held that lead through the middle of the course, and now looking like she'll finish off and be able to take first place. Also from Sydney University, Holly Wardlaw in lane 4, just a fraction closer to the grandstand. And looking like potentially the Sydney Rowing Club rower Sarah Berici in lane 6 in third place, and maybe Jemima Mackenzie in fourth place. Lane 6 and 7 are also in the lightweight category, while lanes 3, 4 and 5 are in the open category. So a very impressive effort also from the two lightweight scullers in lane 6 and 7. But now just about to hit the red boys, India Hobbs. Not really exercising the highest rating we've ever seen. Looking very comfortable in the lead over her fellow club member Holly Wardlaw, also looking very comfortable in that second place. This event has had 8 Sydney University girls, so very competitive sculling group at Sydney University, a handful of under-23s and a couple of open girls as well. Yeah, absolutely. A strong program over there at Sydney University Boat Club. India Hobbs putting on a clinic, claims the win in race 37, the women's open lightweight under-23 single scull. Holly Wardlaw, also of Sydney Uni Boat Club, crosses the line in second. Crossing the line in third place, it'll be Sarah Berici from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, the lightweight sculler. And she has pipped at the post Jemima Mackenzie of Newcastle Grammar. This must be, I think, third race for Jemima Mackenzie down the track, doing a few schoolgirl and other underage events, and now doing the open age lightweight single scull. And then rounding out Division 2 into the last red boys will be Samantha Backler from University of New South Wales, taking 5th place in the women's under-23 and open single scull. So moving on now to race 38. It's Division 1 of the men's under-19 4. And so in lane 2, representing Sydney Grammar School, is Kieran Hyun, James Kaleno, Rory Wall, Sebastian Soroki, coxed by Paul Brow-Darkus and coached by Kenny Major. In lane 3, representing the King's School, is Thomas Duffy, Harry Bodman, Grayson Oddbert, Tanner Purdon and Troy Graham is their cox, coached by Nicholas Jones. In lane 4, representing the Scots College, Connor Hoddle, Kwan Stamboli, Toby Myler and Alexander Reid, coxed by Thomas Trott and coached by George Finlayson. In lane 5, representing Newington College, is Noah Kinnellside, Owen Toogood, Harvey Carnegie and Callan Rixham, coxed by Elvis Johnston. In lane 6, representing the Shaw School, is Caleb Jones, Joshua Sauls, Sam Wiles, Henry Faddy and Jethro Chapman is their cox. In lane 7, representing St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, Jason Cow, William Pender, Henry Goldsworthy, their cox. Their coaches are Biani and Judith Ungermark. And finally, another, it's a crew from St Ignatius, rather, represented by Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Thomas Johnston, Charlie Harrison, and their cox is Ryan McNulty, their coach Hugh Courts. Yeah, and as they went through the 1,500 metres, it was the St Augustine's crew in lane 7 and St Ignatius in lane 8 that were the leaders. St Augustine's had just under a 5-second lead, just over a boat length over St Ignatius. You can see them coming in front of the grandstand now, and we can also see that great drone footage on the big screen of these crews coming into the final stages of the first division of the men's under 19-4. The St Augustine's crew pulling out into more of a lead as they now hit the Red Boys, looking very strong there, starting to extend their lead over the St Ignatius crew in lane 8 just to their left as they now get into the last 50 metres of this race, looking very strong. The St Ignatius crew in lane 8 definitely not giving up and really holding on to their second place. They're getting a bit of pressure on the far side from lane 3, which is the King's School over there. But taking out first place will be St Augustine's in lane 7. Second place will be St Ignatius in lane 2. Scots in lane 3. Sorry, Kings in lane 3, apologies, in third place. Fourth place will go to Scots. Looks like we've had a few last-minute non-starters from Sydney Grammar, Newington and Shaw in that race. So just finishing off the Division 1, it was St Augustine's, St Ignatius, Kings 1 and Scots 1, scratching from Sydney Grammar, Newington and Shaw.
Thank you, Tom. And race 39 is underway. It's the second division of the men's under 19-4. In lane 3, representing St Ignatius, is Willem van Riswick, George Tancred, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson, and James Ray is their cox, and their coach is Hugh Courts. In lane 4, representing the King's School, is Hugo Firth, Chase Scott, Oscar Todd, Luca Bazzina, and Hayden Duke, their cox. Their coach is Nicholas Jones. In lane 5, representing the Scots College as well, Jackson Durbin, Thomas O'Hara, Jock Sides, Charlie Burke, Edison Boyton, and their coach is Toby Benjamin. In lane 6, from Shaw, is Addison Stanberg, Connor Glancy, Lachlan Paris and Ethan Nam, coxed by Callum Zoo. And finally, representing Newington College, Oliver Moore, Alex Cosmas, Dylan Johnson and Anthony Brockman, coxed by Cade Slatier.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. As they went through the 500 metres, just kicking off this race, it was St Ignatius with just about half a second lead over Scots 2. So going to be tight competition, I think, between them in lane 3 and lane 5. Just over a few seconds back to Shaw 2 in lane 6, and then Kings 2, 1.5 seconds behind. Scots 2 in 5th place, just 0.6 seconds behind, so hot on the heels of Kings 2, and then Newington 4 seconds behind, just at the 500 metre mark. You can now see them going through the 1,000 metre mark. The St Ignatius crew just 0.9 ahead of Shaw 2. So Shaw 2 crew definitely extending their second 500 metres to get back up on into the pack. Kings 2, 6 seconds behind. Scots 2, 2.2 seconds, and then Newington 7-second margin there. So going to be tough competition between lanes 3 and 6, the St Ignatius and Shaw 2.
Yeah, really tight race shaping up at the top end of that race. So, stay tuned for that one.
Can see some great drone footage here of Division 2 of the men's under 19 coxed 4. That's St Ignatius 2 crew in lane 3, still in the lead over the Scots 2 crew in lane 5. definitely not getting away with it easily, the St Ignatius crew, but looking like they will possibly take out the win as they're about to come into the last 250 metres here.
Well, they've certainly just opened up a little bit of a lead ahead of Shaw. It was like less than a second, I think, through the 1,000. So
Correct,
they've made a little bit of ground, but certainly they are not home and hosed just yet.
Into the last 200 metres, the St Ignatius crew in lane 3 still working on that lead. As we mentioned, they did have a second at the 1,000 metres, then pushed it out to 3 seconds at the 1,500 metres over the Shaw 2 crew in lane 5, sorry, Scots 2, or Shaw 2 in 6, apologies, and still coming into the last 100 metres here. They're about to hit the red buoys. Their Cox is going to keep them going, not let them get away from the Shaw 2 crew in lane 6. Looking very comfortable in the Division 2 of the men's under 19-4. Taking out the win will be St Ignatius 2 crew. Van Wistwick, Tancred, Forlico and McPherson. Cox by James Ray in first place. Second will go to Shaw 2. Third will be lane 4, Kings 2. And fourth, looking like it will be the Scots 2 combination, and then rounding out the second division of the men's under 19-4 will be Newington, just coming into the last 100 metres now in lane 7 in 5th place.
Fantastic, thank you. So just as the Newington crew crosses the line, we're just going to turn our attention back down the race course to race 40, which is the third and final division of the men's under 19-4. In lane 2, representing Newington College, is Benjamin Ryan, Alexander Armitage, Angus Cirillo and Ethan Grove. Their Cox is Oliver Eason. In lane 3, representing the King's School, Tom Gavel, Jack Gall, Sterling Herriot, Henry Fagan and Hugh Miller. Their Cox, they are coached by Tom Wickham. In lane 4, representing St Ignatius College, Darcy Hallam, Hugo Wrightson, Maximilian Burke, Luca Laspina and James Stack. Their Cox, they are coached by Hamish McDonald and George Davis. In lane 5, representing the Shaw School, Tom Kearse, Aidan McFarlane, Angus Marshall and Henry Sherrington. Cox by Thomas Gray, they're coached by Andy Hoffman. In lane 6, representing St Ignatius College as well, Samuel O'Brien, Xavier Donoghue, Lucas Gontarzik, Josh Delaney and Lachlan Horden-Smith is their Cox. In lane 7, representing the King's School is Edward Woodhouse-Bedak, Isaac Fanua, Archie McMurtry and Lachlan Moore. Edo Dawson is their Cox and they are coached by Tom Wickham. And finally in lane 8, representing Shaw is Jack Holt, Caelan Welsh, Daniel Wright and Will Bailey. They are coxed by Leon Lee.
Through the 1,000 metres, it was the St Ignatius 3 crew in lane 4 in the lead. Just a few seconds back with the Shaw 3 crew of Henry, stroked by Henry Sherrington. And then in third place, the Shaw 4 crew, 9.7 seconds back, and that's the Will Bailey Shaw 4 crew. In fourth place, Newington 3, Ethan Grove. And in fifth place, this was through the 1,000 metres, Kings 3, Henry Fagan. So some tough competition up front again between St Ignatius 3 and Shaw 3. Just a few seconds separating them at the halfway mark, and we'll just see what happens as they start to come into the final 700 or 800 metres of Division 3 of the men's under 19-4. through the 1500 metres, St Ignatius had pulled an extra second and a half over Shore 3. These are the lanes 4 and 5 crews coming into the final stages of Division 3, the under-19 men's Coxed 4. Looks like some clear water that the St Ignatius 3 crew has pulled over Shore crew in lane 5. Not comfortably in the lead, but looking like they'll still take out potentially the Division 3 of under-19 men's Coxed 4. The Shore 3 crew sitting in lane 5, the combination of Kiesier, McFarland, Marshall, Sherrington, coxed by Thomas Gray, definitely not letting them get away easily. But it is going to be the St Ignatius crew in lane 4 that's going to pull out some more clear water over the last few hundred metres and take out Division 3 of the men's under-19 4, looking very comfortable there. Not too high a rating, but looking like they've got some great power through the middle of the drive there and excelling themselves into first place in the Division 3. Second place will go to Shore in lane 5. Third place is going to be a tough competition here. In lane 8, we have Shore closest to the grandstand, and on the far side in lane 2, we have Newington. But I think it might still be Shore in lane 8 that's going to take out third place, just crossing the line now. Then on the far side in lane 2, we'll have Newington take fourth place, and Kings 3 will take fifth place in Division 3, closing that out. And it looks like we've had a couple more scratchings from St Ignatius 4 and Kings 4, lane 6 and 7 there.
Thank you, Tom. So we're moving to the penultimate race in this morning's program. It is race 41, the Championship Men's Under-21 Coxed 4. So as this is a championship race, we'll have cup presentations for first, second and third place. And a similar story in race 42 for the Championship Women's Under-21 Coxed 4. But for the moment, race 41, they're still some distance away, so we've just got some time to consider these crews. So in lane 3, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, is Brandon Smith, Oscar Baregi, James O'Meara and Joe Lynch. They are coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 4, representing Sydney University Boat Club, is Hayden Mounter, Alexander Page, Remy Cameron and Charlie Carr. Their cox is Tom Shaw, and they are coached by Peter Warren and Don McLaughlin. In lane 5, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Tom Chanter, Oliver Maroulis, Angus Tremlett and Maxim Maloney. They are coxed by Charlotte Parr, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And finally, also from Sydney Rowing Club, in lane 6, it's Nicholas Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine, coxed by Mietta Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And as they went through the 1,000 metres, Sydney Rowing Club was just 2 seconds ahead of the UTS combination with Joe Lynch. As I went through the 1,000 metres, 2 seconds behind. Then Sydney in third place with a margin of 7.1 seconds, and then Sydney University in fourth through the 1,000 metres with a margin of 8.4. So it's definitely going to be the Sydney combination and the UTS combination fighting it out in the final half of this race, and then the Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club looking for the minor placings as well. Yeah,
that's right. And it is noteworthy, it is Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, so that's Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine who are in the lead, rather than that Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5. So they have the small advantage ahead of UTS Haberfield at this stage. That's Smith, Baregi, O'Meara and Lynch. And it was 2 seconds at the 1,000 metres. So let's see, as these numbers come in just a short moment, what they are looking like. I think Sydney Rowing Club still in the lead, and it might be that they've opened up a little bit more of an advantage ahead of UTS Haberfield in lane 3, and that is indeed the case. 3.28 the margin at 1,500 metres. Sydney Rowing Club ahead of UTS Haberfield.
Yeah, that's right. Just getting a bit of clear water there over that second 500 metre mark, or third 500 metres, sorry. That Sydney Rowing Club crew now starting to push out over UTS, but I don't think UTS will let them go easily in the final 500 metres.
Certainly not going to go down without a fight is that UTS Haberfield crew. Certainly some pedigree in that boat. And of course, Sydney Rowing Club will be doing everything they can to get the home ground or home regatta win, of course. So this race coming into its final 250 metres, or the race leaders are, and we should be in for a cracking conclusion.
Yes, through the 250 metre mark, we can see the Sydney Rowing Club crew closest to us in lane 6 holding on to their lead, but UTS definitely coming back strong as they're about to come into the last 100 metres as they hit the red buoys. I think Sydney Rowing Club might have done enough in the previous 750 metres of this race to hold on to the lead, but UTS definitely starting to pick it up as they're hitting the red buoys now, starting to pick up their rating, looking like they're going to try and work down the Sydney Rowing Club, but I think Sydney Rowing Club's definitely done too much as they're about to cross the line, still with about a length over the UTS crew. So that's in first place, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, a few lengths over the UTS crew in lane 2, and then looking like it will be Sydney Rowing Club combination of Chantner, Moralaris, Tremlett, Maloney, coxed by Charlotte Parr in third place. They will be receiving medals here, so we're asking first, second and third to come to the presentation pontoon. And then rounding out fourth place will be Sydney University in the Championship Men's Under 21 Coxed 4. Moving to the Championship Women's Under 21 Coxed 4. 4 contestants here. In lane 3 from Queenwood, Annie Sev, Grace Bennett, Eve Thompson, Zoe James and Melody Yin as the cox, coached by Siran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, Jessica Calbran, Alyssa Frickers, coxed by Chloe Giuretta, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 5 from UTS, Grace Burke, Elizabeth Carey, Sienna Morgan, Jade Bliss, Sophie Castellas as the cox and coached by Jared Watson, Katie Healy. And in lane 6 from Queenwood is Brooke Cuddance, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls and coxed by Chloe Giuretta. We might have a bit of a substitution requirement here with 2 coxes of the same name, and Siren Glenn and Ray Boyle as the coach of the Queenwood crew. As they went through the 1,000 metres, it was Queenwood in lane 6 with a 1.2 second advantage over Sydney University, UTS in third with a 5 second margin, and fourth place was the Queenwood 2 crew, we're going to assume, 3.5 seconds back.
So Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4 in the lead through the 1,500 metres in this race. This is Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, Jessica Colburn and Alyssa Fickers. They're ahead of Queenwood by some 3 seconds. That's Annie Seeve, Grace Bennett, Eva Thompson and Zoe James and their cox Melody Yin. And interestingly enough, I think there are some Queenwood alumni in the Sydney University Boat Club crew. So it'll be interesting for them to battle it out against perhaps some rowers a couple of years their junior in the Queenwood colours today. And UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in third place. That's Grace Burke, Elizabeth Carey, Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss. Predominantly a crew with alumni of the St Catherine's School.
Coming into the final 100 metres, it is the Sydney University, O'Brien, Gray, Colbrand, Fickers and coxed by Chloe Regatta, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young in a commanding lead over the Queenwood crew in lane 6. As mentioned, there's some commonality here between these schools feeding into the Sydney University club, but looking very confident here with 3 lengths winning of Sydney University, crossing the line in first place. Queenwood, lane 6, will take out second place. Cardence, Taylor, McLaren, Rolls, coxed potentially also by Chloe Regatta, but I believe there is substitutions occurred. And then UTS crossing the line in third place. And fourth place will be Queenwood over in lane 3. That is rounding out the morning session of the Sydney University, of the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Sydney Rowing Club would like to welcome His Worship the Mayor of Penrith, Councillor Todd Carney, to present the mugs in race 41 to Sydney Rowing Club. That crew was represented by Nicholas Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine, and their cox, Mietta Jones.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta for 2024. I'm Chris McCarthy. I'll be joined by Tom Trobe to take you through this afternoon's session. But on the course at the moment, away and racing and surging towards us in a great hurry is our first race post-lunch break. Race number 43, the first of two divisions of the men's Masters Quad Scull. On the far side of the course, going off an 11-second handicap, we have Glebe. In lane 4, we have a composite of Glebe, Mossman and Newcastle, who went off a 4-second handicap, who are currently tightly contesting the lead of the race. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5 off Go, and then a Leichhardt composite in lane 6 with Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They've gone off Go, and as have the Drummoyne and Glebe composite in lane 7. As they come through the 1,000-metre mark, it did look to be that Glebe composite on the far side of the course who went off the handicap, the D-grade crew, and the Leichhardt composite in lane 6 who went off Go, who were tightly contesting at the 500-metre mark, rather, not the 1,000-metre mark. So the crew off the handicap having made their way back and now challenging for the lead in the closing few hundred metres of the race. Since that Glebe composite crew of Brad Smith from Newcastle, Mark Lewarne from Mossman, Alexander Doig from Mossman, and Andrew Goldstein from Glebe. So 3 clubs represented there and doing a fine work of it as they've moved their way through the Leichhardt composite now in the closing stages of the race. And then on the near side of the crew, the Drummoyne composite with Glebe, Ken Major from Glebe, Nick Brown from Drummoyne, Robert Dallimore from Glebe, and Istvan Nemeth from Drummoyne appear to just be making a bit of a late charge, actually, for the win here in the men's Masters Quad Scull. The Glebe crew and the Sydney Rowing Club crews in lanes 3 and 5, respectively, well and truly out of this race. But it is a bit of a three-way tussle for the lead, but it will be the mid-race leaders who went off the handicap, the composite of Glebe, Mossman and Newcastle, who now in the closing few strokes will stride out to take the win here in the first division of the men's Masters Quad Scull. Good race down to the line between the 2 composite crews on the near side of the course, but the Leichhardt composite in lane 6 ahead of the Drummoyne composite in lane 7 for 3rd place. The All Glebe crew in lane 3 for 4th, and the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Ken Rickard-Bell, Patrick O'Connor, Ross Pritchard and Rob McNeil will cross the line now for 5th.
Yeah, that's right. We've had a few composites in these Masters, actually, which might be alluding to potential selection opportunities later on in the Masters State Championships and the Interstate Regatta. So some of the D-grade crews here are putting their ages together to get to the right selection age to potentially represent New South Wales later on in the year at the Australian Masters Championships. On to Division 2 of the men's Masters Quad Scull. In lane 3, we have a Glebe composite. In lane 4, we have St George, lane 5, Drummoyne, lane 6, Drummoyne, and lane 7, Mossman.
Yeah, so this is, as you mentioned, some athletes having to look at selection for the Interstate Regatta. So as a part of the New South Wales Masters selection policy, in addition to an ergometer test, any nominating athletes need to participate in at least 3 Masters races in the category they're nominating for, either sweep or scull, at any one of the following regattas. So those 3 races can be spread across the Taree Regatta, the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta, and the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So a good turnout from our Masters here, and some great racing in the 8s as well this morning. I saw a little bit of a picture of. And some great racing out here in the quads as well. As Division 2 well underway. Glebe composite on the far side of the course, and the St George crew in lane 4, both going off a 28-second handicap, as are the Drummoyne crew in lane 5. Drummoyne in lane 6, going off a 22-second handicap, being a G-graded crew, and Mossman in lane 7, they're going off Go. The average age in that crew, about 78, so I don't think I'll still be rowing at 78, and if I was, I would certainly be wanting that 22-second head start over the field. They've gotten away well, obviously well clear of the field at this stage, and we'll see how things unfold as the G and F graded crews to their right-hand side close in the second half of this race.
Yeah, that's right. We can see the footage just on the screen there from the umpire boat, and you can see that up in the top corner of the screen there is that composite crew that got that healthy handicap of 20 plus seconds, and then the other crews really using the middle part of the race to try and work back the 22 seconds and 28 second handicap that was given to that Glebe composite crew. Through the 500 metres, the halfway mark, it was the Mossman crew leading. That's the Mossman crew in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, as expected, because they did have the handicap to their advantage for that first 500 metres, followed by St George in lane 4 with 10 seconds behind. So they've worked up 18 seconds of their handicap in the first 500 metres. Back to then Drummoyne in lane 6 and Drummoyne in lane 5, also working through their handicap through the first half of the race. Now coming into the second half, it's just a matter of can that Mossman crew of Sturrock, May, Hardy and Titterton hang on in the last 400 metres. The crew from St George is coming home quick. That's Glenn Chutter, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Mark Partridge and Steve Harrison, coached by Bruce Williams. We have seen a few of these other names out here from in the other Masters races earlier in the day. So some of these guys doing a couple of events today. So maybe getting a little bit worn out or maybe just warming up as they get into the afternoon session.
So if you joined us for the state championships or indeed have joined us for the national championships, we're used to seeing international athletes out on the waters here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But over in lane 3 of the Masters Quad Scull, we have Christopher Neisch Till Anderson from Rudergesellschaft Viking Berlin. So that exactly translates to the Viking Rowing Company club, all the way from Berlin, and joining the boys from Glebe there and having a really good tussle now. But the crew from St George in lane 4, they started off a 28-second handicap and they've made their way through our first starters, the Mossman crew in lane 7, who looked like they're just going to hold off the rest of the field. But it is St George, Glenn Scherter, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Mark Partridge and Stephen Harrison who will take the win here in the second division of the Men's Masters Quad. Mossman come across for second place. Drummoyne in third, the Glebe Rudergesellschaft Viking Club Composite in fourth, and Drummoyne Rowing Club in fifth place. And things pretty tight there. So that's how Masters Rowing is kind of designed, that everyone goes off a handicap, and then when all goes according to plan, we get some great racing at the end.
That's right, just a few tight margins there of 1.8, 0.8 and 0.6 for the third, fourth and fifth. So yeah, very tight finishes there for those crews. We can now see the Women's Masters 8s coming onto the screen here at the start line. Over on the far side, we have a Mossman composite with could just be the Cox Renee Domachens from the ANU, making that a composite. Glebe composite with North Shore, Leichhardt, St George and Sydney. Lane 3, Leichhardt. Lane 4, Sydney composite with Drummoyne. Lane 5, North Shore. Lane 6, Drummoyne composite. Lane 7, North Shore, and Lane 8, North Shore. Crews closest to the camera there in the starter will go off go. Lane 7 and 8. Lanes 5 and 6 will have a 6-second handicap. Lane 4 will be 10 seconds. Lane 3 will be 14 seconds. Lane 2 must have had a bit of a late substitution to reduce their handicap down to 10 seconds. And the Mossman composite on the far side will be 14 seconds. This race is entirely underway now, which is the Women's Masters 8.
So some fantastic shots there of the women's Masters 8s coming down towards us at a pace of knots. You see there on your picture the crews from Drummoyne, and then the two North Shore crews on their left, on the upper right-hand side of your picture, and the North Shore crew on the left-hand side of your picture as well. So I think those two North Shore crews on the far side are the two crews that contested the Gold Cup last weekend, and they fell short of the Leichhardt crew, who I think some similar names there in lane 3. The C-grade crew who went off 14-second handicap, and will be trying to peg that one back. They look to be fairly level pegging at this stage of the race, as the Leichhardt crew lead by about a boat length over the Sydney Rowing Club crew. And you got the Glebe Composite on their right-hand side, which they look to be using blades from the King's School. So I do wonder what the connection is there. Perhaps don't recognise any names. Perhaps some mums getting together for a row.
It could look like the Mossman Composite, though, on the far side might have worked through there.
That's what the connection is. Guy Morgan, the coach, former coach at the King's School, and good friend of the school.
Getting some equipment for the parents. Yeah. On the far side, it is the Mossman Composite: Alexandra Walding, Mina Hornby, Tiffany Hutchinson, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Sarah Ahern, Christina Larson, Kim Laurie, Carissa Clemen, and Renee Domishens as the cocks, and James Taylor the coach. Over there in the Mossman Composite, looking like they're going to work through the North Shore crew closest to the grandstand, who went off go. They had a 14-second handicap, looking to work out some clean water now on their fellow crew member, or the other crew members from Glebe and Leichhardt. I think they're pulling out into quite a commanding lead now, as they're about to hit the Red Boys, or into the Red Boys now, with this Mossman Composite Women's Masters 8 really looking solid as they hit the last 30 metres of the Women's Masters 8 here at the Sydney Rowing Club
Good
Regatta.
tussle going on between the Leichhardt and the phone book Glebe Composite in lanes 2 and 3, though, but that Leichhardt crew just holding them off for second place. The Glebe crew in third, and North Shore in lane 8, a valiant effort, but not able to hold off the fast finishing crews on the far side of the course. Sydney Rowing Club and Drummoyne Composite in 5th place. North Shore in lane 5 in 6th. North Shore in lane 7 in 7th. And the Drummoyne crew in lane 6 to round out this one and only division of the Women's Masters 8, as we return to 2,000 metre racing in just a few minutes. So we'll probably have a short little break until they get underway. We do need to reset things and reset umpires' positions, etc., as we move from 1,000 metres to 2,000. So conditions looking pretty good for racing down in the early stages of the course. A little bit more of a crosswind up here towards the finish tower, but barely a breath here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta as the men's under-17 single scull gets underway. So the lane 1 sculler from Kings, Lockie Tyndall, has scratched. Lane 2, Barnabas Toth from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 3, William Spoogie from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 4, Michael Thomas from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 5, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean. Lane 6, Remy Wilson from Leichhardt. Lane 7, James Baker from Nepean. Lane 8, Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt. And in Lane 9, Thomas Mitef from Newcastle Grammar. So 8 scullers contesting this race, and all of them are from Nepean, Leichhardt or Newcastle Grammar. The form favourite to watch out for this one, the sculler in the centre of the course there from Nepeans, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell, and that sculler was the silver medalist in this event, the under-17 single at the state championships just a couple of weeks ago, and is about a few seconds behind Harrison Braithwaite from Marist College in the ACT, but real come from behind silver medal there in that under-17 single scull, and he got that over the King sculler in lane 1, Lockie Tyndall, who has scratched presumably to be racing in the 8 this afternoon. It looks like most of our school 8s have doubled up into the open 8s this afternoon. As I'm saying that, doesn't look like Kings. No.
As mentioned, Ezekiel Pratt, he's our on-form rower from New South Wales State Championships, going through the 500 metres over Barnabas Toth, just 1.2 seconds ahead. And then close back to Thomas Matif, just 0.06, and then 0.285 to Remy Wilson. So early on in the race, looking nice and close, but looking like Ezekiel Pratt definitely in the lead, and hopefully looking to stamp his mark in the next 500 metres on the men's under-17 single scull. Some of the timing still not quite coming through for this race, but it was Ezekiel Pratt still holding on to that lead. We can see him in the middle of the course through the 1,000 metres, now working up towards the 1,500 metres, holding on to his lead over the other competitors in the men's under-17 single scull. Some great footage there of James Barker from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell on the screen there. Get this amazing live feed from the umpire's boat out there on the course. And of course, for the big boats, we also have the advantage of our drone footage, which is saved for the big boats. Get a great angle on the closeness of those races. But yeah, getting some great vision here of James here, coming up almost to the 1,500 metre mark. Really starting to put in the big ones. Through the 1,500 metres mark, it was Ezekiel Pratt. He's looking like he's now pulled out to what is multiple boat lengths over lane 8 from Leichhardt. That's Peter Simkovic in lane 8. Then over on the far side in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Barnabas Toth in 3rd. Apologies, William Spurridge in 3rd from Leichhardt. Then Remy Wilson, Thomas Mitev, James Barker and Michael Thomas in 7th. That was just through the 1,500 metre mark. But as we called out from the beginning, Ezekiel Pratt looking like he will command this race from start to finish and lead the rest of the pack into the final 400 metres.
And just a reminder when you are coming to get your medals that we don't row on the course after we leave the presentation, especially when there's races coming down.
Into the last 100 metres almost now, Ezekiel Pratt really commanding this race from start to finish, looking very solid into the final 100 metres. Perfect catches, looking nice and clean, great drive, not really rating too high as he's led the whole way. Also a call out to obviously lane 8 Leichhardt, Peter Simkovic, going really well in 2nd place here. It's been a tough race, but also looking really strong and not giving up at all as he's now coming into the last 50 metres. But Ezekiel Pratt, 1st place in the men's under-17 single scull. Leichhardt looking like Peter Simkovic in 2nd place, just about to cross the line. Also looking very polished in lane 2. It's definitely looking like it's going to be Barnabas Toth in 3rd place. And then some nice racing here for the other minor positions here between Leichhardt and the Newcastle Grammar rower. But Leichhardt crossing over the line there, that's Remy Wilson in 4th. Ooh. Thomas Mitev and James Barker close 4th, 5th and 6th, just 0.45 between those two. Michael Thomas crossing over in 7th and William Spurridge in 8th place. That's the men's under-17 single scull.
Out of the course now, combination of 2 events in one race here. Race number 47, and that will play host to the para single and the women's under-17 single scull. The sole para single scull entrant, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club over in lane 1. Ava Green from St George in the under-17 division in lane 3. Lane 4 has scratched. In lane 5, Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 6, Giselle Dwayser from Glebe. Lane 7, Georgia Ewan from Nepean Rowing Club. Lane 8, Sophia Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 9, Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club, as our scullers approaching the, well through the 1,000 metre mark now. And a few things going on the timing screen in front of us, but it looks to be the... So Scullers approaching the 1500 metre mark now in race one of the women's under-17 single scull, and it looks like Ellie Taylor from Nepean on the near side of the course, just on the left-hand side of your picture there, who got out to a pretty early lead and is hanging there with the best of them in the lead of the under-17 single scull. You can just see further up on your picture the glebe sculler Giselle Dwazer, who is just trailing behind slightly and looks to be sitting in second place. You get a better picture of that as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, but a clear water lead at the 1,500 metre mark of Division 1 of the women's under-17 single scull to Ellie Taylor, as we see the glebe sculler Giselle Dwazer crossing that mark in second place, about 2 or 3 boat lengths clear of Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, it looks like. Avery Green from St George just behind the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Sophia Stevenson. If you're joining us here on the live stream, just ignore the timing that we've got sitting down there. That looks to be kind of a bit of a mix between this race and the next race. So, but we'll have that rectified for you shortly. So Ellie Taylor there with a pretty commanding lead now in the last 500 metres. Well into the last 500 metres, approaching the 1750 metre mark here of the first division of the under-17 single scull, but a bit of a tussle on for the minor placings there between Heidi McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar and Giselle Dwazer of Glebe in the centre of the course, those two crews in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. Sophia Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 4th place, but some way off the pace at this stage of the race. Say that Giselle Dwazer of Glebe there in lane 6 has just got the ascendancy, but Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar really pushing hard now in the closing stages of the race. About 200 metres left to row for those scullers, only about 150 left to row for our race leader Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell, who is looking very unchallenged and very calm as she nudges her bow ball into the red buoys of the last 100 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But a great little race still unfolding for the minor placings. Giselle Dwazer from Glebe, Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, just having a bit of a bust up with the boys there, but hasn't really slowed her down too much. She's still chasing down the Glebe sculler, who's sat about half a length in front of her for the last 500 metres. Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club will take the win here in the first division of the women's under-17 single scull. A good tussle between our Glebe and Newcastle Grammar scullers. Giselle Dwazer from Glebe has seen the danger and responded late, but better late than never, as she'll take second place by just shy of a boat length from Heidi McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar, who will cross the line in 3rd. Sophia Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club will just maintain almost a boat length lead for 4th place from the St George sculler Ava Green there in lane 3. The second Nepean sculler Georgia Ewan from in lane 7. She'll come across the line in 6th place. And our sole entrant in the para event over on the far side there, Stephanie Walker from Des Moines Rowing Club, will come across the line, 8th across the line, but first in the para event here, run alongside the under-17 single scull first division. So out on the course now is the second division of the women's under-17 single scull. In lane 2, Grace Conroy from Leichhardt. Lane 3, Vitti Young from Nepean. Lane 4, Emily Boys from Nepean. Lane 5, Isabel Bugg from Glebe. Lane 6, Maddie Wheelerhan from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar. And Bianca McKenzie from St George Rowing Club in lane 8. And this one could come right down to the closing stages here. It looks like Isabel Bugg from Glebe Rowing Club, who has the ascendancy at this stage of the race. Well, she certainly did a couple of 100 metres ago. She had 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds at the 1500 metre mark from Viti Young of Nepean, who's just a couple of lanes over to her right-hand side. But the local Nepean sculler just appears to be knocking on the door in the closing stages of the race. And Izzy Bug there in the centre of the course will just have to see if she's got enough to hang on to her early race lead. She's led at the 1500 metre mark, led at the 1000 metre mark after somewhat of a slow start. Grace Conroy led in the early stages and has just dropped back into third place as we stand at the moment, having a bit of a tussle with the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Maddie Wheelerhan. On the near side of the course. It does look like that Nepean Rowing Club sculler Viti Young has just made her way through in the closing stages of the race. Izzy Bug from Glebe Rowing Club. She's had some great results this season rowing for a school, rowing at Askham, and she's just starting to respond now in the closing stages. She's really brought the rate up in the closing stages of the race, and I've got a very enthusiastic head of rowing at Askham sitting next to me as Izzy Bug and Viti Young go bow ball to bow ball here in the closing stages of the race. I think it's going to come right down to the surge, and she's going to come right across the line. There was a late threat, but Izzy Bug responding to take out the win in the second division of the under-17 women's single scull. Fantastic racing there. And Viti Young from Nepean just falling short to a good response there and coming home in second place. Grace Conroy from Leichhardt over on the far side of the course there, coached by Isaac Shepherd, Joya Kalanta. Coming across the line in third place, about 2 or 3 boat lengths ahead of Maddie Wheelerhan from Sydney Rowing Club. Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar in lane 7 in 5th place. And our second Nepean sculler, Emily Boys, in lane 4 in 6th place there. And rounding out the heat will be the St George sculler, Bianca McKenzie there in lane 8.
Oh, what an excellent race. So confirming the results of the second division of the women's under-17 single scull, a win for Isabel Bug of Glebe. Second was Viti Young of Nepean. Third, Grace Conry of Leichhardt. Fourth, Maddie Wheelerhan of Sydney Rowing Club. Fifth, Kensington Steele of Newcastle Grammar. And sixth coming was Emily Boys of Nepean Rowing Club. Seventh, Bianca McKenzie from St George Rowing Club. And we have 3 divisions of the women's under-17 single scull. On the course right now, the third and final division with Leilani Turpin from St George in lane 2. She's coached by Mark Featherstone. Sophia Whitelaw of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 3. She's coached by Daniel Waddell. Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar in lane 4 and Roxana Brown of Newcastle Grammar in lane 5. Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, coached by Charlie Patterson. Jade Sharp from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 7, coached by Daniel Waddell. And Isabella Henderson from the Armadale School in lane 8.
Yeah, so as they come through the 1500 metre mark, it is Annabelle McKenzie, as it has been pretty much the whole way down the course, from Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, who is leading by some margin, but then back to Isabella Henderson from the Armadale School on the near side of the course there in the fluoro green hat. I've seen the Armadale School travelling down here almost every weekend, all the way down to Sydney, about 5 or 6 hour drive from Armadale, and with a fully loaded trailer, and getting out and about in as many events as possible. So some real dedication from the boys and girls from Taz. Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, just dropping back in third place at that third timing point of the race. Jade Sharp from Nepean sitting in 4th, only narrowly behind Xenia Palmer, and Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar in 5th, and Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean Rowing Club trailing the field, or sitting in 6th rather, as the sculler from St George on the far side of the course there, trailing the field here in this third and final division of the women's under-17 single scull. So a good challenge in the closing stages of the race here. Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, looking very tidy on the grandstand side of the course, and really pushing Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar there in lane 4 all the way to the line, but the gap may just be too much to overcome here in the under-17 women's single scull. About 40 metres or so, about 5 strokes left to row for Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, and it will be the win for the Novocastrian in lane 4. About 4 lengths clear of a great row from Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School there in lane 8. Yeah, and a little intra-club battle going on for the third placing here in the under-17 single scull. At the moment, it looks to be the sculler in lane 7, Jade Sharp from Nepean Rowing Club, from Sophia Whitelaw in lane 3, also of Nepean Rowing Club. Jade Sharp from Nepean, about a boat length and a half clear of Sophia Whitelaw for 4th place. Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club in 5th place, or 6th place rather. 5th place, and Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 for 6th, and the sculler from St George over in lane 2, Leilani Turpin, just with about 150 metres or so to row to round out the field and to round out the event here in the under-17 women's single scull.
So just confirming the results of the 3rd division of the women's under-17 single scull. A win for Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar. 2nd, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School. 3rd, Jade Sharp from Nepean Rowing Club. 4th, Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean Rowing Club. 5th, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club. 6th, Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar School. And 7th, Leilani Turpin from St George Rowing Club. Annabelle McKenzie in the fastest time of the day for the under-17 single scull, 8 minutes 51.62, and she won by a 6-second margin. Second fastest was Izzy Bugg in Division 2 in a time of 9:04. And the 3rd fastest time was 9:14 for the winner of Division 1, Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club. A good day for Nepean Rowing Club, looking strong. Well, we've got an exciting event on the course right now. Lots of noise, lots of glory for the Women's Open 8s, where we have Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 5, and the University of New South Wales in lane 6.
Yeah, those crews just approaching the 1,000-metre mark now, so 2 club and 2 schoolgirl crews in this race. Race 50, the Women's Open 8, and you can see the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 4 there on your screen. Remy Mackay, Eliza Dunlop, Olivia Cassidy, Catherine Mason, Hannah Keating, Amelia Crocker, Freya Neville, Izzy Farah, and Hannah Cower at the coxswain, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths, just moving through the 1,000-metre mark in time of about 3 minutes 20 or so, and then 2.5 seconds back to the Melbourne Girls Grammar number 1 crew in lane 4. That's or in lane 5 rather.
Which is the crew of Lucy Munro.
The crew in lane 3.
Lane 3, right. The crew of Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Megan Barrow, Lily Wallace, Lulu Burney, Samantha O'Keefe, Matilda Heyman, and Emily Anthony, coxed by Audrey Sirachi. The other Melbourne Girls Grammar School, which is currently sitting in 3rd place, is in lane 5, and that's Lucy Munro, Emma Cafferkey, Sophie Clifford, Sarah Meredith Smith, Bella Pitt, Tara Richardson, Sophie Davies, and Zoe Paul, coxed by Lily Mersini. And our final crew is from the University of New South Wales, having a good battle with Melbourne Girls Grammar. Lisa Matthews, Charlotte Stanwicks, Caitlin Mulkini, Anna Ristic, Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Olivia Zago, Alyssa Burke, Emma Vey Cox is their cox, and they're coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Great to see Uni of New South, all the good work they've been doing in women's sweep, moving into a women's 8 now. That's very exciting. But the women's 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, winners of the Riverview Gold Cup, I think, most of them?
Yeah, most of them. I think not exactly the same crew, but very, very similar crew. Freya Neville in there, who was injured last week for that, and I believe Eliza Dunlop, Remy Mackay weren't in that crew either, but a couple girls moving in. We had Grace Cypher in there as well, who is resting up, preparing for national team trials next week.
Yes, exactly. Good luck to Grace.
So that kind of explains a little bit of the crews that we're seeing and the crews that we'll see in the Open 8 as well for a few clubs, that we don't quite have the full field of all the athletes here, because we do have the under-23 senior and Australia A and para team trials next week. So we see the fantastic shots there from our drone picture.
Oh, wow.
The Sydney Rowing Club crew just leading that chevron down the field.
Looking very neat.
A little bit of royal or family name in this event. We've got Remy Mackay, the bow seat of that Sydney crew, is the daughter of Mike Mackay, member of the mighty awesome foursome, and Emily Anthony in the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, whose father Peter Anthony rode in the double scull for Australia at the Olympics, whose year is just currently eluding me. But the Sydney Rowing Club crew having a good hit out down the course now, about 175 metres or so to row. They're just about to enter the Red Boys here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and they will win by clear water here from the two Melbourne Girls Grammar and the University of New South Wales combinations. So the Sydney Rowing Club crew there of Remy Mackay, Eliza Dunlop, Olivia Cassidy, Catherine Mason, Hannah Keating, Amelia Crocker, Freya Neville, Izzy Farah, and Hannah Cow up the coxswain, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths, will win the Women's Open 8. Time about 6:41 here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. The Melbourne Girls Grammar crew in lane 3 will come across the line in second place, and the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew in lane 5 coming across the line in third place in about 6 or 7 strokes time, and they'll lead by about 2 boat lengths from the University of New South Wales crew on the grandstand side of the course.
Peter.
So it was eluding me, but Lizzie Chapman has informed me. So Peter Anthony, gold medalist in the double at the 92 Barcelona Olympics. So there's some pedigree in this race. And out on the course now, we have the first division of the men's Open 8. Quite a number of scratchings from this race, with the majority of the school crews who were entered having withdrawn after some racing this morning. But so out on the course now, we've got in lane 3, we've got UTS. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, we have the Sydney UTS crew, which won't be judged from this event due to a late substitution from outside the club. And the Kings crew in lane 8. And they're just approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, but at the 1,000 metre mark, we had less than 2 seconds separating those 4 crews. So it was UTS leading from the Sydney UTS crew, the All Sydney crew in lane 4 in third, and the King's School crew, who won the Schoolboy 8 this morning in, I think, their first race of the year after some illness and a weekend to forget at the Review Gold Cup last weekend, and coming out absolutely all guns a-blazing in the Schoolboy 8 this morning. 5:54 as well, and about 4 seconds clear of the field. So really shaking up everyone's predictions and the betting guide for the GPS Head of the River in a few weeks' time. And of course, a home national championships, which will be void of Victorian schoolboy crews this year. So this King's School crew who are sitting there in lane 8. That's the closest crew to the grandstand side of the course, with the white blades this weekend. Would definitely be one to watch, and certainly holding their own now in this men's Open 8s race. So at the 1,500 metre mark, they were sitting back in 4th place. It'll be 3rd on your timing screen due to that Sydney and UTS composite being not judged in this race. That Sydney and UTS composite doing battle with the all UTS crew on the far side of the course. A lot of these Sydney boys were in the Sydney Rowing Club crew that came second at the Review Gold Cup last weekend. 2 UTS, and a lot of the UTS boys over on the far side of the course were in that crew. A lot of them were also spectating very passionately from a high-quality vessel on the Gold Cup course last weekend, but those boys drawing some inspiration there and doing a great job of holding off that Sydney UTS crew on the near side of the course, and it looks like it will be UTS. Brandon Smith, Mitchell Kaponis, Mackenzie Thompson, Oscar Baragi, Jack Power, Will Clubb, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch, Anna O'Hanlon, the coxswain, who will hold off the two Sydney Rowing Club crews. The all-Sydney crew doing good battle with Kings, and that battle encroaching on the Sydney UTS crew. We have all four crews flying within a couple of seconds of each other down to the line here. UTS Haberfield will win the men's Open 8 here this afternoon. The UTS Sydney crew will come second but not judge the event. It's going to come right down to the line between Sydney and Kings. Sydney and Kings right down to the line, but Lizzie's calling Sydney. The screen is called. I thought that Kings might have gotten it there, but I will wait for.
I reckon that's a photo finish.
I think it's going to go to the judges there, and we'll see what comes of it.
Excellent race.
Fantastic race, and that's the second example I've seen in the last month or so of the Kings School crew really finishing strongly and punching above their weight. We saw the second 8 take out the Newington first 8 at the Kings PLC Regatta a couple of weeks ago, which was fantastic to race and fantastic to call. And as we rattle off stats about Peter Anthony, that was the name of the boat that the Kings crew were rowing in as well.
So we're up to race number 52 on our programme.
So that's the second division of the men's Open 8. So majority of these crews being schoolboy second 8s. 2 scratchings from this one, the St Joseph's crew in lane 2 and the Shaw crew in lane 8. A University of New South Wales crew with a Sydney Rowing Club coxswain, the only non-schoolboy crew in this race, and they're situated in the centre of the course. But St Ignatius in lane 3, UNSW in lane 4, Kings in lane 5, Newington in lane 6 and Scots in lane 7.
And Chris, the results of the previous race have now become official, so it was a win for UTS. Kings came second, pushing Sydney Rowing Club into third place by 0.16 of a second. Yeah,
really, really tight there. And 5:56 the time from the UTS 8, so actually a little slower than the winning schoolboy 8 this morning.
Good to see.
But this race is set to be a cracker as well. So in all these crews, with the exception of the UTS crew, who do look to be just trailing the field at this stage. So all these schoolboy crews did contest the school second 8 this morning. Was St Ignatius who took the win in that race, as they have done pretty much all season in that division. And it is still St Ignatius who look to be leading at the 1,000 metre mark over on the far side of the course, almost a boat length clear of the crew from Newington, currently sitting in second, and Kings in third from Scots College in fourth. Those 4 crews each separated by about a boat length, and University of New South Wales just sitting about 2 or 3 boat lengths trailing the field at this stage of the race. So this morning it was St Ignatius, Kings and then Newington, with Kings putting in a big effort in the third 500 metres according to the results sheets that I've got in front of me. So as these crews enter the third 500 metres now, they will have all their eyes on the Kings crew, who is currently sitting just about half a boat lengths behind the Newington crew, who are situated on their left-hand side. It is a lot of work to do for either of those crews to overcome the St Ignatius crew, who have been so dominant in the school second 8 all season.
Just in front of us now, the presentation being made to the winner of Division 1, the crew from UTS of Brandon Smith, Mitchell Kaponis, Mackenzie Thompson, Oscar Baragi, Jack Power, Will Clubb, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch and their cox, Anna O'Hanlon. Congratulations, UTS. And our crew in the lead just at the moment, St Ignatius, is the crew of Luke Bannerman, Walter Walker, Hugh Waldron, Zachary Hyde, James Hare, Christo Blenky, Jack O'Hara, Campbell Connor, and their cox Edward Thorpe. And their coach is Joe Bocchia. Isn't he a rugby coach?
So that St Ignatius crew drawing a little bit of inspiration from recent success last year at the head of the river, in the first 8, the St Ignatius crew took home the Major Rennie Trophy and won the national championships over in Perth for the first time in the school's history. And the entire program performing at such an exceptionally high level under the leadership of Dan Noonan.
Here, here.
And the second 8 making no exception to that now in the closing stages of this race. But a little bit of a battle unfolding for the minor placings. The King's School crew just struggling with their steering just a little bit, which we wouldn't know anything about if it wasn't for these fantastic drone pictures. They're trailing by about half a length, and I mentioned before that a couple of weeks ago this crew overturned the Newington first 8 right on the line in the closing strokes of the race, and they look to be trying to make a replica of that. The Newington crew are lifting and really responding strongly at this stage of the race. The King's crew there of Jackson Thomas, Charles Whalen, Lachlan Jones, Lockie Tyndall, Lewis Todd, William Hurst, Oscar Petrus, Luke Fleet, Ty Watson, the coxswain, coached by Harry Randall, Stephen Edwards, and they're making a late charge against the Newington crew. St Ignatius are certainly going to take the win here in the second division of the men's Open 8. They've got about 3 strokes left to the line, but Kings and Newington are going toe for toe. Newington have led by up to a boat length at some stages in this race, and Kings really winding to the line, jacking the rate up, going absolutely hell for leather here. The King's School have got their bow ball in front. The King's School over Newington in the second division of the men's Open 8, completely emptying the tank. And it is an absolute finish that crew has on it. It's the third time we've seen it, as Scots College across the line in 4th place ahead of the University of New South Wales. We'll see a replay on our screen now, that finish. It wasn't until about now that crew got their bow balls in front, and they just stayed there. There's only a foot or so in it as they cross the line. We'll see the bow seat collapsing as they cross the line. So fantastic racing there from that King's crew. There's a few times that we've seen it, the incredible finish that crew's got on it. Not enough for the win there today. That St Ignatius crew looking very strong, and 7 seconds the margin that they had over the field. But Kings definitely one to watch out for a spot on the podium at the head of the river.
How exciting. So we are now moving on to, confirming the results of Division 2. A fine win for St Ignatius College Riverview. Second, Kings just ahead of Newington. The official results have come out and it was 0.23 of a second, so another really close finish. And fourth, Scots College, fifth, the University of New South Wales Composite. Moving on to Division 3 of the men's Open 8, and I wonder what we've got in store for us here. I've got these scratches. So we should have St Ignatius 5 in lane 1, St Newington 5 in lane 2, St Ignatius 4 in lane 3, Newington 4 in lane 4, Scots 4 in lane 5, Scots 3 in lane 6, Newington 3 in lane 7, and St Ignatius 3 in lane 8.
So from what I can see with some coaches' names and just by assumption of all these 8s, we're seeing the 4s, the first and second, third and fourth 4s jumping together into 8s from exciting. A few of these schools, hence why St Ignatius have got 5 entries across the 3 divisions of the men's Open 8, and 3 of them present here, same with Newington. So Newington and St Ignatius with 3 crews apiece here in the 3rd division of the Open 8, and Scots with 2 crews, and it was the Scots number 3 crew, so I could only assume that is the Scots first and second 4, coached by Judith Ungemark there in lane 6, who have the ascendancy at the halfway point, only narrowly over the St Ignatius 5 crew, who lead from the Newington 3 crew, the St Ignatius 4 crew, the Newington 4 crew, the Scots 4 crew, and the St Ignatius 3 crew. That really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it, Lizzie?
And I'm thinking, where's the 8th crew? Because it does look as though we have 8 started. So at the halfway mark, Scots 3 had a lead. They crossed in a time of 3:09, and their lead was minute, 0.31 of a second over the St Ignatius 5 crew. So the Scots 3:8 is Charles White, Henry Merrion, Oliver Milling, Jasper Tousell, Hugh Merriman, Dean Lowe, Max Berkelau and Maxwell Crawford, with William Porter coxing them.
So the race is certainly on between that St Ignatius crew on the far side of the course and the Scots crew there in lane 6, who you can see right in the middle of your picture, who are just leading that formation. Certainly not to be discounted are the Newington crew to their left-hand side in lane 7, and as well the St Ignatius number 4 crew over in lane 3. I think that 8th crew you're looking for, Lizzie, is that Newington number 5 crew in lane 2, who look to be just a little bit off the pace here in this 8th race, and as the pace is belonging to St Ignatius, so they took the win in the 2nd division of this race just a couple of moments ago, and moving through in the championship quarter of the race to ahead of the Scots crew, but only 0.61 of a second separating those two crews. Can't quite see that St Ignatius crew, but they're on the far side of the course there in lane 1, rowing in some pretty nice conditions there on the far side. And
that's the crew of Hugo Brown, Tom Tancred, Ben Walker, William Brown, Benjamin Eisenhower, Theo Turner, Edward Ruddick and William Bryant, coxed by Zeke Chan and coached by Simon Kenderes. And then sitting in 3rd place is our crew, as we mentioned, Newington 3, the crew of Theo Downing, Lewin Whitaker, Evan Grilakis, Will Gillespie Penny, Charles Old, Oscar Walsh, Tristan McDonald and Jasper Patterson, coxed by Hugo Baker and coached by Marty Nicholas.
Yeah, so the St Ignatius crew that moved through in the second half of the race, or the 3rd quarter of the race to be even more precise, haven't quite gotten away from the field. So our early race leaders from Scots, who are probably just really having their own battle with Newington on the near side of the course, really haven't let their foot off the gas here. As St Ignatius over in lane 1, they're going to hang on to that lead, but it's certainly not going to come to them easily. They're working hard for it there on the far side of the course. They've done it the hard way and moved through the field, and they'll hold about half a boat length clear of the crew from the Scots College. St Ignatius in lane 1, Scots in lane 6, over Newington in lane 7 for 3rd place. St Ignatius in lane 3 for 4th. Newington in lane 4 for 5th place. Scots in lane 5, a couple lengths back in 6th. The St Ignatius crew in lane 8 for 7th place. And the Newington crew there on the far side of the course over in lane 2 will round out the field there in 8th place in probably about a minute's time.
And just confirming the results of Division 3 of the men's 8s, a win for St Ignatius 5 crew in a time of 6 minutes 26. 2nd was Scots 3, 3rd Newington 3, 4th St Ignatius 4, 5th Newington 4, 6th Scots 4, 7th St Ignatius 3 and 8th Newington 5. Great to see so many of these school rowers in 8s.
Yeah, good opportunity for these boys who probably normally row in the 4s to, or possibly even the junior 8s, to get a hit out in the senior event here this afternoon. 3 events on the course at the moment in race number 54, the open, lightweight and under 23 double sculls, and just one competitor from each of those events. So everyone coming down the course now will be able to collect a fantastic Sydney Rowing Club mug at the finish line. But over in lane 3 in the under 23 division from Penrith Rowing Club, we have Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. Lane 5 from UTS, in the open division, we have Peter Waldersey and Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. And in lane 6 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, in the lightweight division, we have George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domashens. The UTS crew on the far side of the course there, Pat Burke and Mitch Caponis, they have scratched because they just had a fantastic race in the 8 moments ago. And I think that Sydney Rowing Club crew may have been entered by mistake, because Alex Nichols certainly not around to race this regatta.
And is Stephen Cox still here?
Stephen Cox is still here. He took a win in the single this morning.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. And
So has he qualified already?
He qualified last year at the... so Steve Cox is the Zimbabwean single sculler who's over here training for the next few months. And so he, being part of the African continent, they have the opportunity to qualify by their own qualification regatta for the Olympics, rather than having to go through the World Championships like everyone else. And that was in Tunisia last year, where he took the win and qualified the boat for the Paris Olympics. And he's currently training under the tutelage of Franz Imfeld, but not here in this race, as we see a little battle going on between the Canberrans from Black Mountain there and the UTS crew on the left-hand side of your picture of Peter Waldesy and Angus Dunstan, rather, got a late substitution there for Sam Green. But they are trailing behind the crew in lane 3, who is just out of shot at the moment, Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club in the under-23 division, who were leading a good few boat lengths at the 1,500 metre mark, and look to have really extended that lead even further, and looking very, very tidy there out in the lead in that Empacker shell. But the race certainly on for the minor placings between that UTS crew and the Black Mountain crew in lane 5 and lane 6 respectively.
Yeah, we were talking about qualifying for the Olympics. So those who are following the fortunes of all of our foreign visitors who are training over here right now will know that Aisha from Rafai from Singapore is not competing this weekend. She flew out to Singapore for their trials straight after the Riverview Gold Cup, and she has pulled a personal best on the ergo in their trials testing this morning. She's done a 7:01, which is good. And of course, the Australian team are doing their ergos tests tomorrow. So
tis the season.
Lots of pain for old and young alike.
There's a good race going on here for the minor placings. Of course, everyone technically winning their event here, but that's certainly not going to be playing on the minds of these athletes. As Black Mountain Rowing Club, the lightweights there in lane 6, have just moved through the crew from UTS, Angus Dunstan, Peter Waldesy. It'll certainly be the crew from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran, Liam Taylor, who will take the win here. The Black Mountain lightweights in the red zooties there in lane 6 have moved through late in the race there, a bit over a boat length lead, or a bit under a boat length lead, pardon me, from UTS in lane 5, who crossed the line in 3rd place.
So, confirming the results of our men's double scull race, the win went to Penrith Rowing Club. The crew of Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan, that was in the under-23 section, so they'll take that win. Second placing was the crew from Black Mountain of George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domichens, so they'll take the lightweight win. And the third crew across the line was from UTS Haberfield, Peter Waldesy and Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon, and they will take the open section. And the winning time for Moran and Taylor, 6 minutes 57.61. A handy 8.42 margin. So Lindsay should be happy with that. On the course now, we have the straight final of the Women's Open double scull race. So just no lightweights entered and no under-23s entered, so just the open doubles. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 5, representing Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs and Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young, Tom Lorridge and Alan Bennett. And we see on the pontoon in front of us the victorious St Ignatius crew, who have just collected their glass cups, their trophies from the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
So race 55 coming to a conclusion shortly as our early, mid and late race leaders of Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs and Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young, Tom Lorich and Alan Bennett, take their final couple of strokes towards the line here in the open women's double sculls. Just a couple strokes left to row, and they'll take a pretty convincing win from Samantha Backler and Helen Frith of the University of New South Wales there in lane 4. So a lot of things that we're seeing at this regatta, and we traditionally see at this regatta, given that a lot of our under 23 and senior athletes are away trialling, is crews trialling club-ish combinations for the club events at the conclusion of day 7, or just before the lunch break of day 7 of the Australian Rowing Championships in just 4 weeks' time. So we saw that in the 8s earlier on, that UTS and that Sydney 8, and we've seen some club 4s as well, and now some double sculls, and we'll likely see a few more double sculls as well that will fall into that category.
On the course now, we have the men's under 19 and under 21 quad sculls racing over 2,000 metres. In lane 3, the crew from St Augustine's of Rory Parker, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Regatta and Hamish Wise, coached by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club, William Wolfe, James Scott Brown, Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter, coached by Pete Warne and Don McLaughlin. And in lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Tarnay Potts, Caelan Routley, Ed Kelly and Lawson Banks, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And the crew from Sydney Rowing Club has scratched due to a few of them being in the 8.
Yeah, a few of them being in the 8 and a few other races that have gone on. Unfortunately, those ones not quite lining up here this afternoon. But that UTS crew, Tarnay Potts, Caelan Routley, Edward Kelly, Lawson Banks out with a fairly commanding lead, actually, as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. I would have thought that Sydney University crew would have put a little bit more of a fight here in the third 500, and as they approach the end of the third 500. I'll take that back. They're right smack bang in the middle. They're pretty much just crossing the 1250 mark here as Sydney University doing battle, trying to hold off the under-19 St Augustine's crew on the far side of the course there. They're fairly comfortably in front of them, but certainly not as comfortable as the UTS combination in lane 5, who we can just see moving pretty well together and really enjoying the dynamicism of the coxless quad scull.
Edward Kelly, oh, it just says UTS. Okay. I wonder what school he went to. Tarnay was St Augustine's. So we've got quite an interesting combination in that we've got a school crew and 2 university crews, but in some of the university clubs they do have juniors in their programme, so we've got that leading crew there, a combination from different schools really. Tarnay, who was at St Augustine's, Caelan Routley in the 2 seat from Newcastle Grammar, Ed Kelly, and then Lawson Banks, who was at the Shore School.
So I think they were just really enjoying relaxing in the middle stages of that race, because they've absolutely cranked it in the closing 100 metres now, and putting on a little bit of a show for the grandstand as that UTS crew, who have had no issues in disposing of the competition here in the under-21 quad scull. Just put on a little bit of a show in the closing stages. 6:25 across the line there for UTS as they win the under-21 scull from quad scull. ahead of Sydney University Boat Club there in lane 4. Wolf, Scott Brown, Page and Mounter, coached by Pete Warren and Don McLaughlin. And they'll get the win from the St Augustine's crew. Probably a little bit more used to having a coxswain in there in lane 3.
So, confirming the results of the men's under-19 and under-21 quad sculls. The winning under-21's quad scull was from UTS Haberfield, and it was in a time of 6:25.23. The crew from Sydney University came second in the under-21 section, and the winners of the under-19s, the crew from St Augustine's. We now move to the women's under-19 and 21 quad sculls, and we have 2 crews competing, 1 crew having scratched. That's one under-21 crew in lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berritry, Paige Critchlow, Madison Joins and Georgia Catlin, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And from Sydney Rowing Club's junior squad, Neve Tierney, Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers and Gabby Cipher, coached by Charlie Patterson.
Yeah, so you would expect the under-21 crew to get up here, but it is worth noting that under-21 crew, I think half of them are still actually under-19s.
Oh, right.
In lane 4. I know I'm not going to say names, but I'm fairly certain. But it is certainly the under-19 crew, as it was entered in lane 5, Neve Tierney, Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers and Gabby Cipher, who've just got the ascendancy at the 1,000-metre mark. It was less than half a second at the 500 and 1.92 seconds the margin between those 2 crews at the halfway point.
Yeah, and that's a very good junior crew. We've seen them in different combinations at different regattas leading into this. Obviously, under-19s looking, the club's trying out different combinations where they've got athletes who want to go for national team selection, and certainly these 4 would be contenders for that. And as they progress down the course, it is that crew of Neve Tierney, Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers and Gabby Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club who have taken a clear water lead over the others, Sydney Rowing Club crew.
So good little match race unfolding here in the closing stages. It was pretty tight at the opening timing point with the under-19 crew of Tierney, Stevenson, de Villiers and Cipher in lane 5 having just the narrowest of margins, and they have extended that all the way down the race course over the under-21 crew in lane 4. And it's about two boat lengths, or just over, probably just less than 2 boat lengths in the closing stages with the under-21 crew of Sarah Berritry, Paige Critchlow, Madison Joins and Georgia Catlin. That crew coached by Lockie Carter and Flo Griffiths, who are hanging on, but just a little bit of clear water separating those 2 crews as the under-19 girls come home through the red boys. About 6 or 7 strokes left to go here in the under-19 quad scull, and they will take a well-fought win here for Sydney Rowing Club over their club mates in lane 4 as the under-21 crew come across for second place, but both those crews obviously both eligible to come in for a glass Sydney Rowing Club mug.
So that junior crew there from Sydney Rowing Club crossing the line in a time of 7 minutes, 11.09, just 4.52 the margin over the under-21s. Nice handy scull from that crew. We're moving on now to the back to 1,000 metre racing and to the Masters category, where we will have a straight final in the men's Masters Coxless 4. We've got a few different age categories in this, and the oldest are I age category, which I think is average age 75, 80, and the youngest is the B age category. So going off go is the crew in lane 9 from Mossman Rowing Club of John Struick, John May, John Hardy and Phil Titterton. Then we've got 2 E age category crews in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap, Mark Bintner, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil. In lane 7, representing St George Rowing Club, the E crew of Glenn Shooter, Chris Jones, Stephen Harrison and Mark Partridge, coached by Bruce Williams. We then have 2 D age category crews, that's average age 50, both from North Shore. In lane 6, Andy Jeffries, Joe Daly, George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by Sue Walter, Sue Wannon and Kim Rudder. And in lane 5 from North Shore, Kieran Shekhar, Nick O'Brien, Mark Worrell and Jeff Beer, coached by Kim Runner and Sue Wannon. 1 C age category crew in lane 4, Leichhardt, Edward Parmisano, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar and Charles Buzzacott, coached by Richard Hallett. Another D age category crew, this time from Mossman. They're in lane 3 and it's Scott Beachley, Andrew Crocker, Lachlan Evans and Andrew Hurrigan. And the 2 B aged youngsters in lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Callum Steele, Christopher Naishi, Andy Wigan and Ben Nagappa, and in lane 1 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Tom Allen, Marcus Wilson, James Dupree, Benjamin Farrar. They're also coached by Richard Hallett. The I crew are underway by the look of things.
So a 45-second difference between the first and last crews to depart the starting line here in this race. Not the biggest handicap we've seen today. I think it was about a minute 8 in the Masters 8s, which were won by the Sydney Rowing Club crew off that handicap this morning. Stroking that crew was Rob McNeil, who's going to line up in the 4 here. He won the pair, won the 8, and didn't go so well in the quad. So moving back to sweep events, definitely be looking for the hat trick here today. Mentioned earlier, part of the state team selection requirements is to race 3 events in either sweep or scull, whatever you're nominating for. At this regatta, small boats and Tyree regatta, that can be 3 at 1 or 1 at each of them, but I know that none of those Sydney Masters have raced at either of those other regattas, so I'll certainly be with their hats in the ring. So our I crew from Mossman in lane 9 are away. as our other crews just
waiting for 34 seconds before they can
34
go.
seconds, and then so we'll see the Sydney and St George crews go off in about 4 seconds' time.
There they go.
A little bit of
I think Sydney Rowing Club jumped the start there.
I think the St George crew were just a little bit slow to get away there.
More biased.
As I was watching the timing on there. It was, but then off 38, the 2 North Shore crews and Mossman, and 42 will be Leichhardt, and 45 the Glebe and Leichhardt crews are away now. So a full field of racing, chasing down the Mossman crew. With an average age, I think this is the same crew that raced in the quad earlier on, and I figured out an average age of 78 out there, and couldn't quite hang on in the quad, but certainly a valiant effort. I think they still came second in that race, so we'll be looking to improve on that. But honestly, I said that there's no way that I could see myself rowing at that age. I certainly couldn't see myself doing more than one race. So a great effort for that Mossman crew of John Stewart.
I was going to say, yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah.
John Stewart, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton, the 3 Johns and a Phil.
And look at that rowing as well. So nicely in time, still got lots of flexibility. Such a great sport, rowing. It's low impact, lots of movement, flexibility, resistance, and cardiovascular. What more could you possibly want? And you drink beers afterwards.
That's the most important part, especially Masters rowing, I think.
So we've got Phil Titterton in the stroke seat there, who also coaches at Sydney University Boat Club, coaches the Women's Masters. And they still have quite a sizable lead over the young whippersnappers from Sydney Rowing Club, who have clear water over their opposition in the E-age category from St George. Leichhardt starting to which is the C-age category crew, starting to creep up now, and a number of those guys were in the New South Wales State 8 last year.
Yeah,
so obviously going for it again.
Sydney crew just separating them. They all dig off slightly different margins, but all within about sort of 10 seconds of each other, apart from the Mossman crew, obviously. So fairly even, and we can call it normally between most of the crews. It's just that Mossman crew that will need to be chased down. So the Sydney crew have really broken away from the rest of the pack there. Stu Cowap, Mark Binder, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil. So Stuart Cowart making a bit of a family affair today. We saw his daughter Hannah coxing the 4s and the 8s, and his wife Tracy coxing the women's Sydney Rowing Club Women's 8, Women's Masters 8, I should say. She did a great job organising the Henley Tour the last couple of years.
Yeah, she certainly did.
And he's now completing the family affair, although I dare say racing the 8 earlier, and as they hunt down the Mossman crew, the I-age category crew that couldn't quite hang on in the quad earlier on in this afternoon's racing just a couple of hours ago, and they're really trying to hang on here in the Coxless 4. I think it'll be a big ask as it's going to come right down to the closing strokes. A good race on for third between the 2 Leichhardt crews on the far side of the course, but the Sydney crew's a little bit too far to catch. The Sydney crew had their eyes right on this Mossman crew. Mossman are just hanging on for long enough. He's going to come right down to the line of the Masters Coxless 4. Mossman Rowing Club just take it over Sydney. The I-age crew. It's saying photo finish, but that was certainly a win for Mossman Rowing Club in lane 9. The I category crew taking the win there in the men's Masters Coxless 4. So replay there on your screen. You just see their bow balls crossing the line there. The narrowest of margins there.
They definitely need a mug to drink their beers out of to celebrate this.
I think they need a couple.
What a win.
Oh, that's fantastic to watch.
Look, and such fortitude and calmness under pressure. That's a learned skill. Years of rowing. So just confirming then, in the men's Masters Coxless 4, what looks to us like an outstanding win for Mossman Rowing Club, although it is judged to be a photo finish, so we'll have to wait for the proper judges to come and tell us whether Sydney Rowing Club got it or not. Third across the line was Leichhardt 1, that's the C age category crew, and fourth Leichhardt 2, that was the B age category crew. Fifth was Glebe, sixth was Mossman, seventh St George, 8th North Shore from lane 6, and ninth It's changed. 9th North Shore from lane 5. And the judges have confirmed it was Mossman Rowing Club who took out the men's Masters 4. Congratulations, Mossman.
0.21 of a second. I think that's... we've gone off a 34-second handicap there, and then it's come right down to that margin. Shows that the handicaps are spot on. It's given us great racing.
Exactly right, yeah. So we've got more close racing in our next race, which is Women's Masters Pairs, and we have a, oh no, they have withdrawn. We were to have a para double, but they're not there. So in lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, we have Heidi Lindell and Belindy Rowe. And they are B age category and had to wait for 3 seconds. In lane 3 from North Shore and Mossman Rowing Club, Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 4, these are all C age category crews. Leichhardt 3, the crew of Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. And in lane 6 from Leichhardt, Danielle Bourget and Jennifer Zongor, coached by Steve Sherry. Daniela, the captain of Leichhardt Rowing Club. At the 500 metre mark, which is halfway through the 1,000 metre course that Masters row, it was Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Olivia Tong in the North Shore and Mossman composite in lane 3 that were in the lead. And you can just see them there as they come through the 250 metre mark. They continue to lead over the crew from Lake Macquarie of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. It's then back to the Leichhardt crew of Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zongor. So although these ladies are racing in pairs, a number of them are also very handy indeed in the sculling boat. And some of them, including Trudy McDonald and Daniela Bourget, were in the New South Wales Masters Quad last year for the Interstate Regatta. Fairly new to sweep rowing in this pair, but Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald having a really good row and really attacking now that crew of Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Olivia Tong as they've got their confidence in the second half of the race. But they've run out of distance. It will be the North Shore composite that will take first place. Lake Macquarie will be second. Leichhardt 1 will be third. The Glebe Rowing Club crew will be fourth, and Leichhardt 3 will place fifth. Winning time, 4 minutes, 5.49 seconds. Okay, race number 60 on our programme is Division 2 of the Women's Masters Pairs. In lane 1, we have a crew from North Shore of Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. They are E age category. In lane 2, also E age category, representing Leichhardt, Em Barak and Susan Huggett, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, representing St George Rowing Club, we have Chris McCready and Jenny Wilson, coached by Bruce Williams. Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell were to be in lane 4, but they've scratched. In lane 5, a composite, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne Rowing Club with Joanne Ward from St George Rowing Club, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 6 from North Shore, Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 7 from North Shore, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, coached by Kim Rudder. Virginia and Sally are G age category, and they will be going off go, I would say, because lane 8, Sue Walter and Sue Wannon, they're busy coaching, so they have scratched. So Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards G age category, they'll go off go, and then some 9 seconds later will be the North Shore and St George crews, both the composite and the plain St George crew, because they're all F age category, and then our youngest who will go off 7 seconds after that, North Shore and Leichhardt on the far side. On the big screen now you can see the crews just lining up on the 1,000 metre mark for what we call a free start. If you race from 2,000 metres, you are held at the start, but a free start here at 1,000. That looks as though Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards have gone, and now Wendy Zamit and Julie Wass off to a very good start there against Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward and Chris McCready and Jenny Wilson. And then we see there in the colours of Leichhardt, Ember Rack and Susan Huggett, and on the far side from North Shore, Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. So they're halfway through the course now, and in the lead, the crew from North Shore of Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards still. They have just over a length over St George Drummoyne composite of Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward, who in turn have less than a second over St George's Chris McCready and Jenny Wilson. Then sitting in fourth position, Ember Rack and Sue Huggett. In fifth, Wendy Zamit and Julie Wass, and in sixth, Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. But the way that these staggers are intended in Masters rowing is that there's a blanket finish. So now is when, as we come up to the 250 metre mark, is when we see things start to level off. So as they came through the 250 metre mark, as I said, it started to level off a little bit, and we see a really good result from good steady rowing from Chris McCready and Jenny Wilson. Jenny, who was in the State Masters quad last year, and switching to sweep now and beginning to learn her craft. Good rhythm there behind Chris McCready and moving their way through the Fabro-Edwards combination from North Shore. And then in the middle there, our composite of Rowena Stewart in the yellow and green of Drummoyne and Joanne Ward in the red and white of St George.
It's going to be really close down to the line for the minor placings. St George certainly having done the best job of things moving through from the handicap, but it's coming right down to the line between the two North Shore crews and the St George Drummoyne composites. It'll be North Shore in lane 7 from the St George Drummoyne composite in lane 5, and the North Shore crew on the far side of the course. All three will go to a photo, but I'm fairly confident in that result there. And Leichhardt in lane 2 over the North Shore crew in lane 6 of Zamet and Was.
Ooh, some excellent racing. They're going to make things very difficult for the selectors there, I think, with those results. Very close indeed.
So on the course now, race 61, the women's C and D grade coxless quad sculls. So this one contested over 1,000 metres as well. We've got St George in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, University of New South Wales in lane 4, Glebe in lane 5, and then two Nepean crews, the number 2 crew in lane 6 and the number 1 crew in lane 7. Those crews well through the 500 metre mark now, and fast approaching the final was the University of New South Wales crew, Helen Frith, Charlotte Stanwicks, Samantha Backler and Indy Burke, who were leading the race by a pretty narrow margin, only 3 seconds, which over the, it's a reasonably big margin. They're over a boat length in front, but they'll have to look out for the Nepean Rowing Club crew on the near side of the course. They were their closest competitor. Emily Boys, Ellie Taylor, Jade Sharp, Vitty Young, those girls all having pretty strong results in the single sculls, in the under 17 single sculls earlier on, as did a couple of those Glebe scullers. So fairly young field out here. We've even got a school crew out there where who we've seen almost all of these girls competing already across the under 17 or under 19 single sculls as recently as only about an hour ago. So some great.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's great to see them jumping out of 8s and singles and into crews, and a really good lead there for the University of New South Wales, having just raced the 8. On the far side, we've got a crew from St George, and Mark Featherstone is the coach, and we've got 2 of his daughters, Lily Featherstone in the bow seat and Ellen Featherstone in the stroke seat. In the middle, we've got Beth Jacobs at 3 and Kiara Beasley in the 2 seat. Interestingly, Kiara is an AFL player, and she's decided to try her hand at rowing, so we welcome her. I think this is her first regatta, so well done St George for getting her on the water and starting off her in a new sporting career. A great battle for the line between them and the young Glebe crew. It'll be Glebe that will take out the 3rd position. St George will have to settle for 4th. Nepean having come 2nd and University of New South Wales 1st. And then another big push between those 2 crews for the final placings. I'm not sure. Nepean 2, I think, would have got it. They would have come in 5th and 6th. Newcastle Grammar. What a great race. The winners of the women's D and C quads was University of New South Wales. They were C grade. 2nd, Nepean 1, who were also C. 3rd, Glebe, who were D. 4th, St George, who were D. 5th, Nepean, who were D. And 6th, Newcastle Grammar, who were D. Winning time, 3 minutes 40.54 seconds.
So next up, we'll go back to 2,000 metre racing with the men's open and under 23 coxless 4s, but a couple of minutes break just while we reset things back to a 2,000 metre start.
So we've got some great pictures on the big screen or on your live stream of the crews in our next race lining up on the start. We've had a few changes, not too many. I'm just checking them and then I will run through with you who is in what, but safe to say that quite a few of these guys were racing in those fantastic 8s races that we had earlier on, so they definitely would have had some good lung openers before coming onto the start line here. Most of the crews are in the open category, and a couple of them are not going to be judged, we think, and one of them is an under 23 crew. Starting with lane 1, the crew from Sydney Rowing Club has scratched. In lane 2, University of New South Wales is now a composite, and I think that because you can't make a substitute of somebody from another club, that will mean the crew is not judged, but the crew is Harry O'Donnell in the bow seat, Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club in 2, Jack Clements at 3, Marcus Black in the stroke seat, and their coach is Cameron Butler. In lane 3, another crew which is not to be judged, which is a UTS Sydney composite of James Fredrickson, Galen Quinn and Toby Tegg from Sydney Rowing Club, with Nick Miro from UTS, coached by Donovan Teck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, from UTS Haberfield, the crew of Patrick Burke, Mitchell Kaponis, Luka Stefanovic and Peter Waldersey, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyan. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Henry Cross, Angus Aitken, Torrin Olsen and Tom Cregan, coached also by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6, a crew that looks to me very suspiciously like a potential New South Wales Penrith Cup crew for the interstate competition, Nicholas Mater from UTS in the bow seat, Wyatt Batt from Sydney University Boat Club in the 2 seat, Jason Woodell from Nepean Rowing Club in the 3 seat, and Zinc Bosco from UTS in the stroke seat, coached by Sam Fennessy, Tom Lorridge and Will Raven. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club, an open crew of Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 8, from UTS Haberfield, an under 23 crew of Jack Power, Oscar Baregi, James O'Meara and Joe Lynch, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemach. So the crews are off. You can see there the pairs paddling up to the start as the coxless 4s race down. So anybody new to rowing, we say coxless because you can have 4 people rowing sweep or in a boat with a cox steering them, or you can have a situation like we've got here where one of the people rowing is the steersman themselves and they use wires attached to a shoe that go back to the rudder. And this coxless 4, we have 6 crews which are open and 1 crew which is the one closest to the camera, which is under 23. You see there the distinctive blue of Sydney Rowing Club as they come past the camera. On the far side there, a composite. But in the lead, the Sydney Rowing Club crew, I think from lane 7 of Nick Whalen, Mac Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. They have 0.61 of a lead over the other Sydney Rowing Club crew of Henry Cross, Angus Aitken, Torrin Olsen and Tom Cregan, that's in lane 5. And then it's over to lane 3, the UTS Sydney composite. So powering down the course now. Past the 750 metre mark and making their way steadily to the halfway mark. You can see 750 there in the background on the big screen. And it's our composite there of UTS Nick Miro in the stroke seat, with Toby Tegg, Galen Quinn and James Fredrickson. That's lane 3. Looks as though the lane 7 crew continues to have a slight lead. Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. And still sitting in second, our Sydney Rowing Club crew of Cross, Aitken, Olsen and Cregan. And there goes the umpire. Through the 1,000-metre mark, the crew's safely across the midpoint of this race. Enjoying some fairly good conditions, certainly a lot better than they were when we were all out training in Sydney this morning with the wind that we had. And powering down now towards that 1,250 metre mark, and it looks as though it continues to be the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 7, Whalen, Bucknell, Thurnham and Hine, who continue to lead. Over Sydney Rowing Club, Cross, Aitken, Olsen and Cregan. And then across to the composite of Fredrickson, Quinn, Tegg and Miro. A nice big push coming there from the UTS crew of Pat Burke, UTS Haberfield crew of Patrick Burke, Mitchell Kaponis, Luka Stefanovic and Peter Waldersee. And dropping back now on the far side there, the crew from the University of New South Wales. And on the near side, the crew from UTS Haberfield, the under-23 crew. And as they pass through the 500-metre mark, it was the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 7 that continued to lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5 and the UTS composite in lane 3.
Some good racing unfolding here in this 23-4. Those two crews that aren't being judged doing...
Yeah, one of them in particular doing very well indeed.
A few things going on my timing screen in front of me, giving me some contradictory things, but that Sydney UTS crew on the far side, maybe just dropping back into third, but they'll have a good tussle for line honours for second place. Obviously no medals on the line for them, but the all Sydney crew on the near side of the course, it's the young guns, the under-21 combination of Nick Whalen, Mac Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham, Charlie Hine, who have strode out to a pretty commanding lead over their club mates. 3 Sydney crews here going across the line. It'll be the young guns in lane 7 who take the win in the men's open Coxless 4 here. About a boat length from the second all Sydney crew. It's the crew of Henry Cross, Angus Aitken, Torrin Olsen, Tom Cregan, just narrowly over the Sydney UTS composite who won't be judged. The crew in lane 6, the lightweights that looks like it'll be pretty close to what a New South Wales Penrith Cup crew will look like. Yep. Nick Mather, White Bat, Jason Waddell, Zink Bosco in third place. The all UTS crew there. So confirming the official results there. First in the men's open, Coxless 4, Sydney Rowing Club. Second place, the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5. The UTS composite in lane 6 in third. The UTS crew in lane 4 in fourth. And the UTS crew in lane 8 in 5th place. The winning time, 6 minutes, 18.34.
So we have now a straight final in the women's Coxless 4. All of these are open crews, and we'll actually see the names now from that winning Sydney Rowing Club Women's 8, splitting into 2 4s. and the other 4 girls from the 8 of University of New South Wales. We saw some earlier. The remainder are in this race. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have a 4 of Freya Neville, Amelia Crocker, Hannah Keating and Izzy Furrer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. In lane 5, representing the University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Raffin, Anna Ristick, Olivia Zago and Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And in lane 6, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Cassidy, Catherine Mason, Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop, also coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths.
Yeah, so the 8 splitting into, the winning 8 from earlier, splitting into 2 4s. This 4 on the far side of the course, Freya Neville, Amelia Crocker, Hannah Keating and Izzy Furrer. We saw them race at the state championships in the elite coxless 4, and I believe they were the only non-national training centre crew in the final. There might have been one other. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But either way, it was sort of a bit of a daunting task there for club rowers. Certainly not, although fantastic athletes in their own right, certainly not national training centre athletes at this stage in their careers. And they really held their own in that race. And definitely a combination that's looking at targeting the club 4 at nationals, as I'm sure this second combination will be as well. And that second combination of Olivia Cassidy, Catherine Mason, Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop in lane 6, who are just trailing by, at the 1500 metre mark, trailing by just under 12 seconds. So pretty clear the intra-club rankings there between those 2 4s.
And interestingly, there is a very strong connection between Sydney Rowing Club and athletes from the United Kingdom coming across and spending some time in Sydney, sometimes like Shane Mulvaney, staying for a long time. And certainly we have Hannah Keating in the crew in lane 4 that's currently in the lead. She's been doing a pair with Izzy Furrer and looking very good indeed in the 3 seat of this 4. She and Olivia Cassidy, who's in the bow seat of the crew in lane 5, were part of the Thames Rowing Club winning 8 at Henley Women's Regatta and Henley Royal Regatta last year, and I think they're really enjoying their time at Sydney, loving rowing at Sydney Rowing Club. If their families are tuning into the live stream or watching later on, then hello to you, especially the Cassidys. Old friends of mine. It's really lovely to see what has been a strong connection for men now following through with the women as well, and very strong women's program under the leadership of Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths there. Yeah,
they'll be looking at possibly sending an 8 to Henley, and
yes.
It's looking to be a pretty competitive crew as well. So
100%.
Fantastic. I don't think there's anyone joining in live from the UK's 3:40 in the morning.
Oh, you never know.
Would have to
Rowing
be pretty
parents.
dedicated. It's rowing parents, and it is a Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. It's a pretty big deal. And they, if they are, hello. I hope you're enjoying the coverage and watching you girls do very well here in the Women's Open Coxless 4. It's Sydney Rowing Club 1-2 as University of New South Wales just crossed into the Red Boys the last 100 now to round out the field here in the Open Women's Coxless 4.
Winning time for Sydney Rowing Club, 7 minutes, 0.48 of a second, and the margin 14.52.
So on the course now, another race on the program. We've got two events being rowed in the same race. We've got the under-19 and under-21 coxless pairs on the course now. Just a sole entrant in the under-21 division over in lane 3, Brandon Smith and Will Clubb from UTS Haberfield. And then in the as the Sydney University crew have scratched. In lane 5, we have Alfred McLean and Samuel Hines from the King's School. In lane 6, Jack Martin and Tom Clarkson from Newcastle Grammar. And in lane 7, Jason Cow and William Pender from St Augustine's. And as this race approaches the 1500 metre mark, we're back to our drone footage, which is giving some fantastic perspective on the racing unfolding in front of us here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. We can see that crew on the far side of the course from UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith, William Clubb, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak, stretching out their lead. They have been leading from the early stages and now have about 5 seconds over the St Augustine's crew, Jason Cow and William Pender racing the under-19 division on the near side of the course. You can see the King's School crew just struggling with their steering in the coxless pair in the centre of the course there, a good few lengths behind, and the Newcastle Grammar crew in lane 6 just really trailing the field. Thinking something may have gone a little bit awry and not according to plan there. As it does in pairs, exactly. Well, I mean, not everything going to plan for that King's crew with that steering going on there, but when you're used to racing 8s all the time and rowing 8s all the time, jumping in a coxless pair can be a little bit
daunting.
Yeah, a little bit daunting, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's and I think it's really good to see schoolboys jumping into those pairs. So good on them. As always, the King's School Parramatta providing a great experience for the lads there, so that they can really develop their mastery of the sport of rowing. But no doubt at all about that crew from UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith and Will Clubb, looking very good indeed. They're very comfortable.
Yeah, I think it's great when we see, especially GPS schools running their boys in small boats at these regattas. Although GPS rowing is absolutely fantastic, we love watching everyone contest the Major Rennie. Sometimes it is a struggle after school, we sometimes struggle with retention in New South Wales, and having these boys out enjoying what rowing really has to offer, racing the small boats, which is what they're going to be doing after school a lot more of. A, it builds better athletes, and B, it gives them more experience to racing and more well-rounded athletes. So great to see them out here. But the UTS combination in the under-21 pair, Brandon Smith, William Clubb, taking a pretty commanding win. And in the under-19 division, St Augustine's, Jason Cow, William Pender, taking the win in that division. 8.7 seconds the margin between those two crews, as we see the combination from the King's School just paddling it pretty steady there in lane 5 down towards the finish line. So I'm not sure if something's gone a little bit awry there. I didn't quite check the ratings over the video footage earlier on. They're a pretty cruisy row there for the Kings boys, not stopping at the finish, just cruising on through. And that Newcastle Grammar crew will come down to complete the course in just a minute or so's time. As on the course in front of us, we've got next race on the program, just the two entrants, and both presenting at the start line, and both well and truly racing in the third 500 metres of the women's under-19 coxless pair. Over in lane 4 from UTS, Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. And in lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington, coached by Charlie Patterson. And I've got now timing screens that was the Sydney crew at the 1,000 metre mark, and if that was the case, then pretty decisive move there in the last 250 metres for the UTS Haberfield crew, who have just moved through and have a good couple of boat lengths lead now over the Sydney Rowing Club crew. So not sure if something's gone wrong there, or maybe just a couple of dirty strokes stopping the boat and really upsetting the race just before we tuned into it. But it is the UTS combination there, Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss, who are currently about 2 or 3 boat lengths. We've got about just under 5 seconds margin at the third timing point, 1,500 metres ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew. You can see on the screens there, both crews certainly, Sydney crew certainly still racing, so perhaps just a really decisive third 500 metres from the UTS crew. I do love on this drone footage that we get a real insight into the steering of these crews. Even when you're cycling down the course, you don't really tend to notice when things don't go 100% according to plan. We can see on here both crews just using the boys as almost like bumpers in a bowling alley at this stage, just really exploring the outer boundaries of their lanes, but staying within them, and certainly still racing now.
So Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss, they've been doing very well in sculling, but they are both from the very strong St Catherine's New South Wales 8 from last year. Now rowing at UTS, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. But certainly they've been quite commanding in sculling, and the state championships recently won quite a lot, and looking very good indeed now that they are in a pair together. Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington certainly not letting them get too far ahead. Inside the red boys, almost home, reaching out now. Jade Bliss, Sienna Morgan, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, will hang on to take the win in the women's under-19 coxless pair for UTS Haberfield. So we're moving back to 1,000 metre racing and to grade as opposed to age category racing. This is the men's C and D grade coxed 4. In the D grade, in lane 4, the University of New South Wales, represented by Robbie Ireland, Levi Rosenzvet, Fraser Wilson and Nityam Bansal, coxed by Emma Vey Cox and coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 5, a C grade 4 from Leichhardt, their second crew of Benjamin Farrer, Marcus Wilson, Tom Allen and James Dupree, coxed by Sebastian Kladnick and coached by Richard Hallett. In lane 6, also a C grade 4, but also their men's Masters 4 that just raced recently, Edward Parmisano, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar and Charles Buzzacott, coxed by Ruth Kelly and also coached by Richard Hallett.
So crews out in the course now. We've got a few Masters crews competing in the normal grade division, still over 1,000 metres, of course. A good race unfolding here between the two Leichhardt crews and the University of New South Wales crew on the far side there. The University of New South Wales, a D grade crew, and the Leichhardt crews, both C grade crews, and we'll get a better indication as they come through the 500 metre mark, but it looks like the Leichhardt number 2 crew, Benjamin Farrer, Marcus Wilson, Tom Allen, James Dupree, and their cox Sebastian Kladnick, who just have the ascendancy, about 3 seats up on the Leichhardt number 1 crew on the near side of Edward Palmisano, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, and Charles Buzzercott. Ruth Kelly, the coxswain. Both those Leichhardt crews coached by Richard Hallett. And I'll correct myself there, at the University of New South Wales crew over in lane 4, splitting the difference between the two Leichhardt combinations. It's Robbie Island, Levi Ronsonvet, Fraser Wilson, Nityan Bansal, and Emma Vey Cox, their Cox, and the coach Cameron Butler. So if that University of New South Wales crew can hang on, they'll be looking to upset a 1-2 finish for Leichhardt Rowing Club in the C and D grade Coxed 4. To be just fading in the closing stages as the two Leichhardt crews putting the pressure on them. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much change in the order of those two Leichhardt combinations, as the Dupree-stroked crew in the centre of the course will just enjoy the lead that they built up early on. University of New South Wales not quite out of things yet, though. Just trailing behind. They were just in front of the Leichhardt number 2 crew at the 500, but just starting to trail behind now in the latter stages of the race. They're into the red boys now. The Leichhardt number 2 crew in the centre of the course, they've moved out to clear water over the rest of the field, and certainly looking like the form crew, getting the most length and the most run on the boat, and they're pretty much a neat length clear now of the Leichhardt number 1 crew. So Leichhardt in lane 5 take the win here in the CD grade Cox 4. Leichhardt number 1 for second place, ahead of University of New South Wales over there in lane 4 for third.
Next race on the course will be our Men's Masters Single Scull Division 1. In lane 1, representing Glebe, we have Ben Nagappa. He is the youngest of our scullers at the age of 28, and we'll have to wait for 8 seconds before he starts. Then in B age category, Andrew Goldstein, also representing Glebe Rowing Club and rowing in lane 2. In lane 3, Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club, C age category. In lane 4, representing North Shore, Simon van Ryswyk, coached by Samantha Callahan. He's D age category, as are the remainder of our scullers. Till Andriessen from Rudegelskaft Viking from Germany. Nick Brown from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 6. Terry Bridges from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 7, and Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 8. So 2 of the gentlemen in this race represented New South Wales in the Interstate Masters men's quad last year. Andy Wigan, who's in lane 3, representing Glebe, and Alexander Deutsch from Mossman, who's in lane 8. And I know Nick Brown from Drummoyne tried out for it, so we'll be interested to see how he goes.
So our Men's Masters single scullers making their way towards the finish line now, and a battle on between Terry Bridges from Leichhardt, who at the moment is pretty tightly matched with the sculler from Glebe over in lane 2, Andrew Goldstein, who went off a 7-second handicap. Terry Bridges going off the word go, so he'll be looking to just fend off the fast finishing Glebe sculler, but I think he's done it at this stage. 2 more strokes to go across the line, and Terry Bridges from Leichhardt will take the win in the Men's Masters single scull. Andrew Goldstein from Glebe will take second place Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne in third. Andy Wigan from Glebe in fourth place, and Ben Nagapa from Glebe in fifth. Till Anderson from Rudergesellschaft Viking from Berlin in sixth place. And our sculler from North Shore, Simon Van Riswick, over in lane 4 there will round out the field in this first division, the first of 3 divisions of the men's Masters single scull.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to our Mossman sculler. I think I can see him down there right back at the halfway at the 1,000-metre mark, so either he didn't make it to the start on time or something happened, some equipment failure on the start. But we do have 2 divisions in the men's Masters single scull. In fact, we have 3, and the second division is now on the course with Chris Jones from St George Rowing Club in lane 2, coached by Bruce Williams. Chris Naishi from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie in 4, Mark Whitaker from Shoalhaven in lane 5, Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George in lane 6, Richard Medway from Leichhardt in lane 7, and Kenny Major from Glebe in lane 8.
And if you're joining us on the live stream, I will point out that definitely was a little bit of taking a little bit of liberty for when the starters said go by Anton Granger Ramos. There was about a boat length lead before the race even started at that stage, and Lizzie called one earlier in the Coxless Fours, but that was clear as day, I think. Blatant. But it's all in good fun here in the Masters sculling. Had some great Masters racing out here today, and we'll see how it affects the standings of the race as they come down to almost at the halfway point now. We're probably about a minute or so off the halfway point.
So a lot of these guys started at the same time. We've got 5 scullers in this race who are E age category, who all started at the same time, and 2 who are D age category, who should have waited 5 seconds. So the
doesn't look like it's affecting things too much at the moment, or maybe by enough actually. But
yes, it's the 2 over on the far side there. So on the far right of the screen, and the far side, if you're looking from the grandstand, is Chris Jones from St George, and next to him, Christopher Nishi from Glebe. There are 2 young whippersnappers in the D age category, aged 54, both of them.
Yeah, and then out of our starters off go, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie looks to have just got the best of things, but is having a good little tussle with Anton Granger Ramos from St George.
Oh, they're both great athletes. They train very hard, as does Richard Medway and Kenny Major. So a good battle between those guys.
Yeah. So we have the St George sculler in the lead at the 500, and maybe just got his bow ball behind. With the Lake Macquarie sculler in the distinctive bright green and yellow, is it?
I'm not sure what you call it.
I'm sure there's a technical colour shade for it. If someone can give me the colour code, the 4-digit number of that'd be great. But whatever the colour is, regardless, it is that Lake Macquarie sculler, Jeremy Smith, over there in lane 4, who just has his bow ball in front of the fast-starting St George sculler, who has now got to think about fending off the sculler to his left, Richard Medway from Leichhardt, coached by Steve Sherry, but about a boat length he has over the field, and certainly not letting Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club get away with it. I'd say the St George sculler has just got the rating a little bit higher, but maybe not quite the length. And the sculler from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club with about half a boat length now as they approach the last sort of 130 metres left to row. So it will come right down to the wire here in the second division of the men's Masters single scull. As Jeremy Smith, he got his bow ball in front just after the 500 metre mark, ahead of Ayrton Granger Ramos, who got away very quickly, but wasn't quite able to hold on. It'll be Jeremy Smith from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club by about half a boat length, ahead of a very quickly finishing St George sculler, who won't just be able to get his bow ball in front. St George for second, Leichhardt for third place, the Glebe sculler Kenneth Major in fourth. Christopher Jones from St George in fifth place. Mark Whitaker from Shoalhaven in 6th. And the second Glebe sculler, Christopher Naish from Glebe, there in lane 3 in 7th place to round out the men's Masters single scull.
And that winning time for Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie in the men's Masters single scull Division 2, 3 minutes 53.89 seconds. The third and final division of the men's Masters single is now in progress. We've got a few different age groups in this one. The scullers themselves are Harry Fine from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 1, Glenn Shooter from St George Rowing Club in lane 2, Richard Rebilliard from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, Chris Walsh from North Shore in lane 4, Mark McEwen from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 5, Richard Jones from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 6, Len Walter from North Shore in lane 7, and John James from North Shore in lane 8. John James is our eldest sculler. He's 87 years old, and so he's L age category, and he went off go. Len Walter is J age category and had to wait 38 seconds. Richard Jones is H age category and had to wait 69 seconds. Mark McEwen and Chris Walsh are G age category and had to wait 79 seconds. And the remainder of our scullers, Richard Rebilliard, Glenn Shooter and Harry Fine, had to wait 87 seconds. So pretty spread out at the beginning of the race. As we've said before, the handicaps are designed for a blanket finish. And we see there that John James, Olympian, is staying well ahead of Len Walter, his colleague from North Shore at this point in the race, and both of them well ahead of the remainder of the field.
Yeah, 87 seconds is a long time to wait on the start line. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make up that margin. But
you really would have to be in your own head, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And not looking around, just rowing your own race. And
absolutely. Well, for the majority of the race, they are going to have to be rowing their own race. They're almost, all things going sort of to plan, they shouldn't be seeing any of their competitors right until the last couple of strokes of the race. So it's definitely an interesting mental game in Masters rowing. And John James from North Shore still obviously leading and looking pretty good as well. He's got the rate up nicely, and
yeah, he's amazing. He's out there sculling, rowing and coaching all of the time. So a real rowing tragic, much like ourselves, Chris.
So a bit of a battle going on for the lead now with Len Walter from North Shore, the J-rank sculler. Went off a 38-second handicap, and he's just about to overturn John James from North Shore, who, despite that head start, not able to hold off his club mate. But it'll be a big ask for any of the other scullers in this race to close the gap. There's only about 200 metres left to row here on the course, and still probably almost 30 seconds separating those leading two from the chasing pack. So Len Walter definitely looking the goods for the win here in the third division. Race 69 of the men's Masters single scull.
Young whippersnapper that he is. Great to see him out there, and again, somebody who races really often, Len Walter, so very impressive.
So one of the other North Shore scullers, or the only other North Shore sculler, so it's Chris Walsh in lane 4. Looks to be the only one looking likely of a challenge, but even then it's a really, really big ask at this late stage in the race. He's done pretty well to overcome that handicap, so Chris Walsh went off 79 seconds, so almost a minute 20 sitting at the start line. And if you're here used to watching schoolboy rowing, a minute 20 is just under 500 metres in an 8. And so it's a very, very long time to be sitting on the start line letting your competitors get away from you. But the man who's taken advantage of that and made the most of it, Len Walter from North Shore Rowing Club, will take his last 2 strokes across the line now to take the win in the men's Masters single scull. John James will just hang on for second place, half a boat length clear of his clubmate Chris Walsh over in lane 4. So a North Shore 1, 2, 3 in the men's masters single. Glenn Shooter from St George Rowing Club in 4th, Des Moines' Richard Jones in 5th, and Richard Robilliard from Glebe in 6th place. Our Mossman sculler on the far side of the course, Harry Fine in 7th, and Mark McEwen from Glebe in the centre of the course there in 8th place.
And according to our timers, the time for Len Walter over that 1,000 metre race was 5 minutes 14.79 seconds. Coming on to the start now, our women's masters coxless fours. We have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3, a Glebe North Shore composite in lane 4. In lane 5, a Des Moines St George composite. In lane 6, North Shore. In lane 7, Leichhardt. And in lane 8, North Shore. So the crew in lane 8 is Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass, coached by Kim Rudder. They are F age category and they'll go off go. Next to them in lane 7, the Leichhardt crew is Jane Hutchison, Em Barak, Belinda Brigham and Susan Huggett, coached by Steve Sherry. They are D aged category. So they'll wait for 11 seconds. 2 crews in the middle will go off just ahead of them, the North Shore crew of Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell and Olivia Tong, coached by Kim Rudder, and the crew of Des Moines St George, Chris McCready, Joanne Ward, Jenny Wilson and Kathleen Hextall, coached by Bruce Williams. They're E-age category, so they'll just wait 6 seconds. And then we have 3 C-age category crews in lane 4 from North Shore and Glebe, Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy. In lane 3 from Mossman, Kim Laurie, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Sarah Ahern and Carissa Kleiman, coached by James Taylor. And in lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Tara Rennie, Kirsten Lilliquist, Jennifer Edge and Kim Small.
I was getting a bit worried when I saw Masters Coxless 4 on there that we'd have some prolific composite crews once again. The Women's Masters 8 had some crews that had well and truly had the phone book thrown at them. I think 5 or 6 crews, clubs present in a number of those crews, but good to see the ladies in the Coxless 4s mostly keeping it within the clubs. A couple of composites with just one visitor from another club in there in the form of the lanes 4 and 5 crews, the Glebe and North Shore composite and the Des Moines St George composite.
Yeah, and with reference to the crew in lane 4, I've realised that Nicola Kennedy is actually not rowing in the crew. It's Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club in the stroke seat.
And crews now approaching the 500 metre mark. So no huge handicaps in this race, but the crew from North Shore in lane 6, just with the ascendancy at the 500 metre mark, less than a boat length, 1.75 seconds the margin back to Leichhardt and Mossman at that timing point. See that St George crew, North Shore crew rather, just extending that lead with a battle on for the minor placings between the Leichhardt crew directly in the lane adjacent to them, to their left-hand side, to the left-hand side of your picture, in lane 7, and the crew from Mossman on the right-hand side of your picture there in lane 3, who have just, they went off a longer, slightly longer, 4-second longer handicap, that Mossman crew, and they've just gotten their bow balls in front and moving through at a rate of knots, actually, about almost a boat length clear of the Leichhardt crew, who were sitting in second place. Still a bit over a boat length to cover if that Mossman crew are in the hunt, or would like to be in the hunt for the win here in the Women's Masters Coxless 4. But they're certainly giving it their everything. They're definitely the fastest moving boat on the course, but a little bit of ground to overcome in comparison to the North Shore crew, who are leading the race and went off just that 6-second handicap. And that's the North Shore crew: Louise McGotch, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Olivia Tung, coached by Kim Rudder, who will take the win by about 2 boat lengths ahead of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3 for second place. Leichhardt in lane 7 will cross the line in 3rd, and the North Shore Glebe Composite for 4th place. The St George Des Moines Composite in 5th. Sydney Rowing Club crew on the far side of the course in 6th place. And our North Shore crew on the grandstand side in lane 8, crossing the line in 7th place to round out the Women's Masters Cox's 4. And I believe that rounds out, that's all of our Masters racing for today as well. So just only a handful of races left in the program here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. We've got a quads race up next, and then we'll move through to a handful of different double sculls events, and that'll take us right through to the close of the day's program at last race starting at 3:38, and our volunteers doing a fantastic job of keeping us moving to schedule today. But we will have just a couple of minutes before our next race gets underway as we move back to 2,000 metres.
I love a win.
So on the start now, we have lining up our women's quad sculls. They are all open quad sculls. In lane 4, we have Annabelle Hayworth, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews and Caitlin Mulqueeny from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 5, we have Lily Featherstone, Kiara Beasley, Beth Jacobs and Ellen Featherstone from St George Rowing Club, coached by Mark Featherstone. And in lane 6, we have Helen Frith, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler and Annabelle Singh from the University of New South Wales. So they are off safely and cleanly. Nice line there from St George. This is a coxless quad, so again somebody is steering the boat using their feet.
Usually the stroke seat in Australia.
Yes,
and
usually the bow seat in the UK.
Yeah, well, it's usually the best idea for the stroke seat at a 6-lane course, because you can see your wake, but when you're steering and around into tight locks and things in the River Thames, there's definitely the bow seat who should have it. Although we do know that a lot of people in pairs, even in Sydney, tend to just pick whoever's better at it, not any other real consideration. But in that UNSW crew on the far side, Charlotte Stanwicks, fresh off a win in the CD grade coxless quad, so it's already got a win in the quad today, just about pretty much bang on an hour ago, and back into another quad. It's the only one that's transferred over, and will be contesting her clubmates and St George, but it does look like the UNSW crew on the near side of the course, Frith, Ristic, Backler and Singh, who have gotten the better of the start, gotten the better of their clubmates out of the blocks.
Yeah, oh, sorry, put the aircon thing back on again. I just was freezing. So. Oh, right.
So through the 500 metre mark there, it was that UNSW crew in lane 6. That's the combination Helen Frith, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler and Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler, who had the lead over the other UNSW crew by 2.44 seconds. That's the combination of Annabelle Hayworth, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews and Caitlin Mulqueeny. The St George crew in lane 5, just dropping back a little bit away from the pack there, margin of about just under 5 seconds at that first timing point. Was this the St George crew that we saw earlier? So that's the two Featherstone girls, Kiara Beasley and Beth Jacobs. So we saw them out in the in that C&D grade coxless quad just an hour ago. So if this is the first regatta for Kiara Beasley, she's certainly getting her money's worth, and with a couple of laps down the course in quick succession.
This looking very good indeed, this crew in lane 6 from the University of New South Wales of Helen Frith, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler and Annabelle Singh there in the stroke seat, rowing nice and long, quite good timing there, nice clean catches. And just behind them, Annabelle Hayworth, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews and Caitlin Mulqueeny. It's just been fantastic to see this squad of girls at the University of New South Wales and how well they're rowing. And then our less experienced rowers from St George Rowing Club, but their stroke woman there, Ellen Featherstone, keeping up a lively pace. And again, it's good to see that big squad there, coached by Mark Featherstone, getting out doing plenty of racing. as we build up to the national championships, which will be here in just a few weeks' time. Well, schoolgirl head of the river first, but...
Yep, and then it's only, I think, 3 and a bit weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
3 and a bit weeks
18th
away.
of
4
March,
weeks away.
I think it starts, so yeah.
Yep.
So just waiting for... And of course, in the meantime, this coming week, the trials for the Olympic team, Paralympic team, Australia A team and under-23 team. So lots happening here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, not to mention all the trials for canoeing as well.
Is there another sport that uses this, Lizzie?
Just a few.
How dare
Yeah, we'll
they?
just mix in some drag-a-boat, triathlon, open water swimming and anything else you want to...
There was the All Schools Triathlon was here this week.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I actually didn't do any swimming. I think that may
Oh,
have been an
because
issue.
there was the blue-green algae, which I think has gone, which is great to hear. Yeah, well done, Cirque staff. Must be a bit scary when that raises itself again, but it's, yeah, I think they've managed to eradicate it once again.
Yeah, it's always a big job. It's a very complex ecosystem, the wider Penrith Lakes system. But on this particular Penrith Lake, it is still the University of New South Wales crew in lane 6 who are leading their club mates. Haven't really extended that lead in the last 500 or so. They had about 5-ish seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, and it's actually dropped just slightly in the third 500, but they'll be pretty content knowing that they're sitting probably just out of view of their club mates and won't have to do too much to secure this win in the Women's Open Quad Scull. Although in saying that, we've seen some absolutely fantastic finishes here this afternoon, and I wouldn't complain if we had another one.
Indeed not. And the races, and there's only a few to go, coming thick and fast now with the men's under-19s double scull hot on the heels of this women's coxless quad.
Yeah, that's shaping up to be a pretty high quality field. I think that'll be great to see, as is the under-21 races that we'll see as well. I think we're in for a good end to the day.
So a great row, as we said, for University of New South Wales. They're 2 coxless quads battling it out for supremacy, but the crew, stroked by Annabelle Singh, is going to maintain its lead, even though the second crew is closing on them as fast as they can. They're going to maintain that lead and take out the win in the Women's Open Quad Scull. So first and second, the University of New South Wales, and third, St George Rowing Club.
So on the course, as you said, Lizzie, hot on their heels, and just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now, or through the 1,000-metre mark already, I should say, is the men's under-19 double sculls. Race 72 on your program. In lane 1, we have Mac Mason and William Rogers from the King's School. Lane 2, we have Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean, partnered up with Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt. In lane 3, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar. I'll just start that again because I've just read out the wrong race. So it's race 72 on your program, the under-19 double scull. So the King's School in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. The
Kings 3 did
not start, and as did the Glebe crew in lane 7. So St Augustine's in lane 5, Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, and Newcastle Grammar in lane 8. And now that I've finally managed to figure out what race is going on in front of us, I'll let you know that it is the crew from the King's School, William Farrett, Tom Whalen, those 2 boys out of the first 8. Tom Whalen, younger brother of Nick, who we've seen...
Racing hard,
racing a lot, almost as much as he did at the state championships, and got a win in the Cox 4 and the Coxless 4. Cox 4 this morning and the Coxless 4 this afternoon, both in pretty quick times. So his younger brother Tom, perhaps just drawing a little bit of inspiration as they lead the St Augustine's pairing, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, by about 4.5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, and we'll see how that plays out at the 1,500-metre mark. I dare say they've extended that lead pretty significantly, actually. It's a whole live stream worth. It's one camera's picture's width of, and that roughly equates to 8.84 seconds over the St Augustine's combination. William Bird and Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar hot on their heels, and the second Newcastle Grammar combination of Edward Baker, Vincent Mitteff in lane 3, following them, only about a length separating those each of those 3 crews, and the third Newcastle Grammar crew, Kobe Young and Logan Harmon, just through the 1,500-metre mark now, some way back at the moment. But it is certainly the Kings boys' race to lose. Will Farrer, Tom Whalen in lane 2, who got out early and just enjoying a pretty comfortable race over there in lane 2 from the looks of things.
Yeah, that St Augustine's crew was sitting in 3rd place at the 500-metre mark, but have rode through Bird and Chung from Newcastle Grammar, and it'll be interesting to see what happens, but they're still going for it, aren't they? Neck and neck, those 2 crews.
Yeah, absolutely. So could be on for a good race here in the minor placings. So the national championships this year, there is for the first time a schoolboy double scull and a schoolgirl double scull. So it'd be interesting to see if we're seeing any of these crews contesting that event. Obviously, the nationals back in Sydney. So and these boys, I can only assume that these Kings boys will be there going in the 8. So it would be a good event to double up in. I know that certainly in the next race, William Rogers will be racing in the singles, so if he's going to be doubling up, maybe a good opportunity for some of the other boys. But Will Farrer and Tom Whalen from the King's School just coasting across the line in the under-19 men's double scull, ahead of the combination there from... We've just had our timing... not want to tell us what's going on, but the combination in lane 5 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker, Hamish Wise in 2nd place.
Yep, and then in 3rd place, Newcastle Grammar's William Bird and Mitchell Chung. In 4th, Edward Baker and Vincent Mitteff from Newcastle Grammar. And in 5th, Kobe Young and Logan Harmon, just coming across the line now.
So another double sculls race unfolding in front of us. We've got the 2nd division and the under-19 and under-21 double sculls. So 3 under-19 crews in this race, and should have been 6 under-21 crews, but a couple of scratchings in this one.
So in lane 1, we have from the King's School Parramatta, Mac Mason and William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In lane 1, I'm not sure that came out live, so under 19 crews are in lane 1, the King's School Parramatta, Mac Mason and William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In lane 2, a composite of Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club with Petar Simkovic of Leichhardt Rowing Club. In lane 3, from Newcastle Grammar School, Lucas Burton and remainder of the crews are under 21. From UTS Haberfield, Lawson Banks and Edward Kelly. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, William Wolfe and James Scott Brown, coached by Peter Warne and Don McLaughlin. In lane 6 from UTF Haberfield, Tane Potts and Kaylin Routley. In lane 7 from Sydney University Boat Club, Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter. In lane 8 from UTS Haberfield, Oscar Baregi and Jack Power, and all of those UTS crews are coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemach. And in lane 9 from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
And good little race unfolding as well between the King's School on the far side of the course and the UTS crew in lane 8, second out from the grandstand there. So Mac Mason, William Rogers, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley over in lane 1. I believe they were leading early on and looked to have just faded back behind the UTS crew. Of course, racing in separate events, but certainly competing for line honours here. It's the King's School crew will be well ahead in the under-19 part of this race, and the UTS crew, Oscar Baraghi, Jack Power, well ahead in the under-21 part. The King's crew really finishing strong, so another fast finish from a King's School crew. We've got William Rogers in that crew, who won the under-19 single at States, Oscar Baraghi in the UTS crew, who won the under-21 single at States, and the under-19s really pushing the UTS crew right to the line. UTS will take the win in the under-21s. The King's School take the win in the under-19 double scull, and then some way back to the remainder of the field. So the UTS number 2 crew in the under-21 division, Tane Potts, Kaylin Routley, will come across the line third. And Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, Lucas Burton, Ronald Brown in the under-19 division come across the line in 4th place. The Leichhardt Composite with Nepean Rowing Club in 5th. The Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 9 here, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney in 6th place. And that's rounding out the field there in the under-19 and 21 double sculls.
The winning time for Oscar Baraghi and Jack Power of UTS Haberfield was 6 minutes 44.67 seconds, and the margin between them and the winning under-19 double from the King's School Parramatta, 1 second 0.6. We now move on to the women's under-19 and under-21 double sculls. The first division has only under-19 crews in it. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Gisela Dueza and Isabel Bugg, coached by Nick Galea, representing Glebe. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney and Gabby Cypher, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 4, from Newcastle Grammar School, Heidi Mackenzie and Kensington Steele. In lane 5, from the Armadale School, Isabella Crawford and Isabella Henderson, coached by Marty Inglis. The crew from UTS of Freya Bateman and Jade Bliss has withdrawn. And in lane 7, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koskar.
I think substitution in that one, Grace Conroy, and I'll confirm exactly that because I don't have it coming up on our timing screen. So that's on your screen there is the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Neve Tierney and Gabby Cypher, coached by Charlie Patterson. Gabby, the only Cypher present here at this regatta, because the other two preparing for under-23 selection trials in the coming week. So confirming that Leichhardt crew, Grace Conroy and Maya Isbista, the substitution in there for Sabrina Koskar. But the Sydney crew well and truly ahead here in the under-19 double scull, and then looks to be then back to possibly the Armadale School there in sitting in 2nd place. So a good little row from Isabella Henderson earlier in the regatta, and commented that I wouldn't want to be the one paying the fuel bill for the Armadale School, the amount of driving, they're even rivaling Kinross Wallaroi at this rate, certainly down here almost as much, and a much further drive all the way down from the northwest. So a pretty commanding lead there from that Sydney Rowing Club combination. Neve Tierney, great, and almost did it. I did it at state championships, and I'm sure their parents are watching, but I didn't just say Grace Cypher, I said Gabby Cypher. But
know if you've got a cipher in there, you're going to have.
Yep, absolutely, and not letting that lead really phase them too much. Winding up towards the line, that Sydney Rowing Club crew will take a win by pretty significant margin here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, the penultimate race of the day. And Gabby Cypher and Neve Tierney take the win in the under-21 double scull, under-19 double scull rather, for Sydney Rowing Club, and a great result from the Armidale School.
Yeah.
The girls from Tas, Isabella Crawford and Isabella Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis, who in lane 5 there having a great row, and will come across to take second place. Great row there for the Armidale School. And the combination from Glebe, Giselle Dueza and Isabel Bugg, coached by Nick Galea, coming across the line now to take third place in the double scull. Newcastle Grammar's Heidi McKenzie, Kensington Steele, two names that go together quite well in a double scull. In lane 4 there for fourth place, the Leichhardt combination of Grace Conroy and Maya Isbesta in lane 7 to round out this penultimate race of the regatta.
So we have the other half of the Sydney Under-19 quad racing now in our second division of the Under-19 and Under-21 double scull. That's the crew of Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, coached by Charlie Patterson. They're in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Tessa Jones and Ava Green from St George Rowing Club, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Lagan and Ava Picklum. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar School, Roxana Brown and Annabelle Mackenzie. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Charlotte Steele and Xenia Palmer, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar School, we have Sadie Smart and Molly Boyle. And in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow and Madison Joins, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. And they are our only crew which is under 21.
So as would be expected, the only under-21 crew in the race, I'll just correct myself there as you see that fantastic drone shot, definitely giving me a better picture of what's going on. So the under-21 crew in the race on the near side of the course there, Paige Critchlow and Madison Joins, just leading the under-19 Sydney Rowing Club crew of Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers on the far side of the course. So a bit of a club match race, Sydney Rowing Club match race to round out the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta here. Those two crews a long way away from each other in terms of physical distance, horizontal distance, being in lanes 2 and 8. But only about a boat length or so, maybe just a little bit more separating the two of them as they come into the last 500 metres to row, but a significant amount of room separating them back to the chasing pack. Out of that chasing pack, I'd probably say the Newcastle Grammar crew in lane 5. So Newcastle Grammar crew in lane 7 has not started, but the Newcastle Grammar crew in lane 5, Roxana Brown, Annabelle Mackenzie, sitting back in third place in this race and leading the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Charlotte Steele and Xenia Palmer, coached by Charlie Patterson. A good little tussle going on here. So the when we saw the Sydney's under-19 and under-21 quads go up against each other, we saw the under-19 quad get up. The under-21 quad had Paige Critchlow and Madison Joins in it, and those two on the near side of the course now. And certainly not falling short in comparison to Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. So that's probably really saying something about the Sydney double who won the last race, Neve Tierney and Gabby Cypher, about what they really added to that under-19 quad. As Paige Critchlow, Madison joins, just really extend out that lead here in lane 8, the under-21 crew there, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And it'll be all but secured as a Sydney Rowing Club 1-2 for the last race of the day here in the under-19 and under-21 double sculls.
That's good.
Taking their final strokes across the line now. In lane 8 there. Paige Critchlow, Madison joins of Sydney Rowing Club, taking out the under-21 women's double scull, and Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers second across the line in the under-19 division there on the far side of the course. And some way back, waiting for the next crew across the line, which will almost definitely be the combination of Roxana Brown and Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar there in lane 5, doing a good, neat, tidy little job of pushing towards the line. And they'll take their last 3 or 4 strokes now. Come across the line, 3rd place in the under-19 and 21 women's double sculls. Charlotte Steele and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club, the Charlie Patterson coached crew there in lane 6. Across the line in 4th. The St George combination over there, Tessa Jones, Ava Green, coached by Mark Featherston. They'll come across the line in 5th place, ahead of the combination from Glebe, Stella Lagan and Ava Picklum in lane 4. As they cross the line, that is rounding out the final race of the regatta here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta for 2024. A huge thank you to all the volunteers from the Sydney Rowing Club community for manning the timing huts and the umpires' boats and keeping this regatta running, and a big thank you to Keith Jamison for all the work that he puts into organising this regatta every year. So 75 fantastic races out here today, and just a couple of weeks away till the National Championships. We hope to see you all there.